Chapter 179. The two middle-aged men's faces darkened as they died from the poison and committed suicide. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang glanced at each other and their expressions changed. Suicide soldiers. Suicide soldiers? What suicide soldiers? Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't understand why Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's reactions were so big. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang glanced at Duan Lingtian and felt their scalps go numb. What kind of people did this young master offend? Zhang Qian took a deep breath and slowly explained. Young master, the so-called men of sacrifice, are a group of chess pieces that are not afraid of death and were trained by some people with great schemes. These people are only loyal to one master and serve one master. As long as the master is willing, they are willing to give up everything for the master, including their lives. These men of sacrifice would rather die than reveal the identity of their master once they failed their mission. After Zhang Qian finished speaking, he and Zhao Gang both looked at Duan Lingtian. They were very curious as to how this young master offended the people behind these suicide soldiers. So these are the suicide soldiers. Duan Lingtian nodded, and a trace of coldness arose in his heart. To complete the mission, unafraid of death. These people were simply killing machines that had lost their humanity. Young master, did you offend someone? Zhao Gang asked hesitantly. I've offended many people. Don't you know the Su clan as well? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke directly. Young master, logically speaking, it's impossible for these suicide soldiers to be members of the Su clan. Zhang Qian shook his head. According to what I know, these suicide soldiers are usually from the army. Only a few people with high positions would secretly gather these people and form a team of suicide soldiers under them. At the critical moment, they can transform into sharp blades and directly pierce into the enemy's chest. Then, who do you think these suicide soldiers are most likely under? Duan Lingtian slightly frowned as he asked. Young master, within the imperial city, these suicide soldiers are more commonly seen under the princes of the imperial family. As long as it's a prince who has the intention of obtaining the throne, they've basically trained a group of suicide soldiers under them, without exception. Zhao Gang said with a solemn expression. His eyes could not help but reveal a trace of suspicion. Could it be that the young master had a grudge with those lofty existences? Prince? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. Needless to say, he could guess that the three men of sacrifice who appeared here to assassinate him were either the third prince's men or the fifth prince's men. Third prince, fifth prince. No matter which one of you made a move, I hope that both of you will stop before going too far. Otherwise, not to mention that you have no fate with the throne, even your lives will be in danger. Duan Lingtian's face darkened as killing intent rose in his heart. Come on, let's go back. Duan Lingtian called out to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang and went straight to his house. On the way, Duan Lingtian did not forget to scold the two of them. The two of you, the next time you're following me in secret, can you be more professional? I discovered your whereabouts as soon as I left Paladin Academy. As Duan Lingtian scolded the two of them, he also imparted to them the general knowledge of tracking that he learned from his previous life as a special forces soldier. When had Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang ever heard of these new things? For a moment, they were both intoxicated as they listened. They never thought that a mere tracking actually had so many things to pay attention to. The two of them looked at Duan Lingtian with even more respect. At the same time, they couldn't help but be curious. Where in the world did this youth learn all these things? You two rest and prepare. Tonight, this young master will bring you two out to do a big deal. After returning to the house, Duan Lingtian informed Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, then walked into the main building and returned to his room. Big deal? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at each other and could see the wry smile on each other's face. They naturally knew what the big deal the youth was talking about. But did they still have a choice? As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. The two of them helplessly shook their heads and obediently returned to their rooms to rest. As for Duan Lingtian, after returning, he didn't even have the time to greet the three beauties at home before directly returning to his room. Whoosh! The cauldron was taken out by him. Subsequently, he started to refine the dragon blood pill. After he finished refining the dragon blood pill, Duan Lingtian directly consumed it. Instantly, his fleshly body completed the tempering of the 6th level of the core formation stage and gained the strength of an ancient mammoth. This also meant that his next step was to directly charge to the 7th level of the core formation stage. I'm finally about to catch up to those two little girls. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Ever since they settled down in the inner city of the Imperial City, no matter if it was Kerr or Little Faye, they would spend over 10 hours cultivating every day with the help of an inexhaustible supply of high-purity origin-increasing pills. Now, the two girls had successively broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. But Duan Lingtian believed that with his current cultivation speed, he would surely be able to catch up to the two girls before long. "Young master, it's time to eat." A voice that was like a silver bell sounded from outside. Duan Lingtian opened the door and saw Kerr standing at the door, looking at the slim and graceful young girl. Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly absent-minded. The current Kerr wasn't the little girl from before. She'd grown up. Looking at Kerr's beautiful face that was as white as jade and the pair of plump buds on her chest, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up and evil thoughts arose in his heart. Maybe he should find a time to eat Kerr up. "Young master, I'll go out first. You quickly come out and eat as well." Kerr noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, and her heartbeat sped up. Her beautiful face blushed as she quickly walked out. "This girl is shy." Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed, then chased after her. After he finished eating, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and took out the information of the people in charge of the Su clan's various businesses. In the end, he locked onto a target. Su Yong, 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist, the younger cousin of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. He's in charge of the Su clan's largest medicine store, Jiun Pavilion. He has 2 sons who commit all sorts of crimes, and it's Su Yong who cleans up their messes every single time, ruthlessly destroying all threats. After he finished looking at Su Yong's information, Duan Lingtian decided on him. The main reason he chose him was naturally because of his relationship with Su Nan. Secondly, it was because of his vile conduct. Besides having 2 ignorant and incompetent, good-for-nothing sons, he himself was full of evil deeds. As the saying goes, like father, like son. In this world where the strong are respected, it's like this. There's no law to speak of, and the fist is the law. Just like this Su Yong. The conduct of him and his 2 sons can be said to be known by everyone within the Imperial City. However, even the Imperial family that controls the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom would turn a blind eye out of respect for the Su clan and wouldn't punish them. Although Duan Lingtian didn't think of being some savior, since he decided to teach the Su clan a lesson, he naturally wouldn't be lenient. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. If it wasn't for your Su clan going too far, I wouldn't have targeted you. After Duan Lingtian finished looking through the other information related to Su Yong, he left the room. It was deep into the night, and it was impossible to see one's own fingers. In the northern direction of the Imperial City's inner city was a residential area, and there was an extremely vast courtyard house within it. Within the courtyard house, the lights were extinguished, and the people within had obviously already fallen asleep. Whoosh! 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 3 figures were like night owls as they passed over the walls of the courtyard house and snuck into the courtyard house. "Let's go." Moonlight sprinkled down, and the figure of the person in the lead appeared. It was a young man in black clothes and had his face covered. It was precisely Duan Lingtian. His target tonight was the Su clan's Su Yong. This Su Yong didn't live in the Su clan estate and had instead bought a courtyard house outside by himself. He had a few concubines, and his days were extremely comfortable. Under the lead of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, who similarly wore black clothes and had their faces covered, lightly followed behind. Through the moonlight, the helplessness in their exposed eyes could be seen. When had they ever been so sneaky? Young master, in my opinion, that Su-Yong is only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Why don't we just openly charge in and kill him? Zhang Qian said. Although Zhao Gang didn't speak, he deeply agreed and nodded. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Why do I feel that these two fellows are even more ferocious than me? Fair and square. Duan Lingtian sneered in a low voice. If you two directly charge in, then what difference does it make if I'm there or not? Don't forget why your general asked the two of you to follow me. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang came to a sudden understanding, so the young master was training them. If there's no need, then kill Su-Yong alone. Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang into the main building and arrived outside the innermost master bedroom. Duan Lingtian pushed out with his palm and shook open the lock on the door. Bang! The door was knocked open by Duan Lingtian. Who's there? Instantly, an explosive shout sounded out from within the room, and subsequently, the room lit up with a lamp. The entire room was completely illuminated. The middle-aged man that was originally completely naked covered his body with the clothes on the bed, then leaped off the bed and glared fiercely with his triangular eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 who were covered under black clothes, and his face was gloomy. Who are you people? Ah, on the bed, a young woman that looked to be around 20 years old shrunk to the corner of the bed in fear and pulled over the blanket to cover her completely naked body. Kill him! Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he ordered in a low voice. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang moved, flashing directly towards the middle-aged man with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Above them, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes each appeared. 2 7th-level core formation martial artists. The middle-aged man, Su-Yong, went pale as he realized that they didn't come with good intentions. His gaze quickly landed on a window not far away. His figure moved, and with a loud bang, he broke through the window and jumped out. Above him, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted as they chased after him. No, don't kill me. Chapter 180. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a burst of clamorous sounds coming from the front courtyard of the house, and he knew that the commotion here had alarmed the others. Under the girl's terrified gaze, Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he raised his hand and knocked her unconscious before chasing out of the window. In any case, his face was covered now, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. Outside the window was the rear courtyard of this house. Presently, Su-Yong was lying by the wall of the rear courtyard, not moving and not making a sound. Obviously, he didn't manage to escape. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could a 6th-level nascent soul martial artist possibly escape from the joint forces of 2 7th-level nascent soul martial artists? At this moment, Zhang Qian removed the spatial ring from Su-Yong's body and respectfully passed it to Duan Lingtian. Young master, let's go. Duan Lingtian arrived at the side of the wall in a few steps. Then his legs exerted force and his origin energy skyrocketed. Above him, the strength of 10+ ancient mammoths flashed, directly leaping over the wall and arriving outside the house. When Duan Lingtian left with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he could faintly hear a sorrowful cry coming from the rear courtyard. Master! On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, and the wealth within caused his eyes to light up. 30 million plus silver. Sure enough, it was as he thought. This Su-Yong had worked for most of his life, and the wealth he accumulated far surpassed the fatty Su-Lai from last night. In fact, Su-Lai could be considered to be Su-Yong's nephew. This uncle and nephew pair gave him a total of close to 40 million silver. Take it. Duan Lingtian withdrew another 2 million silver and gave it to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. The two of them didn't refuse this time and directly put it away. As far as they were concerned, now that they were following this exceedingly audacious youth, it was practically a 90% chance of survival. If they were to make a mistake one day, then this wealth could be left to their wives and children. With the divine marquis present, they didn't have to worry about their wives and children being burdened by them. It could be said that they'd already made plans for the worst. After all, what they were doing now was like making a steel wire on a cliff. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall and shatter into pieces. The Su clan was not easy to deal with. If Duan Lingtian knew what Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were thinking, he would definitely be speechless. He had done similar things countless times in his previous life. Other than the time when he was betrayed, when had he ever failed? When he returned to the house, Duan Lingtian, who was already in a good mood, welcomed another pleasant surprise. Xiongquan had actually spent all the 50 million silver he gave him last time, and had even gathered enough materials to inscribe over 10 bone corrosion inscriptions. After today, the Su clan will definitely be vigilant. I'll rest for a few days, and use the next few nights to help Mother and those 2 little girls inscribe some bone corrosion inscriptions. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred, and he had a plan. To him, nothing was more important than the safety of his family. Duan Lingtian, who was in an extremely good mood, stealthily snuck into Li Fei's room. Li Fei hadn't slept yet, and was sitting cross-legged on the soft bed, cultivating. When she heard movement, she opened her eyes, and with a glance, she saw Duan Lingtian. She didn't even have time to react before being pushed onto the bed by Duan Lingtian. "Little Fei, your husband is here." Very quickly, accompanied by Duan Lingtian's heavy breathing, the soft bed started to sway, composing a decadent movement. Only when it was deep into the night did the movements of the two finally stop. The sound of panting pervaded the room. Just when Duan Lingtian was fully satisfied as he hugged the flushed little Fei and fell asleep, the higher-ups of the Su clan once again gathered in the audience hall overnight. Killing 2 of our Su clan's direct descendant disciples in 2 consecutive nights. Looks like someone has the intention to go against our Su clan. Under the rage of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, his palm descended, and the armrest of the new chair that had just been changed today was shattered. The grand elder, Su Nan, who was below him, had an extremely unsightly expression. Last night his nephew died. Tonight his cousin had died. He suddenly felt that the spearhead of all this seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally pointing towards him. It wasn't only Su Nan who thought this way. Even the other Su clan elders had similar thoughts. "Grand Elder, did you offend someone?" "Yeah, Grand Elder, if you offended someone, you can speak of it. We can use this clue to track down the true culprit." "Grand Elder, could it be that you have some difficulties?" "Grand Elder, I hope you can consider the big picture." One by one, the Su clan elders pointed their spearhead at Su Nan. The gaze of the patriarch, Su Boya, couldn't help but descend onto Su Nan. Now even he had some doubts. "Patriarch, I, Su Nan, can swear that I absolutely haven't offended anyone recently. If you really want to talk about conflicts, then it ought to be that Su Li and Duan Lingtian. However, it's absolutely impossible for the 2 of them to have the ability to kill Su Li and Su Yong. Being misunderstood by so many people, Su Nan was angered to the point his face flushed red, and in his heart he hated that culprit to the bone. Su Li? Many of the Su clan elders present knew who Su Li was, and they all asked, "What does this have to do with Su Li?" Su Nan took a deep breath and spoke of the dispute between him and Su Li, including the fact that Su Li had already left Paladin Academy. When he first found out about this matter, he was very surprised as well. He never would have thought that Su Li, for the sake of his friend, Duan Lingtian, and for the sake of his parents' safety, was actually willing to give up his great future. As far as he was concerned, Su Li's choice was extremely stupid. Uft, Grand Elder, you really do have the ability to not even let off a child. A Su clan elder who had a good relationship with Su Li's father couldn't help but sneer as he glanced at Su Nan with disdain. As far as he was concerned, the actions of the dignified Su clan's grand elder caused one's hair to stand on end. It's impossible for Su Li. As for that Duan Lingtian, although he's the son of Duan Rafeng, he still hasn't returned to the Duan clan, so it's impossible for him to have such ability. Grand Elder, did you miss something? Su Bo pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Nan with a burning gaze. Absolutely not. Su Nan shook his head with a face full of certainty. Su Bo frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking. No matter if it was Su Li from last night or Su Yong from tonight, after they were killed, their spatial rings vanished without a trace. Could it be that the goal of that person was to seek wealth? If it was to seek wealth, then it can be explained. No matter if it was Su Li or Su Yong, they were both the people in charge of the businesses under our Su clan. A Su clan elder said, "Pass down the order. Tell all the people in charge of the businesses to return to the Su clan estate and stay there. I want to see if that person dares to barge into our Su clan estate." Su Bo nodded and gave the order right away, and his eyes flickered with a cold sheen. In just 2 days, the Su clan had lost 2 direct descendant disciples. As the Su clan's patriarch, he had lost all face and felt a great humiliation. Early the next morning, the entire imperial city was bustling with noise and excitement, and the matter of the Su clan members dying for 2 consecutive nights was spread everywhere. Moreover, the people who died were all direct descendant disciples of the Su clan. That Su clan wouldn't have offended someone, right? Who knows? But the 2 people who died weren't any good people. True, it's good for a few more people like this to die. Sure. Be quiet, are you courting death? If the Su clan members hear what you said, then don't think of living. No matter if it was the imperial city's outer city or the inner city, it was filled with similar discussions. 5th Prince's estate. Your Highness, the 3 death warriors we sent out yesterday haven't returned for an entire night. I'm afraid they've met with misfortune. In a quiet pergola, the white-browed old man respectfully reported to the luxuriously clothed young man who was sipping fragrant tea. 3 nascent soul stage martial artists weren't able to take the life of that Duan Lingtian? The luxuriously clothed young man, the 5th prince, had a slightly gloomy expression. Looks like the Duan clan is really benevolent and takes good care of this rebellious direct descendant disciple. Your Highness, what you mean is that the Duan clan members are protecting him. The white-browed old man was stunned. Besides this, do you think he has anyone else to rely on? The 5th prince grunted coldly as he asked. The white-browed old man went silent for a short moment before saying, Your Highness, then should we still? Let's put this matter aside for now. I heard that 2 direct descendant disciples of the Su clan died these past 2 nights. Send someone to investigate, and if you're able to find any clues, then give the Su clan a favor. Once the matter is completed, I want the Su clan to help me in the battle for the throne. I presume the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, wouldn't refuse. The 5th prince's eyes flickered, and a wisp of light flashed within. Yes. The white-browed old man replied and left. Duan Lingtian, you've injured my cousin over and over again. Even if the Duan clan members are secretly protecting you, you won't be able to jump around for long. A trace of a cold light flashed within the 5th prince's eyes. The ghastly shadow assassin organization could be said to be everywhere within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even within the imperial city, there was a ghastly shadow stronghold. In a remote corner of the inner city, very few people knew that the ghastly shadow stronghold in the imperial city was here. Deep into the night, A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance sneakily looked around before walking into the ghastly shadow stronghold, entering the hall and arriving before the counter. Target. Behind the counter, the young man with a stiff expression revealed a bone-piercing, icy-cold voice. This caused the middle-aged man to feel a chill run down his spine as he said in panic, Duan Lingtian, 9th level of the core formation stage, Grade 1 student of Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy? The young man's voice seemed to contain some misgivings. He's an outsider and doesn't live within Paladin Academy. The middle-aged man spoke as if he was reading a textbook. Obviously, he was ordered by someone to issue this mission. Deposit 200,000 taels of silver, confirmed in 3 days, the young man said coldly. Chapter 181. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of the undercurrent outside. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian lay on the lawn in the backyard, hugging Kerr on his left and Li Fei on his right. He crossed his legs and looked up at the sky, his gaze slightly blurred. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and the numerous stars set off the night sky. "Scoundrel, why didn't you go out tonight?" Li Fei asked curiously. She remembered that no matter if it was last night or the night before, Duan Lingtian would always bring the 2 people the divine Might Marquis sent out to him. Tonight, however, he was out of the ordinary and actually had time to accompany her and Kerr to watch the stars here. She had heard a little about the matter of the Sioux clan's direct descendant being killed, and subconsciously felt that it was very likely to be related to this man. "You little girl, do you really want me to go out that much?" Duan Lingtian's right hand slightly exerted force and pulled Li Fei into his embrace. His palm lightly landed on the little girl's sexy butt and conveniently pinched it twice instantly. Li Fei's sensitive body trembled, and her cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood would drip out. "Young master, you're bullying big sister Fei again." Kerr's silver bell-like voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel relaxed and happy. How he hoped that this moment could become eternal, hugging the 2 little girls until the end of time, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. But unfortunately, he understood that this was only an extravagant hope, and there were still many things waiting for him to do. What he needed to do now was to carve out a place that belonged to him in this world where the strong were respected. Only by standing at the peak of this world would he have the ability to bring the 2 little girls to every corner of this world and see all the clouds in the world. That was the true life, the true carefree life. At that time, no one would be able to threaten him, and everyone could only look up to him. "Kerr, do you think this is unfair to your big sister Fei? Don't worry, I won't favor one over the other." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he smirked and raised his hand to give Kerr's but a slap and gently pinched it. "Young master, you're so bad." Kerr was so shy that she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace. After a long while, she raised her head in embarrassment. "All right, give me your spatial rings. I'll help you inscribe an inscription tonight." Duan Lingtian stopped teasing the 2 girls and said seriously, "Young master, what kind of inscription are you going to inscribe on us?" Kerr's eyes flickered. After taking off the simmer ring, her watery eyes were filled with curiosity. Li Fei also looked at Duan Lingtian. This man was so mysterious. After interacting with him for so long, she was already used to it. However, she still wanted him to inscribe some kind of inscription on them. Bone-eroding inscription. Duan Lingtian received the spatial rings from the 2 girls and lightly smiled. Subsequently, he introduced the use of the bone-eroding inscription to the 2 girls. For a moment, the 2 girls were scared to the point their faces went pale. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He wasn't surprised by the reaction of the 2 girls. Duan Lingtian stood up and took the 2 spatial rings before returning to his room. He withdrew a pile of materials from his spatial ring and started inscribing. Inscribing 2 bone-eroding inscriptions in one night caused Duan Lingtian's spiritual force to be extremely exhausted. After he finished inscribing, he returned the spatial rings to Li Fei and Kerr one by one. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and directly fell onto Kerr's bed, snoring loudly. Kerr lay beside Duan Lingtian. Her eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian's handsome face, and a wisp of a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. It was precisely because of this man that her life underwent such a tremendous change. She would live her entire life for this man, and she would have no regrets until her death. Early the next morning, when Duan Lingtian woke up, he only felt groggy. He sized up the surroundings and noticed that he wasn't in his room, and he recalled what happened last night. Right, I fell asleep in Kerr's room last night. He stood up and noticed the young girl sitting cross-legged at the side, cultivating. Duan Lingtian hugged the young girl from behind, and the young girl's delicate body trembled as she was startled awake from her cultivation. "Young master, you're awake." "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and greedily inhaled a breath of air. The natural fragrance on the young girl's body was always so pleasant to smell. After getting dressed under the help of Kerr, Duan Lingtian and Kerr went out to eat breakfast together, and only then did they walk out of the house and head towards Paladin Academy. A regular day passed just like that. When he walked out of Paladin Academy's gate in the evening, it was as peaceful as yesterday. Besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he didn't notice a third person spying on him in secret. Duan Lingtian didn't dare be careless. He was clear in his heart. The calmer it was, the more likely it was that a storm was coming. "Young master, the Marquis invites you over." Suddenly, Zhang Qian appeared and walked out, respectfully speaking to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, but he wasn't surprised. Now that the Su clan was facing a great enemy, it was practically a household name within the imperial city, and the divine might Marquis estate naturally wouldn't be unable to receive the news. His uncle Nya remembered that he asked for the information of the various properties and people in charge of the Su clan, and would surely suspect him. "You two didn't betray me, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian with a burning gaze, seeming as if he would sweep him and Zhao Gang out of the house if Zhang Qian agreed. "No." Zhang Qian hurriedly shook his head. The matter of the Su clan was not only related to Duan Lingtian, it was also related to his own life. So he naturally didn't dare speak carelessly. "That's good." Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Qian once again concealed himself in the shadows, whereas Duan Lingtian went to the divine might Marquis estate. At the gate of the divine might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian noticed that one of the soldiers guarding the gate was actually a familiar face. It was precisely the young soldier that was slapped by an old soldier the last time he came here. "Stop!" Just at this moment, another soldier stood out and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Slap! Under Duan Lingtian's astonished gaze, the young soldier that was slapped by the old soldier the last time slapped this soldier that was blocking his path. Under the furious gaze of the soldier that was slapped, the young soldier looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian. "Young Master Lingtian, please come in." Duan Lingtian nodded and glanced deeply at the young soldier. This fellow, that slap from before wouldn't have been intentional, right? As expected, the furious expression on the face of the soldier that was slapped instantly vanished, and he looked at the young soldier with a perturbed expression as he asked, "Brother Ji, who is he?" "He's young Master Lingtian, the nephew of the Marquis." "Kid, look carefully in the future. Don't act like a hothead." The young soldier spoke with the tone of an old man. As he spoke, he extended his hand to rub the back of his head with a lingering fear. "I've been through this as well." Divine might Marquis estate within the audience hall. "Uncle Nya, is there something you need from me?" When Duan Lingtian entered, he noticed that the divine might Marquis Nya Yuan was already waiting for him, and he couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Little Tian, tell Uncle Nya the truth. Was it you who led Zhang Qian and the others to kill the Su clans Su Lai and Su Yong?" At the same time that Nya Yuan asked, his eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to discern something from Duan Lingtian's face. But unfortunately, he was unable to discern anything. Uncle Nya, if you don't have evidence, then don't speak nonsense. Duan Lingtian said in all seriousness. You kid. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang not saying a single word was also your order, right? No wonder when you asked me for them the last time, you said you wanted to have complete control over them. You've already planned this at that time, right? Although Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to admit it, Nya Yuan knew that he guessed correctly, and he spoke angrily. Uncle Nya, all of this is only your guess. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. Then he said, Uncle Nya, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Wait. Nya Yuan stopped Duan Lingtian, then shook his head and smiled. I didn't call you here just to ask about that. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't mention a single word. So I guessed that even if you came, you wouldn't be honest. I called you here this time because I want to tell you about the war at the northwest border. As he finished speaking, Nya Yuan's expression became serious. Northwest border? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that his teacher in the Star Mastermind department, Sima Changfeng, had mentioned this to him. Uncle Nya, why are you telling me this? I naturally have a reason for telling you this. The war at the northwest border is critical this time, and His Majesty has given me full authority to be in charge of the mobilization of reinforcements. A portion of these reinforcements will be mobilized from your Paladin Academy, especially the students of your Star Mastermind department. If any of you put what you've learned into practice, then on the battlefield, you alone will be able to hold up against an entire army. Nya Yuan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. When I was discussing this with your Paladin Academy's Vice Dean John, he strongly recommended you to me. Of course, he doesn't know of our relationship. Recommended me? Duan Lingtian was stunned, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. It should be Teacher Sima who recommended him to the Vice Dean. Right, recommended you. How about it? Are you interested in going to experience it? At that time, this reinforcements will be led by your big brother Nya. Nya Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze. At the beginning, when Paladin Academy's Vice Dean John recommended Duan Lingtian, he was still skeptical. Later on, Vice Dean John mentioned to him the plan of crossing the sea by deception that Duan Lingtian thought of, and it caused him to be extremely shocked. He never imagined that this nephew of his, whose natural talent in the martial Tao and alchemy could be said to be heaven-defying, would also have such a terrifying talent in strategy. Of course I'm interested. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. Uncle Nya, when will the reinforcements head to the northwest border? 1 month later. If you want to go, then properly prepare during this period of time. Nya Yuan said again. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded, then bid farewell and left. On the way home, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly excited in his heart. The battlefield in this life was completely different from the one in his previous life. He'd participated in some of the battlefields in his previous life, but those were practically all clashes of hot weapons, and were far from the hot-blooded clashes of cold weapons on the battlefield in this life. In Duan Lingtian's heart, there had always been a dream. He hoped that one day he would be able to gallop and kill his enemies on the battlefield that was similar to the ancient times of his previous life, fighting until the last moment and spilling all his hot blood. Chapter 182. Even after returning home, a trace of an excited smile still hung on Duan Lingtian's face. Young master, what made you so happy? Kerr blinked her beautiful eyes that were filled with curiosity as she asked. Li Fei looked over as well. She could clearly feel Duan Lingtian's high spirits at this moment. Nothing. It's just that I intend to go to the battlefield to take a look 1 month from now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he spoke casually. Unexpectedly, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Kerr and Li Fei's beautiful faces both changed. Battlefield? In their impression, the battlefield was a very dangerous place. If they went, they might not be able to come back. Young master, can you not go? Kerr was delicate and pitiful as tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't want Duan Lingtian to take the risk. Scoundrel, if you want to go, then I want to go as well. Li Fei had a stubborn expression, as if she wouldn't let Duan Lingtian go if Duan Lingtian didn't bring her along. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on. What are you two thinking? I'm only going to be a reinforcement. Moreover, I'm not the type of soldier that goes to the battlefield. I'm the type of prime minister that stays in the tent and gives advice to the officers and soldiers that go to the battlefield, understand? Moreover, this is the rule of Paladin Academy. If you don't go to the battlefield, then you can't graduate. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his face became slightly hot. If he went to the battlefield, would he obediently stay in the tent? The answer was no. It's the rule of Paladin Academy. Li Fei's expression eased up slightly. She knew that Duan Lingtian chose the Star Mastermind Department in Paladin Academy, and she also knew the difference between the Star Mastermind Department and the Star General Department. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied with a thick face. Finally, Duan Lingtian spent some effort to appease the two girls. If he had a choice, he would rather look for a nascent soul, realm martial artist, and fight. Of course, he would use the bone corrosion inscription to kill his opponent. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian went to look for his mother, Li Ro, to ask for a spatial ring, and help Li Ro inscribe a bone corrosion inscription before calming down and cultivating. His goal was to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage within a month. The next day, as soon as Duan Lingtian entered the classroom, he heard a group of students in the class fiercely discussing. They were talking about the reinforcements that would arrive in a month's time. Duan Lingtian, I heard that 300+ people from our Paladin Academy will join the reinforcements and head to the northwest battlefield. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun moved closer to Duan Lingtian. I've heard. Duan Lingtian nodded. Supposedly, 300 of these 300+ people are from the Star General Department, and there are probably no more than 10 students from our Star Mastermind Department. Xiao Yu's tone was obviously slightly disappointed. That's not strange. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The Star Mastermind Department students aren't born for the battlefield. They mostly serve the internal affairs of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Just like those civil officials in the Imperial Court and the county governors of the 18 counties, they're basically all from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, and some of the officials under them are also from the Star Mastermind Department. Xiao Sun had a bitter smile. I wish for nothing more than to switch places with Tian, who, although the Star General Department's Grade 1 students don't have a quota for reinforcements this time. In another 2 years, we'll at least have the chance to enter the battlefield. In the Star Mastermind Department, we might not even have the chance to see the battlefield until we graduate. The battlefield is cruel, and the environment is extremely vile. It's not like the luxurious life you have in the Shao clan. If you were to go, you might not get used to it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He was clear about Xiao Sun's mentality. It was nothing more than curiosity. It's always good to experience it. Xiao Sun continued. Xiao Yu nodded and deeply agreed. If the two of you really want to go, I can go get 2 quotas for the 2 of you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled when he saw their expectant gazes. You? Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with doubtful expressions. Xiao Sun said, Duan Lingtian, you have Teacher Sima's strong recommendation, so you might be able to obtain a quota. But you're bragging a bit too much when you say you'll get 2 quotas for us, unless you know the general leading the troops this time, or the divine Might Marquis. What, you two don't believe me? Duan Lingtian smiled. It was really as Xiao Sun said. Not only did he know the general leading the troops this time, he also knew the divine Might Marquis. To him, obtaining 2 quotas was only a matter of saying a word. Xiao Yu's eyes focused as he said in surprise, Duan Lingtian, you really have a way to help us get a quota. You've known me for so long, have I ever lied to you? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless, as even Xiao Yu doubted him. The two of you prepare well these days. 1 month from now, we'll depart together. Although Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun didn't know why Duan Lingtian was so confident, they realized that Duan Lingtian wasn't joking, and their gazes both lit up. Right, don't mention this during lunch. I'm worried that Tian will go with me. It's fine if the two of you go together, as you're both students of the Star Mastermind Department and don't need to personally enter the battlefield. But Tian, who is different, Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Once the current Tian who entered the battlefield, it would absolutely be a narrow escape. As a friend, he didn't want Tian who to take risks. Don't worry, we know what to do. That kid Tian who, even if you don't help him obtain a quota, he'll still have plenty of chances to enter the battlefield in a year or two. Xiao Sun smiled. Soon, Sima Chongfeng arrived. An entire morning of classes quickly passed. When it was close to noon, Sima Chongfeng called Duan Lingtian out. Duan Lingtian, the order for reinforcements to the northwest border battlefield has been issued. I've already recommended you to the Vice Dean. The Star Mastermind Department's name list will be out in half a month, and will depart in a month. Prepare well. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded with a carefree expression. Seeing Duan Lingtian's calm expression, Sima Chongfeng was secretly shocked. This kid was indeed a talent that could be nurtured. He was about to enter the battlefield, yet he was still so calm. But it was unknown what kind of expression Sima Chongfeng would have if he knew that Duan Lingtian had already received the news beforehand. At noon, when they were eating in the cafeteria, Tian, whose eyebrows fluttered, and his face was filled with excitement. I heard that the Star General Department's name list for reinforcements to the northwest border battlefield has been released, and many of them are only second-year Star General Department students. Looks like I'll have a chance next year as well. As long as you work hard and cultivate, you'll naturally have a chance. Duan Lingtian smiled. Sigh, Duan Lingtian, you guys don't have to be envious of me. Really, although more than 90% of your Star Mastermind Department students have no chance of entering the battlefield after graduation, there's still a glimmer of hope. Moreover, even if you can't enter the battlefield, it's fine. Fighting and killing isn't suitable for you guys. Tian, who seemed to be comforting Duan Lingtian and the other two, but his tone clearly contained a bit of complacency. Yes, you're right. Duan Lingtian earnestly nodded as he resisted the urge to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but laugh loudly. What are you guys laughing at? Tian, who had a stunned expression. Nothing. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun shook their heads. No matter how Tian who asked, they wouldn't say anything. They believed that Tian who would know the truth 1 month from now. After finishing their meal, they once again cultivated for an entire afternoon on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Only then did Duan Lingtian leave Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. After parting ways, Duan Lingtian directly returned home. Inner city, in a remote corner, not far away, a middle-aged man slowly walked to the front of a remote building. If one looked carefully, one would notice that his legs were slightly trembling. Motherfucker, I won't do this kind of work anymore. Although it's fine to just move my mouth, that fellow behind the counter is too terrifying. Just a few words, and he almost scared me to the point of peeing my pants. As he muttered to himself, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and finally walked in. In the spacious hall, there was only one person standing behind the counter. I'm here to confirm the mission. That Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and didn't dare look directly at the young man behind the counter as he spoke in panic. We won't accept this mission. The young man behind the counter frowned when he saw the middle-aged man's terrified appearance and said indifferently, What, won't accept? The middle-aged man was stunned. He never would have thought that it would be such an outcome. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten his fear as he said in shock, "Isn't this the Ghastly Shadow organization? Isn't your Ghastly Shadow the most famous assassin organization in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? You can't even deal with a youth?" Slap. The young man's gaze was cold as it swept past the middle-aged man like a blade. He raised his hand, and a stack of silver landed on the counter. "This is your deposit. Return it." "You all." The middle-aged man didn't know where his courage came from, but he seemed to want to say something. K off. The young man's eyes slightly narrowed as an icy killing intent swept out from his body. But in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was enveloped by the killing intent as well. His body trembled as he was scared to the point of peeing his pants. "I asked you to K off, didn't you hear?" The young man's voice was slightly impatient. I can't move." The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. You actually dare dirty our Ghastly Shadow's stronghold?" The young man smelled the stench of urine, and his face went ghastly pale. He stretched out his hand and took back the silver on the counter. "Take this 200,000 as the cleaning fee. If the person behind you has any objections, you can ask him to come look for me personally. Now, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to disappear before me. Otherwise, leave your life here." The young man's voice became even colder. The middle-aged man's face went ghastly pale. His legs trembled, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he rushed out of the Ghastly Shadow stronghold in an extremely sorry state. 200,000. 200,000 is gone just like that. After the middle-aged man left, he finally reacted to what had happened. The 200,000 silver seemed to have been confiscated. A gust of wind blew past, and the middle-aged man only felt his crotch go cold, but his heart was even colder. 200,000 was gone just like that. How would he explain himself when he returned? Chapter 183. Imperial City, inner city in a spacious house. "Trash, kneel down." A middle-aged man with a stiff face kicked out like lightning and kicked the middle-aged man beside him, whose pants were soaking wet, to the ground. The latter knelt there, shivering. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the stalwart figure in front of him. "Second Master, I didn't handle this matter well. I'll make up for the 200,000 taels of silver that this trash lost." The middle-aged man with a stiff face respectfully said to the stalwart figure in front of him, 200,000 taels of silver is a small matter." The stalwart figure walked out from the shadows. The moonlight shone down, illuminating a slightly dignified face. This was a middle-aged man, and between his brows revealed the dignity of a superior person. "That Ghastly Shadow organization isn't willing to accept that little bastard's mission?" The dignified middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. He could faintly smell the smell of urine floating from the latter's body, and he couldn't help but frown. "Yes, Second Master." The latter hurriedly nodded, his body shivering. "Clean it up." The dignified middle-aged man glanced at the middle-aged man with a stiff face, and his tone was incomparably calm. "Second Master, spare me. Second Master, spare." The expression of the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground changed greatly, and before he could finish speaking, the top of his head was shattered by a palm strike from the person beside him. "Dead." "Second Master, even the Ghastly Shadow organization isn't willing to accept the mission to kill that Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he has something?" The middle-aged man with a stiff face was slightly hesitant. "I'm extremely clear about his background. Since Ghastly Shadow doesn't accept the mission, find some people outside to kill him." The dignified middle-aged man raised his hand, and a large stack of banknotes fell on the ground. "Here are 30 million taels of banknotes. Clean up this matter properly. I don't want the people in the clan to know." 30 million taels? The pupils of the middle-aged man with a stiff face constricted. He didn't expect that the person before him would be willing to pay such a large amount of wealth for a mere 18-year-old youth. Yes, second master. The latter put away the banknotes, carried the corpse beside him, and left the house in a few steps. Duan Lingtian, you killed my son, and I'll let you die without a burial ground. Before long, only the dignified, middle-aged man remained in the courtyard. His icy cold voice echoed out and filled the entire courtyard. Early in the morning, the first light of dawn arrived. Bits and pieces of sunlight sprinkled in through the window and fell on the young man sitting cross-legged on the bed. Who? After a long time, the youth heaved a sigh of relief and his eyes focused. With my current progress, I should be able to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage before we depart. Putting on a purple robe, the youth went out after eating. After entering Paladin Academy and passing by the side of the martial arts practice grounds, one could see many students cultivating martial skills and sparring on the martial arts practice grounds. These people are all from the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes a little. By the looks of it, the 1 month's worth of reinforcements had stirred up the fighting spirit of the Star General Department students. Suddenly, 3 young men walked towards them from afar. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Amongst the 3 people before him, there was a familiar face. It was precisely that Duan Rong, Duan Lingxing's cousin. Ever since Duan Lingxing died, Duan Lingtian hadn't seen Duan Rong again. He never expected to meet him here. Duan Rong noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and he lowered his head with the intention of avoiding him. Duan Rong, what are you afraid of? The tall young man beside Duan Rong looked at the distant violet-clothed youth and his sword-like brows raised, seeming to be slightly puzzled. Big brother Su Qing, he's Duan Lingtian. The other person laughed bitterly. He's Duan Lingtian. The eyes of the young man called Su Qing narrowed as a bright light flashed within them, and he raised his hand and placed it on Duan Rong's shoulder. Duan Rong, you're a person from my Chilean county's county city. Could it be that you think he can bully you with me here? Duan Rong shuddered and returned to his senses. Right, how could he forget? The young man beside him was the son of the Chilean county's county governor, the eldest young master of the county governor's estate. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, he was even publicly acknowledged as the student with the strongest natural talent in the martial Dao in Paladin Academy after Duan Rufeng. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance, and when he saw Duan Rong looking at him like a mouse looking at a cat, he didn't plan to tease Duan Rong. But suddenly he noticed that Duan Rong seemed as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, and even walked towards him with the 2 young men beside him in an imposing manner. This caused him to be stunned. There's nothing wrong with this Duan Rong's head, right? Could it be that he wants to be bashed again? You're Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that the tall young man beside Duan Rong was looking at him with a hostile gaze, and his tone had a trace of coldness mixed within. This tall young man had a handsome appearance and an extraordinary bearing, and it was obvious with a single glance that he had an extraordinary background. Yes. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Could it be that this person wants to stand up for Duan Rong? I'm Su Qing. Su Qing stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of hostility seemed to arise within his eyes. Before the violet-clothed youth before him killed Duan Lingxing and became famous in Paladin Academy, he was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in Paladin Academy. But after that, this halo was seized away by the violet-clothed youth before him. This caused the proud and arrogant him to be slightly unable to accept it. Su Qing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart when he heard this. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. He still remembered that when he'd just arrived at the Imperial City, he'd once heard people discussing this person within the restaurant in the outer city. Moreover, they even said that this person was the martial Dao genius with the highest natural talent in Paladin Academy in the past 20 years after his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. Later on, when he entered Paladin Academy, he frequently heard people mention this Su Qing. Su Qing, Paladin Academy's Star General Department's second-grade student. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, and he even possessed a grade 7 spirit weapon. In Paladin Academy, none of the students below the origin core stage were his match. What? You want to stand up for this, Duan Rong? Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he calmly looked at Su Qing. So what if I do? A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Su Qing's mouth as a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing had attracted the attention of many students. Because this was the side of the martial arts practice grounds, the crowd of students on the martial arts practice grounds quickly gathered over with interest. Duan Lingtian. A robust figure walked out from the crowd and stood beside Duan Lingtian. Tian, who? You're actually here as well. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Tian Hu, but he lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian, why did you get into conflict with this Su Qing? Tian Hu frowned as he glanced at Su Qing with slight fear. I had no intention of getting into conflict with him, but he blocked my path himself and even said he wanted to stand up for this Duan Rong. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an innocent expression. You again. Tian, whose gaze was slightly cold as he looked at Duan Rong, and coldly said, Duan Rong, if you're a man, then don't rely on others. What are you glaring at? If you have the guts, then fight me. Duan Rong's face was livid, but he didn't dare accept the challenge. He had witnessed Tian Hu's strength, and it was far from what he could compare to. Forget it. If a dog bites you, would you bite it back? Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at Tian Hu with a smile. It's about time now go to class. Otherwise, be careful of that Neopai punishing you. As he spoke, he called out to Tian Hu to walk side by side, intentionally bypassing Su Qing's group of 3. Duan Lingtian, you and I are both at the 9th level of the core formation stage, and we both have grade 7 spirit weapons. Do you dare to fight me? Su Qing's eyes focused when he saw so many people spectating. He intended to show off his might and reclaim the title of Paladin Academy's #1 genius. A person must know their limits. Duan Lingtian ignored Su Qing and indifferently left behind a sentence before continuing to walk forward with Tian Hu. Awesome. This Duan Lingtian is too awesome. This Su Qing was once our Paladin Academy's #1 genius, but Duan Lingtian actually ignored his challenge. He even warned Su Qing to know his limits. The surrounding crowd of students were in an uproar. Su Qing's face was livid and his body trembled. His handsome face was now replaced by a savage expression. He, Su Qing, was from the Chilean County's county governor's estate and was the son of the Chilean County's county governor. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and when he started cultivating, he even displayed monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao. He was even called the #1 genius of Chilean County in the past 100 years. Later on, he even passed the entrance exam set up by Paladin Academy in Chilean County and smoothly entered Paladin Academy. Even after entering Paladin Academy, he was still outstanding. He was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius of Paladin Academy, and among the students of Paladin Academy, there was only one person that could defeat him over 20 years ago. That person was precisely Duan Rafeng. Duan Rafeng was once a peerless genius whose name spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They weren't of the same generation, and now Duan Rafeng had even gone missing for many years. Su Qing didn't feel anything when Duan Rafeng overshadowed his limelight. But when Duan Lingtian appeared with the identity of Duan Rufeng's son and even displayed a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18 and killed Duan Lingxing, who was similarly at the 9th level of the core formation stage, his name shook Paladin Academy and even the entire imperial city. Su Qing's halo seemed to have been snatched away overnight. Since then, hostility towards Duan Lingtian had arisen in his heart. Since he was born, then why he was born? Originally, he only had hostility in his heart, but when he really saw Duan Lingtian today, he instead discovered that he yearned so much to defeat Duan Lingtian and prove himself to everyone. He, Su Qing, was still the #1 genius of Paladin Academy, a legend that was difficult for all the Paladin Academy students to surpass. But now, when he issued a challenge, this Duan Lingtian actually disdained him. This caused his heart to be completely filled with flames of rage. Duan Lingtian cowered. Su Qing's expression was gloomy as he looked at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar and sneered. Duan Lingtian, who was walking side by side with Tian Hu, stopped when he heard Su Qing. Then he shook his head and smiled before continuing forward. If you feel that roaring like this can suppress the inferiority in your heart, then go ahead and roar. It's not that I don't dare to battle you, but that I disdain it. You're on your own now. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded from afar, but when it entered Su Qing's ears, it was like needles piercing his heart. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 184. Accompanied by Su Qing's explosive shout, the origin energy on his legs skyrocketed, and his entire body seemed to transform into a cannonball as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Whoosh! Su Qing's speed was extremely swift, like a cheetah that charged out, swift like the wind. Wham! Su Qing raised his hand, and a completely black, 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. The black sword light tore through the sky and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Above Su Qing, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared and condensed into form, relying on the amplification of a spirit weapon. Su Qing's attack was comparable to the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. 9th level of the core formation stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. As expected, the moment Su Qing attacked, it attracted the gazes of all the Paladin Academy students present. Their gazes were suffused with a trace of burning anticipation. They were all extremely curious if Su Qing could defeat Duan Lingtian. The sword in Su Qing's hand flashed out, and in the blink of an eye as he dashed towards Duan Lingtian, his eyes flickered with a fierce and enraged sheen. This Duan Lingtian actually dared to say that he disdained to battle him. If it was an origin core martial artist that was older than him who said these words, he wouldn't feel anything. But the person who said these words was only a 9th level core formation martial artist. Moreover, it was an 18-year-old youth. Most importantly, this youth was the target of comparison in his heart, the target that he intended to suppress. Whoosh! A wave of sword howls sounded out from behind him, causing Duan Lingtian's face to go grim. He exerted strength in his hand and pushed Tian Hu away, moving to the other side. Meanwhile, Su Qing's sword whistled over, barely flashing past the position Duan Lingtian was at earlier, and practically brushing past Duan Lingtian's clothes. Su Qing despicable. Tian, who was in a slightly sorry state, and his expression was extremely unsightly as he glared angrily at Su Qing. However, Su Qing did not pay any attention to Tian Hu. Instead, he looked at the nearby Duan Lingtian and said in a voice as cold as ice, "Duan Lingtian, you just said that you disdain to fight with me? I would like to see what makes you, Duan Lingtian, so arrogant." Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He didn't expect Su Qing to be so overbearing. In his heart, the flames of fury were burning. It was hard to suppress. At this moment, a group of students in the distance had also caught up and were looking at the scene in the distance. Their gazes all landed on the 2 figures facing each other in the distance. A young man in his early 20s, an 18-year-old teenager. The young man was Paladin Academy's famous genius student, Su Qing. He was once the #1 genius and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 person under the Origin core stage in Paladin Academy. The young man was also a famous genius student in Paladin Academy. His name was Duan Lingtian. When he just entered Paladin Academy, he was unknown. Until he had a life and death battle with a 9th level core formation student. After he revealed his 9th level core formation cultivation and relied on a grade 7 spirit weapon to kill his opponent, his name shook the entire Paladin Academy. Since then, the halo of Paladin Academy's #1 genius had shifted from Su Qing to this young man. And today, when the former #1 genius and the current #1 genius faced each other, what kind of sparks would be created? At this moment, everyone held their breaths as they looked at the scene before them in anticipation. They believed that what followed would be an exciting battle between two evenly matched opponents. To be able to witness the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing with my own 2 eyes, even if I'm late and get punished, it's worth it. Exactly. The former #1 genius against the current #1 genius. This is a rare sight. The surrounding students had bright lights in their eyes and had excited expressions on their faces. Duan Rong stood in the crowd as his icy cold gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Duan Lingtian, let's see how you deal with this today. Actually fighting big brother Su Qing. You're courting death. As a member of the Chilean County's Duan clan, Duan Rong was deeply aware of how terrifying the county governor's son, Su Qing, was. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be a match for Su Qing. Su Qing, if you don't want to lose face, then leave quickly. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he looked at Su Qing with a calm and carefree expression. Don't want to lose face, leave quickly? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, not only did Su Qing's face go pale, even the surrounding students looked at Su Qing with strange gazes. If Su Qing were to leave now, it would undoubtedly be even more embarrassing. Duan Lingtian, anyone can talk big. If you're a man, then fight me and prove to everyone that you indeed have the strength to disdain to fight me. Su Qing's gaze burned as he stared at Duan Lingtian. An origin energy flashed on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that was pitch black like ink. A trace of a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Since you insist on going your own way and aren't afraid of losing face, then I'll fulfill your wish. He knew clearly in his heart that if he didn't prove himself now, then Su Qing would surely talk endlessly, since it was like this. Then he would completely destroy Su Qing's confidence and make him retreat in the face of difficulties. I'll wait and see. Su Qing grunted coldly with an arrogant expression. Then receive a punch of mine. Duan Lingtian's voice exploded out like muffled thunder. In an instant, Duan Lingtian made his move. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent, his speed swift like lightning. Above Duan Lingtian, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Su Qing moved along with Duan Lingtian, seeming to have transformed into a gust of wind, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand that was pitch black like ink flashed out. Sword images flashed, as if transforming into a myriad of sword images. Obviously, this was an extremely profound sword skill. At the same time, 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above Su Qing. Su Qing's entire strength exploded out the moment he attacked, and combined it with his spirit weapon. You only have this little bit of strength? Facing Su Qing's sword, if it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, he might have some fear, but the current Duan Lingtian, Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and in an instant, the speed of his feet soared by a few levels. He instantly dodged Su Qing's sword. Whoosh! Su Qing chased after him. However, he quickly noticed that he was utterly unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian, as Duan Lingtian's speed left him in the dust. How could this be possible? How could he possibly be so fast? When he saw another 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appear above Duan Lingtian, his eyes emitted a sheen of disbelief. The strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Oh my God! the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian isn't utilizing a spirit weapon to execute an attack now, and is only using his movement technique to dodge Su Qing. In other words, he isn't relying on a spirit weapon, but is drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 16 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Looks like this Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the origin core stage. Only an origin core martial artist is able to possess such a terrifying strength of ancient mammoths under the circumstances of not utilizing a spirit weapon. The first level of the origin core stage possesses the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian is obviously holding back now. The surrounding crowd of students were dumbstruck for a moment, then were overwhelmed with astonishment. Most of the people had expressions of disbelief. An 18-year-old origin core martial artist? Heavens, what monster is this? Duan Rong was dumbstruck as he looked at the scene before him. No, impossible. How could this little bastard possibly be an origin core martial artist? Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his figure flashed out to directly flash behind Su Qing. His right arm trembled as he struck out with a simple and unadorned punch. Bang! The strength of 16 ancient mammoths exploded out, destroying the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Su Qing's body and blasting Su Qing flying. Bang! Su Qing fiercely fell to the ground, and his body trembled as he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he indifferently swept Su Qing with his gaze, then slowly said, "Now, what do you think? Do I, Duan Lingtian, have the strength to disdain to battle you?" However, at this moment, Su Qing seemed as if he didn't hear Duan Lingtian's words, and he had a dazed expression as his eyes dimmed. He'd obviously suffered a great blow. Humph! Duan Lingtian coldly swept Su Qing with his gaze, then called out to Tian, who before directly heading towards the classroom. Most of the students present sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes, and their eyes emitted a sense of astonishment and admiration. An 18-year-old origin core martial artist. This youth's natural talent had already completely surpassed his father, Duan Rufeng. Even Duan Rufeng only broke through to the origin core stage when he was 20 years old. How could they know that Duan Lingtian's cultivation was still a distance away from the origin core stage? And the reason he was able to display such a terrifying strength was entirely because of the supreme cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Su Qing relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to execute an attack with the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. But before Duan Lingtian's bare-handed attack with the strength of 16 ancient mammoths, he was unable to withstand a single blow. What you're saying is simply nonsense. This grade 7 spirit sword only amplifies attack strength, and Su Qing's speed is similarly only powered by the strength of 12 ancient mammoths, whereas Duan Lingtian's speed is powered by the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. They're completely not on the same level. The gap between the 9th level of the core formation stage and the 1st level of the origin core stage is too great. And this is still Duan Lingtian not using his full strength. Yeah, if he used his full strength, Su Qing wouldn't even have the chance to swing his sword. The group of students discussed animatedly. But when these words entered Su Qing's ears, it was like needles piercing his ears, causing him to be nearly numb. An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist, Su Qing suddenly felt that he'd lived all these years in vain, and his pair of dim eyes flickered with the dejection of defeat. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Tian, who were walking towards the classroom, and Tian, who had a face full of surprise. F***K. Duan Lingtian, when did you step into the origin core stage? Tian, who seemed to be carefree, but he was slightly bitter in his heart. When he met Duan Lingtian for the first time in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, Duan Lingtian was the same as him, only a 4th-level core formation martial artist. But now, he'd just broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage less than 2 days ago. He originally thought that he could gradually catch up to Duan Lingtian's footsteps, but he shockingly discovered that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the origin core stage. He only felt a wave of powerlessness. Maybe I shouldn't have compared myself to this freak. I'm simply asking for a beating. Chapter 185. Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled in response to Tianhu's question. In the eyes of others, his strength was indeed something that only an origin core martial artist was capable of displaying. Regarding this, he didn't give any further explanation. After all, this was related to the cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. That was his greatest secret. Once it was leaked, he would surely suffer a calamity. Duan Lingtian had only cultivated to the 2nd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Raging Python form, and he could already feel how heaven-defying this cultivation method was. He could imagine that if the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique were to be exposed before others, even those true void stage experts would probably be tempted. Before long, Duan Lingtian separated from Tianhu and directly went to the classroom. Within the classroom, besides Sima Changfeng, the other 17 students sat in their respective seats, and only Duan Lingtian was missing. "Teacher." Duan Lingtian arrived at the classroom door and smiled apologetically to Sima Changfeng. Sima Changfeng didn't say anything and nodded. "Come in." Only then did Duan Lingtian enter and sit down. "Duan Lingtian, although you used to come late, you've never been late. Tell me honestly, did you do something bad last night and can't wake up this morning?" Xiao Sun sat behind Duan Lingtian and moved his head closer to Duan Lingtian as he laughed wickedly. "Is that all you have in your head?" Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Xiao Sun as he spoke angrily. Before long, the entire morning had passed. After class ended at noon, Duan Lingtian, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Sun walked on the road to the cafeteria. Everywhere they passed, many students would pay attention to them. "Do we have flowers on our faces?" Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu as he asked. "In any case, you and Duan Lingtian don't have flowers on your faces, but do I?" Xiaoyu felt it was strange as well. Why were these people looking at them like that? "Your face doesn't have any either." Xiao Sun glanced at Xiaoyu and said in all seriousness. Among the 3 of them, perhaps only Duan Lingtian could remain calm. After all, he knew the reason. That's Duan Lingtian, a grade 1 student who stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 18. F***CK. It couldn't be, right? A first-year student at the primal core stage? At this time, 2 students nearby stopped and looked at Duan Lingtian, whispering to each other. Because they were not far away, their voices were heard by Xiaoyu and Xiao Sun. The 2 of them finally reacted. It turned out that the reason why so many people were staring at them along the way was not because of the flowers on their faces, but because they were looking at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, you broke through to the origin core stage?" Xiao Sun and Xiaoyu's faces were filled with astonishment, and their eyes revealed an inconceivable luster. This was too exaggerated. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and remained silent. F***CK. You wouldn't have really broken through to the origin core stage, right? Also, why do so many people know that you broke through to the origin core stage, but we don't? Could it be that you were late this morning for something? Xiao Sun cursed and asked a string of questions. Although Xiaoyu didn't finish speaking, his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. "When you see Tianhu in a while, you guys can ask him yourselves." Duan Lingtian shrugged and was slightly helpless. In the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had just sat down when Tianhu arrived. Xiaoyu and Xiao Sun naturally couldn't avoid asking him questions quickly. Under Tianhu's narration, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun finally knew the ins and outs of the matter. They never imagined that the reason Duan Lingtian was late this morning was actually because of Su Qing. They naturally knew who Su Qing was. He was a Year 2 student of Paladin Academy and was also the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of Paladin Academy before Duan Lingtian appeared. Duan Lingtian, not only did you snatch away the title of #1 genius from Su Qing, you even made him suffer a crushing defeat in public. He's bound to be inferior to you in all aspects of Paladin Academy in the future. Xiao Sun shook his head and was slightly shocked in his heart. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant and even defeat Su Qing. Of course, what he was even more shocked about was Duan Lingtian's cultivation, stepping into the origin core stage at the mere age of 18. Just thinking about it caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. I gave him a chance at that time, but it was he who was overbearing. He deserved it. Tian, who had a face full of schadenfreude. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze, and, unknowingly, a trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Presently, he was only a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, but Duan Lingtian had already stepped into the origin core stage. Although he had long since no longer intended to compare himself with Duan Lingtian, he still felt a sense of loss in his heart. Right. Suddenly, Tian, who seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. Duan Lingtian, I heard that Su Qing's background isn't simple. He's the son of the Chilean County's county governor, one of the 18 counties under our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Son of the county governor. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he recalled the scene from this morning and came to a sudden realization. This morning, Su Qing didn't have a sword in his hand, but later on he obviously took it out from his spatial ring. At that time, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised that Su Qing actually had a spatial ring. Moreover, that sword was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Now that he knew of Su Qing's identity, he felt relieved. Son of the county governor? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. The Crimson Sky Kingdom only had a total of 18 counties, and he first cut off the arm of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's son, Pei San. After that, he successively beat the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, Tong Li, into a pig's head. Now he defended the Chilean County's county governor's son, Su Qing. Out of the 18 county governors, he'd indirectly offended 3. Under the slightly worried gazes of Xiao Yu's group of 3, Duan Lingtian laughed indifferently. What are all of you doing? Don't forget that I've already offended a county governor. The Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, Tong Li, hates me to the bone. Moreover, she's the cousin of the 5th prince. Compared to that, this Su Qing is nothing. Only now did Xiao Yu's group of 3 recall that this fellow was a troublemaker, and they all shook their heads and laughed bitterly. Actually, it's nothing much. That Su Qing himself was overbearing. You only defeated him and didn't injure him. That Chilean County's county governor ought to not be so petty. Xiao Sun lightly smiled to ease the atmosphere. Xiao Yu and Tian, who both nodded in agreement. As for Duan Lingtian, he didn't mind Chilean County's county governor. He wasn't even afraid of nobles like the 3rd prince and 5th prince. How could he be afraid of a mere county governor? At this moment, the entire cafeteria was practically filled with the matter of Duan Lingtian revealing his origin core stage cultivation this morning and defeating Su Qing. Duan Lingtian had once again become the center of attention. Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't like the feeling of being looked at like a monkey, so he casually ate some food before leaving the cafeteria and going to the large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds to cultivate. In the pavilion of the cafeteria, the old man in a gray robe had an astounded expression as well. That little fellow actually broke through to the origin core stage? At dusk, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun parted ways at the gate of Paladin Academy. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he noticed that there were people staring at him. 2 of them were his subordinates, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang. The other 5 people were all strangers. However, the strength of these people wasn't even at the nascent soul stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he walked into the remote alley in large strides. Many people had already died successively in this small alley. Without exception, these people were all people that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the small alley, he felt waves of awe-inspiring sounds of wind coming from behind him. In the blink of an eye, the 5 middle-aged men had surrounded him. Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes these 5 people shot at him now faintly contained a trace of greed. Obviously, they were scheming something. Looks like these people were entrusted by someone and are doing this for money. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian looked at the person in the lead of the 5 people. This was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. His expression was savage, and one could tell with a single glance that he wasn't a kind person. You guys are probably doing this for money, right? How much did that person pay? I'll pay double. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 5 people, including the scarred man, couldn't help but be stunned. Kid, there are rules in the underworld. Since we, the Crimson North's 5 tigers, have accepted his money and negotiated this deal with you, it's useless even if you pay 10 times the price. The scarred man grunted coldly, and as he finished speaking, he changed the topic. Of course, even though you won't be able to escape death. However, if you want the person that bought your life to die, then so long as you pay us now, we guarantee to kill that person after you die. Hearing what the scarred man said, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. That works. Of course, we're doing this for money, and only recognize money, not people. The scarred man said as a matter of course. Then, how much do I have to pay for you guys to help me kill that person? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked with a smile on the corners of his mouth. 100,000 silver. The scarred man didn't hesitate in the slightest as he directly spoke. 100,000 silver? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then, how much did he pay for my life? You're a student of Paladin Academy, so your life is more expensive. 200,000 silver. The scarred man said again. 200,000 silver. Duan Lingtian was first stunned, then under the dumbfounded gazes of the scarred man and the others, he started cursing. F***K. This young master's life is only worth 200,000 silver? 200,000 silver is already a lot. One of the scarred man's subordinates muttered, 200,000 silver is a lot? Duan Lingtian laughed coldly, and with a raise of his hand, a large stack of silver notes appeared in his hand. All of them were in denominations of 10,000 silver. Now, this young master has 1,000,000 silver notes. As long as you can kill this young master will give it all to you. How about it? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the scarred man and the others were all dumbstruck. They've done many transactions, but this was the first time they've encountered such a situation. Yub, is what you said true? The scarred man fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his face was filled with disbelief. Don't try to fool me, Wang Dahu, or else you'll suffer. I, Wang Dahu, have a resounding reputation in the underworld. How resounding? Chapter 186. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at the 2 people walking over from afar. Why did you 2 come out so quickly? I haven't had enough fun. Haven't had enough fun? The Crimson North's 5 tigers that were led by the scarred man, Wang Dehu, were completely stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, and a bad premonition arose within their hearts. They all turned around to look at the source of the voice. Over there, 2 middle-aged men were walking over side by side. On each of the 2 middle-aged men, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A total of 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed over along with them. Nascent, 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Wang De, whose pupils constricted and his face was filled with terror as his legs started trembling. His other 4 brothers were more or less the same. Their faces all went pale, and they didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. What a joke! Before a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist, it was impossible for the few of them to have the chance to escape. Now, they could only hope that this violet-clothed youth would forgive them. Thump! Thump! Under Wang De, whose lead, the 5 of them directly knelt down around Duan Lingtian and drooped their heads, looking extremely like frosted eggplants. Slap! Wang De raised his hand and slapped himself, then begged for mercy with a trembling voice. Young master, we had eyes but failed to see and offended you. You're a magnanimous person, so take us as farts and spare our lives. Now he finally realized that this young man was just toying with them. At the same time that he was terrified to the point of almost being terrified, a trace of rage seemed to arise within his heart. This rage was naturally directed towards the person that paid to kill them. If they knew that their target this time had 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists by his side, then not to mention 200,000 silver. Even if they were given 10 million silver, they still wouldn't dare come. Although money was tempting, their lives were more important. Duan Lingtian was shocked by the actions of the 5 people as well, as he never imagined that they would be so straightforward. Aren't all of you the Crimson North's 5 tigers? Can't you have a little backbone? Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang De, who and lightly smiled. Young master, before you we can only be considered as the Crimson North 5 cats, Wang De said with a bitter smile on his face. Now he could only hope that the purple-clothed youth in front of him would spare the lives of his brothers. Crimson North's 5 cats? This suits you. Zhang Qian stood beside Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but laugh. Crimson North 5 cats, let me hear you. Zhao Gang also smiled. His calm gaze fell on Wang De and the other 4. Meow. Wang Da's face turned red, although he felt humiliated when he thought about how his life was in the other party's hands. He could only lower his head and cry out, Meow, meow. The other 4 people also cried out as they knelt on the ground, trembling. They knew clearly in their hearts that as long as the youth gave an order, their heads would be separated from their bodies. Duan Lingtian frowned, looking at the terrified appearance of Wang De and the other 4. He didn't even have the interest to teach them a lesson. I can spare your lives, but you must tell me who paid for my life. But I don't know if you want to be tough guys and continue to abide by the so-called rules of the underworld. Or do you want your own lives? Want my life, want my life. When Wang De and the other 4 heard that they had a chance to live, their eyes lit up as they spoke in unison. What? You don't want to follow the rules now. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Wang De and the other 4 laughed bitterly. Their lives were already hanging by a thread. What rules were there to follow? No broken rules were more important than their lives. Speak, who paid for my life? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Hammer 7. Wang De said honestly. Hammer 7? Do you know who he is? Duan Lingtian frowned. I know. He's a big hoodlum in the outer city of the Imperial City. Wang De hurriedly nodded. Let's go, bring me to him. Duan Lingtian looked at the sky. At this time, the gate from the inner city to the outer city should have just opened not long ago. After finishing his business, he should be able to rush back in time. Imperial City, outer city. Duan Lingtian sat in the guest room of an inn, leisurely drinking tea. Other than Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang standing behind him, Wang De also stood respectfully at the side with a nervous expression. Wang De, didn't you say that Hammer 7 was nearby? It's already been more than 10 minutes, and your 4 brothers still haven't returned. They wouldn't have left you behind, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Dehu, and a trace of coldness flashed past his eyes. Young master, don't worry, we the Crimson North 5 Tigers. Just as Wang Dehu opened his mouth, he noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze had turned sharp, and he hurriedly changed his words. No, it's the Crimson North 5 Cats. We, the Crimson North 5 Cats, are famous for being loyal. Young master, you can rest assured about this. I hope it's as you say. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Wang Dehu, and he continued to lower his head and drink his tea. The cup of tea was quickly finished. Right at this moment, Zhang Qian, go open the door. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he suddenly spoke. Although Zhang Qian felt it was slightly strange, he still went to open the door. At this moment, he heard a wave of footsteps coming from outside. It was the other 4 of the Crimson North 5 Tigers, and they carried a sack back. There was obviously a person inside the sack, and the person emitted a wave of woo-woo sounds as he constantly struggled. After everyone entered, Zhang Qian closed the door and looked at the violet-clothed youth who sat there with a carefree expression, and he was shocked in his heart. The soundproofing of this inn was extremely good, and he didn't notice in the slightest that 4 of the Crimson North 5 Tigers had returned. How did the young master know? Not only Zhang Qian, even Zhao Gang's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Both of them realized that there were still many things they had to learn from this young master. Young master, he's here. The other 4 of the Crimson North 5 Tigers threw the sack on the ground, and a wave of shrill cries sounded out from within the sack. Subsequently, the 4 of them opened the sack once more. A young man that was tied up appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The young man's mouth was stuffed with a ball of cloth, and he was currently emitting loud woo-woo sounds as he glared angrily at the Crimson North 5 Tigers. If you dare make even the slightest sound, I don't mind slashing your throat. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand, and the violet myrtle flexible sword seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's neck, causing the young man to be frightened to the point his body trembled, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. At this moment, he started to size up the youth before him. Oem! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and he removed the ball of cloth from the young man's mouth. Even when the ball of cloth was gone, the young man still obediently shut his mouth, and he didn't dare make even the slightest sound. The sword that was placed on his neck wasn't a joke. Duan Lingtian stared at the young man and said indifferently, "You should be Hammer 7. Speak. Who asked you to hire someone to kill me?" Hammer 7's expression changed. You're Duan Lingtian? Slap. Zhang Qian's figure moved, and he raised his hand to slap Hammer 7. His voice was cold as he said, "How can you say the young master's name?" "Yes, young master, young master." Hammer 7 was stunned by the slap, and he hurriedly nodded, not daring to hesitate. The name Duan Lingtian had recently spread like wildfire in the imperial city. As long as one was a person in the imperial city, there was almost no one who didn't know of Duan Lingtian, and he naturally knew of him as well. Therefore, even if someone came to him and asked him to hire someone to kill Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare to brazenly do it. He could only find a few hotheads who had just arrived in the imperial city and hadn't heard of Duan Lingtian, and hire them to do it. He originally thought that things would go smoothly, but now it seemed that it was completely different from what he imagined. He regretted it now. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been greedy and found these unreliable fellows. What Crimson North's 5 Tigers? The name sounded quite big, but in the end it was wiped out by someone else. Let me ask you, who asked you to hire someone to kill me? Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and his voice was cold as if it was transmitted out from an ice cave. Young master, I can't say. If I say, I'll die. Hammer 7's face was pale as he smiled bitterly. Believe it or not, I can kill you right now. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the crepe myrtle flexible sword swept out. With a shio sound, one of Hammer Seven's eyebrows was shaved off. Hammer Seven's expression changed, and he said in a panic, "Young master, I'll speak. I'll speak. Speak, who is it?" Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, it was mixed with breathtaking rage. He wanted to know who exactly wanted his life. No matter who it was, he wouldn't let the other party have an easy time. "It's Hong Jie, young master, it's Hong Jie. He gave me 3,000,000 silver and asked me to find a few clean people to deal with you." Hammer Seven hurriedly said, 3,000,000 silver? The faces of Wang Dahu and the other 4 of the Crimson North's 5 tigers went pale as they stared angrily at Hammer Seven. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian being present, they would probably have rushed up and killed Hammer Seven at the first possible moment. This Hammer Seven took 3,000,000 silver, but only gave them 200,000 silver? And almost made them lose their lives. Hong Jie! Duan Lingtian frowned, feeling that the matter seemed to be getting more and more complicated. "Young master, I've heard of this Hong Jie. He's a local tyrant in the outer city of the Imperial City. Supposedly, he's related to the Shao clan's patriarch." Zhao Gang seemed to have thought of something as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Hammer Seven as he indifferently said, "Take out the 3,000,000 silver." Yes. Young master, I only have 2,800,000 silver here, and there's still 200,000 silver in their hands." Hammer Seven obediently withdrew a large stack of silver from his pocket, and didn't forget to look at Wang Dahu and the others. Wang Dahu glared at Hammer Seven, but didn't dare hesitate and obediently took out 200,000 silver. "Wang Dahu." Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. "Young master, I'm here." Wang Dahu took a step forward and was incomparably respectful. "Deal with him and clean him up." Duan Lingtian's voice was terrifyingly calm, causing Hammer Seven's face to go pale. But unfortunately, he didn't have the time to beg for mercy before his head was blasted apart by Wang Dahu's fist. Above Wang Dahu, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 7th level of the Origin core stage. Chapter 187. Wang Dahu. Just at this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Dahu. His gaze focused, and his voice was slightly cold. "I'll give you a chance. Take the 200,000 taels of silver and leave. As for the lives of your 4 brothers, they must stay here. Otherwise, all of you will die." Duan Lingtian's sudden change in expression caught Wang Dahu and the other 4 off guard, and their expressions changed. You're going back on your words." Wang Dahu's expression changed, and he glared at Duan Lingtian. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words. "You're courting death." Zhang Qian's voice was ice cold, and his leg kicked out like lightning, sending Wang Dahu flying and crashing into the wall. Wang Dahu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but his eyes were still filled with unwillingness as they landed on Duan Lingtian's body, filled with rage. "Boss." The other 4 members of the Crimson North's 5 tigers were filled with grief and indignation. "Wang Dahu, this is the last chance I'm giving you. I hope you cherish it well." Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Wang Dahu as he said indifferently, "Even if I, Wang Dahu, die, I won't give up on my brothers." Wang Dahu gnashed his teeth. Although he was afraid of death, when he thought of using the lives of his brothers who had gone through fire and water with him to exchange for his own life, he still rejected Duan Lingtian. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life. "Boss, you can go." "Boss, we know you're loyal, but we still hope that you can survive and help us take care of our families. Boss, live well." The other seemed to have realized that a great disaster was about to befall them, and they hurriedly advised. "Second brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother." Wang Dahu's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the 4 people in front of him, and he was extremely emotional. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's brows twitched. As soldiers, they valued relationships and loyalty. Now that they saw Wang Dahu and the other four in such a state, they couldn't help but feel deep veneration and compassion, just when they wanted to open their mouths to plead with Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, Wang Dahu. You have passed my test. The coldness on Duan Lingtian's face instantly melted. He took the 2,800,000 taels of silver that Hammer 7 took out. He put away the 2,000,000 taels for himself and threw the other 800,000 taels to Wang Dahu. After cleaning up this place, take this 1,000,000 taels and your 4 brothers and leave the imperial city. The sudden change made Wang Dahu's group of 5 stupefied. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instead had smiles on their faces, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with even more admiration. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Wang Dahu and the other 4 knelt down again and repeatedly kowtowed. This time, they were truly grateful to Duan Lingtian. I'll leave this to you guys. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Dahu and the others. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he left with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Young master, if Wang Hu had abandoned his 4 brothers just now, what would have happened? Outside the inn, Zhang Qian followed behind Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but ask. If he had chosen to abandon his brothers, then none of them would have survived. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. In his heart, if Wang Dahu had made that choice, then even he wouldn't be able to convince himself to let Wang Dahu and the others go. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang gasped when they heard this. They tacitly glanced at the youth with deep gazes. They didn't doubt in the slightest that when this youth grew up, he would surely be a formidable figure. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he looked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, do you know where Hong Jie usually stays? Zhang Qian knew Hong Jie quite well, so Duan Lingtian quickly brought the 2 of them to look for Hong Jie. After a round of coercion, Duan Lingtian pried open Hong Jie's mouth and handed Hong Jie over to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to deal with, who knew that the 2 of them would directly kill Hong Jie. You guys, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Zhang Qian laughed slyly. Young master, this Hong Jie has done all sorts of evil. I've wanted to teach him a lesson since long ago. Then why didn't you teach him a lesson in the past? In the past, we were afraid of his relationship with the Shao clan's patriarch. Why aren't we afraid now? We've already killed 2 Su clan direct descendant disciples and have already thrown caution to the wind. We don't lack 1 more Hong Jie. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless towards the reason of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Why does it sound like he's the one who led them astray? This Hong Jie actually has a spatial ring as well. Over 30 million? After Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of Hong Jie's spatial ring, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the large pile of silver within it. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Hong Jie to be so rich. It should have been given to him by that Duan clan member. Zhang Qian guessed. Humph. This Hong Jie even said he only took 5 million. I was almost deceived by him. Duan Lingtian coldly snorted. The inner city is about to close. Let's go. Now that their objective had been achieved, the only thing left to do was to deal with the inner city. Duan Rulei. Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He found out from Hong Jie that it was a subordinate of the Duan clan's second master that came looking for him. The identity of the person behind the scenes was obvious. It was precisely the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei. After entering the inner city, Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, both of you keep an eye on that Duan Rulei tonight. I want to know if he returned to the Duan clan estate or went somewhere else. Once you're done scouting, come back and inform me. Yes, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded. They'd already guessed this young master's plan. The young master intended to kill Duan Roulé. Even though they knew that Duan Roulé was the Duan clan's second master and had an extraordinary identity, they'd already killed 2 Sioux clan direct descendant disciples, so they didn't think much of it, according to the young master. As long as they dealt with it cleanly and didn't leave behind any traces, it would be absolutely safe. The night was dark and the wind was strong, a night to kill. In the inner city, outside a large courtyard house, 3 black-clothed and masked figures quietly climbed over the wall and snuck into the house. It was precisely Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang. After a night of tracking by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, they'd confirmed that Duan Roulé had arrived at this courtyard house and hadn't returned to the Duan clan estate. This courtyard house was twice the size of Duan Lingtian's house. Now the lights were completely extinguished, and it was extremely quiet. Something seems to be wrong. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force trembled, as he faintly realized something. Not only that, he also noticed that the 2 little pythons concealed within his sleeves had become restless, as if they'd noticed something. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian along and continued forward. Since he'd come, he didn't want to return empty-handed. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, what threat could a cripple pose? Even if there were people protecting him, he wasn't afraid. So long as it wasn't a half-step void stage expert, he could deal with it by relying on the bone corrosion inscription. Whoosh! Just when Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to the center of the front courtyard, a clear and melodious sound sounded out, and the lights instantly lit up, illuminating the entire front courtyard. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, 3 figures flashed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 3. When these 3 people moved, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above each of them. 3 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. The 3 people that appeared were 3 old men, and they stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and his face went grim, but his face was covered, so others were unable to see it. He never imagined that he would actually be noticed. However, he didn't mind. 3 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, so long as Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang joined forces to kill one of them, he could use his spatial ring and the bone corrosion inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword to instantly kill the other 2. Duan Lingtian, needless to say, I've still underestimated you. Right at this moment, accompanied by a cold voice, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance slowly walked out from the courtyard house's main building. Beside the middle-aged man followed an azure, clothed old man. Although it was the first time he'd seen this middle-aged man, he was still able to discern that the middle-aged man was somewhat similar to Duan Lingxing from that time, and Duan Lingtian guessed his identity. Duan Roulé. However, his attention wasn't on Duan Roulé, but on the azure-clothed old man beside Duan Roulé. The azure-clothed old man had an emaciated figure that was all skin and bones, but he gave Duan Lingtian an unfathomable feeling, and an extremely dangerous feeling. With the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that this old man wasn't an ordinary person. The strength of the azure-clothed old man might even surpass an ordinary 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, he could feel his heartbeat speeding up. He's probably not at the half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian consoled himself. What? Duan Lingtian, you're still unwilling to be honest with me, your second uncle? Duan Roulé's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then took off his hood and revealed his face. Since he was recognized, then there was no need to continue wearing it. Now he was almost certain that he'd been tricked by Duan Roulé tonight. Duan Roulé had obviously set up a trap for him. As expected, he's slightly similar to Duan Rafeng from all those years ago. When he saw Duan Lingtian's face clearly, Duan Ru Lei's gaze squinted, and a trace of breathtaking rage arose within him. It was as if he'd returned to the past and recalled the scene when Duan Rufun crippled his Dantian all those years ago. "I'm extremely curious. How did you know I would come?" Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Ru Lei and asked. "That can only mean that the two people by your side weren't professional in following me, and were seen through by Elder Ku long ago." As he spoke up to hear, Duan Ru Lei slightly paused for a moment, then smiled to the azure-clothed old man beside him, and within his smile was a trace of reverence mixed within. "Young master, we're sorry. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang never imagined that the matter would happen to them," and their pupils constricted as they spoke apologetically with bitter voices. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the azure-clothed old man. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had followed him for a period of time and had improved a lot in tracking. Duan Lingtian was sure that even if they were asked to follow an ordinary 9th-level, nascent, soul-stage martial artist, they might not be noticed. Could it be that this azure-clothed old man was really a half-step void stage expert? Chapter 188. Duan Lingtian, how is it? Are you afraid now? Duan Ru Lei's eyes contained a sense of ridicule, as if he wanted to see Duan Lingtian's terrified expression. Afraid? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly constricted when faced with Duan Ru Lei's question, and he lightly smiled. "Why should I be afraid?" "Humph!" Duan Ru Lei's voice went cold. "You're at death's door, yet you still dare to be stubborn. I'll make it clear to you. This is my private courtyard house. Including Elder Ku and those 3 people, they aren't members of the Duan clan. So don't think that they'll take into account that you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan and show mercy. So you're saying that I'm definitely going to die today, right?" Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, and in the eyes of others he seemed to have disregarded life and death and didn't care in the slightest. "It's good that you know." Duan Ru Lei's face was covered in a layer of frost as he sneered. "Now, do you regret killing my son? If I say I regret it, could it be that you'll let me off?" Duan Lingtian replied with a question, and his face was still carefree. "Of course not. Today, no matter what, you're definitely going to die." Duan Ru Lei's gaze went cold as he revealed his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. "Then isn't it fine? I'll die if I regret it, and I'll die if I don't regret it. Then why should I regret it? Maybe I, Duan Lingtian, will have regrets in my life, and there will be moments of regret. But killing your son, Duan Lingxing, I've never regretted it. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future." Duan Lingtian's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Duan Ru Lei in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Good. Duan Ru Lei was so angry that he started laughing. As expected of Duan Rufing's son, "You really do have the same demeanor as him." Subsequently, Duan Ru Lei's gaze sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom. "I heard from my nephew that your cultivation has already stepped into the origin core stage. If I'm not wrong, you seem to be only 18 today. An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist. In terms of natural talent, you're simply even more monstrous and heaven-defying than your father all those years ago. But unfortunately, you're going to die here today." Obviously, Duan Ru Lei had also learned of what had happened in Paladin Academy this morning from Duan Rong. Duan Lingtian, with a cultivation at the origin core stage, defeated the former #1 genius of Paladin Academy, Su Qing. An 18-year-old Yuan Dan stage martial artist? The azure-clothed old man by Duan Ru Lei's side spoke with a slightly hoarse voice, and his eyes flickered with a strange sheen. Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, such natural talent would probably be considered to be at the top. What a pity. However, being able to kill such a monstrous genius in my lifetime can also be considered to be good fortune. The corners of the azure-clothed old man's mouth gradually curled into a wisp of coldness. Traces of a strange aura extended out from his body. This aura was noticed by Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force at the first possible moment, causing his eyes to focus once again. Half-step void stage. Now he could finally completely confirm that the old man before him was a half-step void stage expert. You know of the half-step void stage? The azure-clothed old man was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his pair of strange eyes flickered with a sheen of ridicule. Looks like you're not simple, kid. Right, being able to control 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. I presume you have some ability. Since when did an existence at the half-step void stage become someone's lackey? Moreover, you're even a lackey for a cripple at the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he ridiculed. The azure-clothed old man didn't have any reaction, but Duan Rulei's expression had already greatly changed. Duan Rulei, don't speak irresponsibly and sow discord between me and Elder Ku. Elder Ku is my honored guest, and I've always treated him like an elder. Kid, no matter how much you speak, it's still a waste of time. If I were you, I might kneel down and beg for mercy and kowtow a few times to the second master. Maybe the second master's mood will improve and he'll leave you with an intact corpse. The azure-clothed old man wasn't ashamed or angry, and his voice was calm, yet it contained a breathtaking coldness. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the judge of life and death, and Duan Lingtian was only a mortal waiting for his judgment. Kneel down and beg for mercy, an intact corpse? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Rulei. You want me to kowtow and beg for mercy? Old man, are you so old that even your brain isn't working properly? Can a cripple like him bear it? Is a cripple like him worthy? Duan Lingtian. Duan Rulei's face was crimson red as he burst into rage. In these past few years, although he didn't have his cultivation, his status in the Duan clan was still important. Who would dare directly call him a cripple in front of him? Now, this Duan Lingtian repeatedly called him a cripple, and it had completely infuriated him. Elder Ku, I'll be troubling you. Duan Rulei took a deep breath as killing intent flashed within his eyes. He looked at the azure-clothed old man beside him, and he didn't plan to waste his breath on Duan Lingtian any longer. Xing, father is about to take revenge for you. Duan Rulei's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian violently dying on the spot. The 3 of you deal with these 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. I'll deal with this kid myself, an 18-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist. Kid, I'll always remember you in this lifetime. You'll be the first peerless genius to die at my hands. The azure-clothed old man's expression was extremely gloomy as he ordered the 3 old men that surrounded Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with ridicule. Yes, the 3 old men were extremely respectful and reverent to the azure-clothed old man, and when they heard the order, their figures moved and instantly pounced towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's gazes focused, and they could only battle with these 3 evenly matched enemies. After all, their opponents had more people, and they quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. The azure-clothed old man slowly walked out towards Duan Lingtian. Kid, you're going to die soon. Could it be that you're not afraid? Every step the azure-clothed old man took, the sheen of ridicule that was mixed within his eyes grew deeper. If I was afraid, could it be that you would let me live? Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the azure-clothed old man as if he was looking at an idiot. You're courting death. Noticing Duan Lingtian's unusual gaze, the azure-clothed old man's face went grim. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent that covered the heavens and covered the earth rose up from his body. This Duan Lingtian actually dares to infuriate Elder Ku. The corners of Duan Ru Lei's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this scene. "Old fellow, could it be that you really think you can kill me?" Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he looked at the azure-clothed old man who was enraged to the extreme and intended to attack him. "Stop trying to be mysterious." The azure-clothed old man had a face of disdain as his figure flashed and walked out. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen was stunned. Duan Lingtian's feet trembled as his origin energy skyrocketed, and he swiftly flashed backwards as he shouted explosively, "Uncle Nya, do you still intend to continue watching the show?" The azure-clothed old man was stunned and stopped his footsteps. On the other hand, Duan Ru Lei couldn't help but frown. "Kid, I originally wanted to make you suffer a bit more so that you wouldn't dare act rashly in the future. But I never imagined that I would actually be discovered by you." Accompanied by a somewhat helpless hearty laugh, a figure flashed in from outside the house and lightly descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him. This was a middle-aged man, and his entire body emitted a peerlessly overbearing aura. It was precisely the divine might Marquis Nye Yuan. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curled into a faint smile. Not long after Duan Ru Lei and the azure-clothed old man appeared, he'd noticed Nye Yuan, who was concealed at the side. This was also the reason why he was able to maintain a carefree expression from beginning to end. He knew clearly in his heart that with Nye Yuan present, he wouldn't die. "General." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang pulled apart the distance between them and their three opponents before looking at Nye Yuan and respectfully bowing. "Divine Might Marquis." Duan Ru Lei's face went grim. He knew of the friendship between Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rafeng, and this divine might Marquis Nye Yuan. For a moment, a bad premonition arose within his heart, but in next to no time he caught his breath. The divine might Marquis was in existence at the half-step void stage, and his strength was similar to Elder Ku. Their side still had a steady chance of victory. "You're the divine might Marquis?" The azure-clothed old man's gaze descended onto Nye Yuan, and it faintly contained a trace of wickedness. "I've long since heard that the divine might Marquis Nye Yuan has a shocking strength and is in existence at the half-step void stage. Today, this old man will seek guidance from the divine might Marquis." Nye Yuan glanced indifferently at the old man. "If you want to seek guidance from me, I'll naturally accompany you. But unfortunately, your opponent today isn't me." As soon as Nye Yuan finished speaking, he moved. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian only felt a flash before his eyes, and Nye Yuan vanished on the spot. In the next moment, bang, 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 those 3 7th-level nascent soul stage existences were all dead. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he gazed at Nye Yuan, who seemed to have returned to his original spot in an instant, and his heart trembled. Just based on the ability Nye Yuan executed earlier, he was obviously only a step away from the true void stage. Looks like this Uncle Nya of his had extremely high natural talent in the martial Dao. "You have already arrived at the final step?" The azure-clothed old man was originally puzzled by what Nye Yuan said earlier, but now that he saw the ability Nye Yuan executed, his face went pale. Even if it was the half-step void stage, there was more or less a difference in strength. Compared to him, Nye Yuan had undoubtedly walked further and was only a step away from reaching the true void stage, the void prying stage. Whoosh! Practically at the same time that the azure-clothed old man's face went pale, a figure silently sneaked in and descended beside Nye Yuan. The person that arrived had a tall figure, wore black clothes, and his face was covered by a Ghost King mask, causing his appearance to be unable to be seen clearly. Duan Lingtian's face slightly went pale. He was actually unable to notice the existence of this person in the slightest. There was only one possibility. This person was a void-prying stage expert, a true emptiness realm expert. In the next moment, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian to be even more astonished appeared. The old man that was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws a moment ago had a ghastly pale expression the instant the ghost-masked man appeared, and he even directly knelt on the ground with a thump as he shivered. Cap, leader. Chapter 189. Before the masked man, the old man didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. Perhaps, as far as the old man was concerned, any resistance was futile before the masked man, and kneeling down and begging for mercy might give him a way out. The masked man moved and slightly extended his right hand. But right at this instant, terrifying origin energy raged on the masked man's right hand before condensing together. Wham! A saber light condensed from origin energy carried along a mysterious and terrifying aura as it lightly trembled, and before the old man could react, it slashed past the old man's neck. The old man, who was still trembling a moment ago, was instantly split into two, and his blood dyed the ground as if transforming into a stream. A half-step void stage expert died just like that. A feeling of unreality arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, and he only returned to his senses when the masked man's figure moved and instantly vanished before his eyes. If it wasn't for the old man's corpse being right before his eyes, he would even suspect that the masked man had never appeared. The azure-clothed old man was an expert that had stepped into the half-step void stage at any rate, but before the masked man he was like paper. You deal with the rest yourself. Nie Yuan's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fierce light when he heard what Nie Yuan said, and his icy cold gaze descended onto the distant Duan Roulé, who had long since been scared silly. Duan Roulé's face was ghastly pale, but he didn't flee. Even if he wanted to flee, with his mere cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he wouldn't be able to flee far. Amongst the people present, even the weakest Duan Lingtian would be able to easily catch up to him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if transforming into a spirit serpent, and he instantly flashed before Duan Roulé. Duan Roulé seemed to have realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, so he simply threw caution to the wind, and his gaze was vicious. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky that the Divine Might Marquis is helping you. But even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. I wasn't even afraid of you when you were still human. No wonder I'd be afraid of you after you become a ghost? Duan Lingtian was amused. Because of the appearance of the ghost-masked man, Duan Lingtian, whose mood was slightly depressed, didn't waste words with Duan Roulé. The violet myrtle flexible sword swept out and directly ended Duan Roulé's life. At the same time, he put away Duan Roulé's spatial ring. It could be imagined that as a person who controlled more than half of the Duan clan's businesses, the wealth on Duan Roulé's body would surely be extremely considerable. Uncle Nya, who is that? Duan Lingtian put Duan Roulé's spatial ring into his own spatial ring. He didn't even have time to claim ownership before his gaze fell on Nye Yuan, who wasn't far away. He could tell that this Uncle Nya should know of that person's existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words to the old man in green. It's a pity that your opponent today is not me. These words were enough to show that Nye Yuan recognized the masked man. He is a very scary person. A hint of fear appeared on Nye Yuan's face. Not your friend, Uncle Nya? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Nye Yuan laughed bitterly. Of course not. Perhaps I, the Divine Might Marquis, am high and mighty in the eyes of others, but in his eyes I'm nothing. I just happened to encounter him when I hurried over. His purpose for coming here is to punish this traitor. As Nye Yuan spoke, he looked at the green-clothed old man whose head had been separated from his body. Traitor? This old man, whose cultivation had stepped into the half-step void stage, was actually once the subordinate of the masked man? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. That masked man was a true void stage expert, after all. It wasn't surprising that he had such a subordinate. Uncle Nya, according to my knowledge, there are 3 true void stage experts in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Besides the one in the Imperial family and Grandpa Nya, there seems to be only that one from Ghastly Shadow. Could it be that the person from before was? Duan Lingtian looked at Nya Yuan, as if wanting to discern the answer from his face. Nya Yuan lightly smiled, but didn't express his opinion. His figure flashed as he directly flew away. You too. Help this kid clean up this place properly. Duan Rulei is the Duan clan's second master after all. It's best if the Duan clan doesn't find out about you two. Yes, General. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had respectful expressions as they sent Nya Yuan off with their gazes. So mysterious. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then didn't think any further. In any case, whether that person was the void stage expert from Ghastly Shadow or not wasn't related to him in the slightest. Duan Lingtian slowly walked out and took the spatial rings of the green-clothed old man and the other 3 old men one by one. Subsequently, with the help of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he first cremated the corpses of the old men, then burned down the entire courtyard house with fire. Flames soared into the sky, as if a raging inferno was burning the city. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 instead walked out from within the scorching flames and slowly disappeared at the end of the street. At this moment, they were able to hear the waves of exclamations that sounded out from behind them. The matter had finally been resolved. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. But when he thought of what happened today, he still had a slight lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for Uncle Nya's timely appearance, he would probably be dead by now. He didn't think that the ghost masked man would save him. Perhaps, in the eyes of the ghost masked man, any life was like grass, not worth mentioning. After returning to his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian entered his room and fell into a deep sleep. And right at this moment, the entire Duan clan was completely stirred. The second master, Duan Rulei, who played an important role in the Duan clan and controlled most of the businesses, was burned to death by raging inferno in a single night, and his courtyard house in the inner city was reduced to ashes along with it. Within the audience hall of the Duan clan estate, Patriarch Duan Ru, whose face was gloomy and his gaze was like lightning. Second brother is gone just like that. No matter who did it, even if my Duan clan has to dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll still find him and burn his bones to comfort second brother's soul in heaven. Patriarch is right. Second master's death is unclear, so this is how it should be. Most of the Duan clan elders present nodded in agreement. But looking at their expressions, there were even more that didn't care. Perhaps, in their eyes, Duan Rulei was only a cripple in the end. Even to the extent that with Duan Rulei's death, the businesses that were originally under Duan Rulei's control would become vacant, and they would be able to get a share of the profits. To them, Duan Rulei's death was a good thing to a certain extent. Of course, they only dared to think like this in their hearts. The Duan clan's 4th master, Duan Ruhong, had a gloomy expression. It's really been troubled times recently. First, the Su clan had 2 direct descendant disciples successively die, and now second brother was burned to death for no reason. Could these 2 matters be related? 4th master, you're too sensitive. According to my knowledge, the death of the 2 Su clan direct descendant disciples seems to be related to the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Second master, however, has no relationship with Su Nan. A Duan clan elder shook his head as he slowly spoke. His words obtained the agreement of most of the people present. No matter if it's related or not, my Duan clan will surely investigate this matter to the end and return justice to second brother. Duan Ru, whose voice contained a breathtaking rage mixed within, Patriarch, there's one more thing. I heard my grandson say that early this morning at the side of Paladin Academy's martial arts practice grounds, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, relied on his cultivation at the Origin core stage to defeat the former #1 genius of Paladin Academy, Su Qing, in one go. An aged Duan clan elder suddenly spoke out. His grandson was also a student of Paladin Academy. What? Origin core stage? Second elder, you're not joking, right? Duan Rufing's son has stepped into the Origin core stage? Yeah, second elder. According to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian seems to be only 18 years old today, right? Being able to cultivate to the 9th level of the core formation stage is already a monstrous talent, and seems to have surpassed Duan Rufing all those years ago. Origin core stage, impossible. Throughout the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, there seems to have never been an 18-year-old Origin core stage martial artist. Even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, an 18-year-old Origin core stage martial artist is an absolute monstrous talent in the martial Dao, and is an existence that the various large sects fight for. I think it's impossible as well. The group of Duan clan elders didn't dare believe it, and they all shook their heads. Silence. Right at this moment, Patriarch Duan Ruhua spoke out, suppressing the clamorous discussions within the audience hall. I can testify to this matter. Second elder isn't lying. Early this morning, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, did indeed defeat Su Qing. At that time, he didn't use a spirit weapon, and he exerted the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. As soon as Duan Ruhua spoke, the audience hall went deathly silent. The people present didn't have any more doubts. Exerting the strength of 16 ancient mammoths, without the use of a spirit weapon? So long as it was a normal martial artist, their first thought would be that an Origin core stage martial artist held back. After all, a 9th level core formation martial artist would at most be able to exert the strength of 12 ancient mammoths, without the use of a spirit weapon. Only an Origin core stage martial artist would be able to exert the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Patriarch, the old man that sat below Duan Ruhua and hadn't spoken since the beginning, suddenly spoke. This old man had long snow-white hair and a pair of straight white eyebrows. Presently, his pair of muddy eyes seemed to have pushed aside the clouds and mist, emitting 2 dazzling lights. Along with the old man speaking, everyone in the audience hall, including Patriarch Duan Ruhua, respectfully looked at the old man. The old man was precisely the Duan clan's grand elder. Not only that, the old man had another identity. The previous generation's patriarch of the Duan clan, Duanzhen. Since that Duan Lingtian has such natural talent, we must use all means possible to make him return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors. He has even more potential than Duan Rufing all those years ago. In the future, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will surely be unable to trap him. Duan Zhen slowly spoke, and a trace of burning desire flashed within his eyes. If he is able to be chosen by those top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, with the generosity of those sects, even bestowing a void advancement pill for Duan Lingtian isn't impossible. Void advancement pill. As soon as Duan Zhen finished speaking, the audience hall went deathly silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing remained. Void advancement pill. They naturally knew what medicinal pill that was. Void advancement pill, a grade 5 medicinal pill that only a grade 5 alchemist could refine. Once a half-step void stage expert consumed it, there was a 50% chance of breaking through to the void prying stage within 3 days. There was a 30% chance of breaking through to the void prying stage within a month. Chapter 190. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a grade 5 alchemist was an existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. Besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, the formidable powers that were capable of asking a Grade 5 alchemist to help refine a Grade 5 medicinal pill were only those top sects that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it was said that in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various great clans were in charge, then in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various great sects were in charge. I heard that 30 years ago, a peerless genius had once appeared in the Yuanshan Kingdom's Yuan clan, and he stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 19. Later on, he went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Snow Moon sect and became a disciple of the Snow Moon sect's Grand Elder. Because of this, the Yuan clan obtained a Void Advancement Pill and became a Void Prying Stage expert. A Duan clan elder couldn't help but sigh as he was reminded by Grand Elder Duanjin. I've heard of this as well. Another Duan clan elder nodded as well, and his gaze emitted slight, burning desire. Void Prying Stage expert to the Duan clan. This was extremely important. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were at least close to 100 existences at the half-step Void stage when all the powers were added together. However, in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were only 3 true Void stage experts. Wanting to step into the Void Prying stage was too difficult. Even if it was in existence at the half-step Void stage, without a certain amount of natural talent, it would be impossible for them to break through to the Void Prying stage in their entire lifetime until the end of their lifespan. In the history of the Duan clan, there were at least over 100 experts that stepped into the half-step Void stage. However, not even a single Void Prying stage expert had appeared. That year, practically everyone in the Duan clan thought that Duan Rafeng would surely be able to break the Duan clan's history and become a Void Prying Stage expert. At that time, Duan Rafeng could be considered to be the most genius disciple in the history of the Duan clan. But unfortunately, Duan Rafeng went missing in the end, and there was no news of him until now. As far as the Duan clan members were concerned, he was surely doomed. Whereas now, Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, had appeared out of nowhere, entering the primal core stage at the mere age of 18. Such natural talent aroused the enthusiasm of the Duan clan's higher-ups for a moment. That year, they looked forward to Duan Rafeng becoming a Void Prying Stage expert and leading the Duan clan to a higher level. Now, with the lesson of Duan Rafeng, they didn't look forward to Duan Lingtian becoming a Void Prying Stage expert, as they weren't willing to wait any longer. They only hoped to make Duan Lingtian enter a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Then the Duan clan would have the opportunity to obtain a Void Advancement Pill. At that time, if a half-step Void Stage expert in the clan consumes it, the expert would be able to directly break through to the Void Prying Stage. In this way, not only would they not repeat the same mistake as Duan Rafeng, they could also allow a Void Prying Stage powerhouse to appear in the Duan clan within a short period of time. Patriarch, I agree with what the Grand Elder said. No matter what price we have to pay, we must make Duan Lingtian acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. We must make him join a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and strive for a Void Advancement Pill for our Duan clan. I also agree with Great Elder. I agree too. When they thought of how a Void Prying Stage expert might appear in the Duan clan because of this, the Duan clan elders present were extremely excited. Duan Ru Hong slightly frowned. He felt slightly disgusted by this decision. Since when did the Duan clan reach the point of needing to make use of a child? Grand Elder. Patriarch Duan Ruhua looked at Duan Zhen, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. It's not that our Duan clan hasn't thought of making Duan Lingtian return to acknowledge his ancestors, but he's always been unwilling. As far as I'm concerned, that child has inherited third brother's temper and will absolutely not easily change his mind. I've said it before, we can pay any price for this, so long as it's something the Duan clan can do. Duan Zhen's eyes were like a dazzling array of stars as he slowly spoke. Duan Ru was secretly gasped when he heard this, as he could feel the weight of the Grand Elder's words. And it was at this moment that the servant girl that had just finished pouring tea for the Duan clan higher-ups in the audience hall left the audience hall and walked into a spacious courtyard. Within the courtyard, the fat woman's small eyes narrowed after she finished listening to the servant girl, and a cold light flashed within. My husband just died, and the Duan clan wants the murder of my son to return to acknowledge his ancestors, and they don't hesitate to pay any price to make him return? The fat woman's entire body trembled as she was enraged to the limit. I can't stay in this Duan clan any longer. That useless trash, Duan Roulé, is dead as well, and I'm unable to take revenge for my son. Mother's home. I want to return to my mother's home. I'll take revenge for my son by myself. The fat woman packed herself up that night, and at dawn the next day, she hastily left the imperial city, Paladin Academy. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian had only just entered the entrance when he noticed that the students he encountered on the way were more or less all staring at him with peculiar gazes. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Looks like after the disturbance yesterday morning, he won't be able to have peace for a period of time. Fortunately, after a period of time, he would be temporarily leaving Paladin Academy and heading to the northwest border battlefield. When he passed by the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he noticed that not far away, there were 3 female students confronting each other. Accurately speaking, it was 2 female students who had joined forces to bully another female student. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the beautiful face of the lone and helpless female student. Although she couldn't be considered to be a beauty, her appearance could still be considered delicate. Originally, he didn't intend to interfere in this matter. I heard that you've made Duan Lingtian your idol, right? One of the 2 female students who had their backs facing Duan Lingtian waved the black whip in her hand as she used a condescending tone to ask the delicate female student. Tongli. Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice, and his eyes went cold. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Today, he could be considered to have completely experienced the meaning of these words. Duan Lingtian stopped his footsteps, his eyes slightly narrowed as he paid attention to the development of the matter. What's wrong with me making Duan Lingtian my idol? I just admire him and like him. What's wrong with that? Am I obstructing all of you? The delicate female student's face flushed red as she spoke. I don't care if you admire others, like others, or make others your idol. But Duan Lingtian is my absolutely irreconcilable enemy. Whoever dares to make him their idol is going against me. Tong Li. Tong Li's voice was incomparably cold and indifferent, as if she was suppressing the extreme rage in her heart. Little bitch, do you know Miss Li's identity? Miss Li is the cousin of the 5th prince. She's not someone a lowly commoner like you can offend. Quickly kneel down, kowtow, and apologize, then shout Duan Lingtian is a bastard 100 times. Perhaps Miss Li will be merciful and let you off. The female student beside Tong Li had her hands on her hips as she stretched out her hand to point at the delicate female student's nose as she intimidated her. You all. The delicate female student was angered to the point her breathing became hurried. What? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you still don't kneel down and shout, Duan Lingtian is a bastard, I'll immediately slap your face into pieces. Tong Li waved the black whip in her hand, as if it would swing out at any moment. The delicate female student's face turned pale as her body trembled slightly, but she still clenched her teeth, unwilling to submit. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he walked over. He finally couldn't continue watching. Although he didn't know this female student, she was bullied by Tong Li and her companion because of him after all. No matter what, since this matter was seen by her, she couldn't avoid getting involved. As Duan Lingtian approached, the delicate female student's eyes lit up. revealing a face of worship. 3 breaths have passed. Looks like you're still stubborn. Tong Li didn't notice the delicate female student's expression. Her gaze turned cold as the black whip in her hand danced, as if it had transformed into a black, venomous snake, biting towards the delicate female student. Because the delicate female student saw Duan Lingtian, she was slightly distracted and had no time to react to Tong Li's whip. Ah! In an instant, her expression changed as she was scared stiff as a wooden chicken, subconsciously closing her eyes. Very quickly, she felt a gust of wind blowing against her face. She originally thought that pain would follow, but who knew that following a paw sound, there was no more following. She opened her eyes and realized that there was an additional youth in purple in front of her. The youth in purple had his back facing her as he used his hand to catch the long whip that was thrown towards him. In an instant, her cheeks flushed red as she felt her heart beating faster. When Tong Li saw that someone dared to stop her from teaching others a lesson, her expression changed and was prepared to berate. But before she could open her mouth, she was completely stunned, because the person who stopped her was none other than that Duan Lingtian, whom she hated to the bone. What about me? Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he used his strength to snatch the black whip from Tong Li's hand. Miss Tong, I realize that as long as you don't flaunt your prowess for a day, you'll feel uncomfortable for a day. I wonder how this student has offended you? Tong Li's face was ashen as she shouted coldly, What has it got to do with you? What has it got to do with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as his gaze quickly moved from Tong Li to that female student beside Tong Li. Earlier, you told this student to kneel on the ground and shout 100 sentences? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly earlier. This female student's expression changed greatly. She dared to do that earlier because Tong Li was standing by her side to support her. But now, how could she dare to continue saying? What kind of joke was this? This Duan Lingtian had previously beaten Tong Li into a pig head right in front of her. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared to repeat what she said earlier, Duan Lingtian would definitely beat her into a pig head as well. I didn't say anything. The female student's face was deathly pale as her body trembled slightly as she lowered her head, not daring to meet Duan Lingtian's gaze. Weren't you quite awe-inspiring earlier? Duan Lingtian sneered as his eyes focused and shouted coldly, Kneel down! Duan Lingtian no longer treated this female student, who was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might as a woman. Don't you always ask people to kneel down? Now I'll make you kneel down. Chapter 191. At this moment, many students had gathered around to watch the show. In next to no time, these students all knew the sequence of events. For a moment, their gazes towards Tong Li and the female student kneeling on the ground were filled with disdain and rage, without the slightest trace of pity. Compared to these foxes who relied on the tiger's might to intimidate others, they were more sympathetic towards the weak, like the delicate female student. As far as they were concerned, Tong Li was similarly relying on the tiger's might to intimidate others. The tiger behind Tong Li was the 5th prince, Duan Lingtian. Tong Li's expression was incomparably unsightly, although she didn't care about the life and death of this follower by her side. But in the eyes of outsiders, this follower was one of hers. If a follower was humiliated, then she would naturally be humiliated as well. What? Miss Tong, do you have an objection to what I said? Duan Lingtian's icy cold eyes met with Tong Li's, causing Tong Li's gaze to flicker. She was extremely afraid that Duan Lingtian would once again beat her into a pig's head, like last time. Humph. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly as he looked at the female student kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, Now shout Tong Li is a slut 100 times for me. I'll whip you for every time you shout one less time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused the gazes of the surrounding students to light up. Their gazes were filled with ridicule as they looked at the female student kneeling on the ground. As far as they were concerned, this female student was simply suffering the consequences of her own actions. The expression of the female student kneeling on the ground went grim as she raised her head to glance at Tong Li. When she noticed Tong Li was looking at her with a vicious gaze, she was terrified to the point her body trembled. But she still gritted her teeth and didn't dare shout out. Not shouting. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent, as if it came from the depths of hell, and a terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and enveloped the female student. Instantly, the female student felt as if she was in an azure field, and terror rose from the bottom of her heart as she hurriedly said, I'll shout, I'll shout. You dare. Tong Li's expression went grim. She never imagined that this follower would really dare to shout, and she raised her hand to slap the female student. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the black whip in Duan Lingtian's hand swung out and directly descended onto Tong Li's arm. Pa! Along with Tong Li's miserable shriek, a pitch-black bruise appeared on the arm that she had retracted her hand from. You! Tong Li glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Even though she had a bellyful of vicious words in her heart, she just didn't dare speak them out now. With two previous examples, she was very clear about the Duan Lingtian's temper. She knew that if she dared to say any more harsh words, this Duan Lingtian would definitely attack her. In order to avoid physical pain, she chose to endure. In the future, she would make Duan Lingtian pay for all of this. Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li is a slut. At this moment, the female student who was kneeling on the ground opened her mouth and started shouting again and again. After hearing this female student call him 20 to 30 times, Duan Lingtian yawned out of boredom. He looked at the delicate female student beside him and smiled. What's your name? The delicate female student's face was as red as an apple. She lowered her head and whispered, My name is Tangua. Tangua? This name suits you quite well. I'm going to the classroom. Help me keep an eye on this place. If she doesn't follow my instructions and shout 100 times, and if this Tong Li dares to play any tricks, you can come find me in the Star Mastermind Department's first-year classroom. Duan Lingtian handed the black whip in his hand to Tangua and smiled at her before leaving. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, Tangua's heart was somewhat agitated. Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li is a slut. The voices that came from beside her ear made Tong Li's expression extremely ugly. She coldly shouted, He's already gone. Why are you still shouting? Immediately, the voice of the female student who was kneeling on the ground stopped abruptly. She timidly looked at Tong Li. Miss Li, I didn't do it on purpose, really. That Duan Lingtian is too scary. You mean that if he's scary, then I'm not scary? Tong Li interrupted the female student's words. Her face sank and her eyes flashed with a sharp light. Before the female student could explain herself, she heard Tangua say with a flushed face, You've only shouted 41 times. There's still 59 more. Hurry up and shout. The female student who was kneeling on the ground trembled. Only now did she realize that even though Duan Lingtian had left, he still left behind such a spokesperson. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's threat just now, she sucked in a breath of cold air and continued to shout, Tong Li is a slut! Tong Li is a slut! Tong Li's expression changed. She angrily glared at Tangua. Little slut, do you not want to live any more? Tangua clenched her teeth. Her timid gaze gradually became firm. If you have any objections, you can go find Duan Lingtian. He asked me to help him keep an eye on him. Since I've agreed, I'll definitely complete this task properly. You. Tong Li reached out her hand and pointed at Tangua's nose. She was so angry that her body started to tremble. Right now, she really wanted to strangle this woman to death. But when she thought of Duan Lingtian's words just now, she finally endured it. Humph! Tong Li coldly snorted. She turned around and left, but before she left, she didn't forget to threaten Tangua. You're called Tangua, right? I'll remember you. Tangua clenched her teeth. Her slightly wavering gaze became firm once again when she thought of what the youth told her before he left. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian trusted her so much, so she couldn't disappoint Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian, what happened in the morning was only a small episode. Tangua was also only a passerby in his life. A regular day passed by. At dusk, he, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Sun walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Just at this moment, a person walked out of a carriage that was parked outside as the coachman pulled open the carriage's curtain. Duan Lingtian frowned as he recognized the person. It was precisely the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong. He didn't have a good impression of Duan Ruhong. He still remembered that when Duan Lingxing intended to kill him at the Li clan in Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Ruhong only berated Duan Lingxing before leaving the matter unsettled. Duan Ruhong seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's hostile gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he said, "Can you come up and say a few words?" "You two leave first," Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before boarding the carriage. Within the carriage, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian sat opposite each other, and Duan Ruhong indifferently said, "Speak frankly if you have something to say. If you're persuading me to return to the Duan clan, then please keep your mouth shut. I, Duan Lingtian, won't easily change the things I, Duan Lingtian, have decided on." When he saw Duan Ruhong earlier, he guessed Duan Ruhong's objective this time. It was surely because he revealed a strength that caused others to mistakenly think he was at the origin core stage yesterday morning. So the Duan clan wanted him to return and acknowledge his ancestors. After all, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, an 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was an existence that was rarely seen. Wait for me to finish speaking before making a decision. Duan Ruhong laughed bitterly. Speak. Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. It's like this. The Grand Elder, who is our Duan clan's previous generation's patriarch, said that so long as you're willing to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors and admit that you're a Duan clan disciple, our Duan clan will satisfy any condition of yours, so long as it's something our Duan clan is capable of doing. Duan Ruhong took a deep breath as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian frowned. So good? Can agree to any condition of mine. However, Duan Lingtian understood that there was no free lunch in this world. The Duan clan is willing to pay so much. I presume they have some sort of scheme? I wonder what the Duan clan wants from me. Duan Ruhong glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and suddenly felt that this youth before him was much more astute than his third brother, Duan Rufeng, from all those years ago. The Duan clan does indeed have a request, and the objective is the Void Advancement Pill. Void Advancement Pill. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He who had merged with the memories of the Samsara Emperor, who naturally knew what the Void Advancement Pill was. The Void Advancement Pill was a grade 5 medicinal pill that was capable of assisting a half-step void stage martial artist to draw down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation within a short period of time, and after overcoming the tribulation, the martial artist would step into the void prying stage. Normally speaking, only martial artists with natural talent that was difficult to break through to the void prying stage would consume the void prying pill. Because once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill and forcefully drew down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it would leave behind extremely obvious aftereffects. A martial artist that used the Void Advancement Pill to forcefully break through to the Void Prying stage would at most be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage in their entire lifetime, and would be unable to break through any further. It could be said that once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill, it was equivalent to destroying one's future. At the very least, Duan Lingtian wouldn't consume the Void Advancement Pill even if he was beaten to death. However, To the group of half-step void stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, if they didn't possess the void advancement pill, then more than 90% of them would be unable to break through to the void prying stage in their entire lifetime. So, the void advancement pill was their only choice. They would utterly not care about the aftereffects caused by the void advancement pill. Even if it's only at the 9th level of the void prying stage, it's sufficient to run amok in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even that void prying stage expert of the imperial family probably hasn't attained the 9th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Duan Ru Hong was shocked in his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian pondering. Could it be that this little fellow knows what the void advancement pill is? After all, although the void advancement pill couldn't be considered to be a secret, it wasn't something that anyone could know about. Void advancement pill. The Duan clan is truly scheming. Duan Lingtian sneered. However, why does the Duan clan think that I'll be able to bring them the void advancement pill? Duan Ru Hong's heart trembled. This little fellow really does know about the void advancement pill. According to the Grand Elder's intentions, it's to let you enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. With your natural talent, you'll surely be able to make the higher-ups of the top sects think highly of you. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for you to ask for a void advancement pill for the Duan clan. Enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Looks like the Duan clan has already remembered it well. Chapter 192. How about it? Have you considered it? Duan Ru Hong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with an expression of anticipation. If it was in the past, he would never have imagined that there would be a day when he would speak humbly before this nephew of his. However, Duan Lingtian had the qualifications now. After all, not everyone was able to possess a cultivation at the origin core stage at the age of 18. Although he felt that the clan using Duan Lingtian like this wasn't appropriate. But with a quick thought, if a void prying stage expert was able to appear in the Duan clan because of this, then he would undoubtedly be able to witness the moment the Duan clan walked towards glory. As a Duan clan disciple, he looked forward to the appearance of that moment. You can really agree to any condition of mine? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at Duan Ru Hong as he asked to confirm once again. So long as it's within the Duan clan's ability, we can agree to anything. Duan Ru Hong's expression turned serious as he spoke. Even if I want you to die. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he suddenly asked. Duan Ru Hong was stunned, but he still nodded in all seriousness. If I die, then I can exchange it for your return to the Duan clan. The clan doesn't have to make a move. I'll end myself. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Duan Ru Hong. As the saying goes, a person's eyes are the window to their heart. A person's mouth can deceive others, but their eyes can't deceive others. Now, Duan Lingtian couldn't see a trace of hypocrisy in Duan Ru Hong's eyes. This also showed that what he said was from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The people of this world have really been thoroughly brainwashed. I'm just joking. Although I don't really approve of you, it hasn't reached the point of wanting your life. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. There was no deep enmity between him and Duan Ru Hong. Duan Ru Hong heaved a sigh of relief. He really thought that Duan Lingtian wanted his life. However, if Duan Lingtian really wanted his life, then for the sake of the Duan clan's future, he would absolutely not live for a moment longer. Then do you agree now? Duan Ru Hong asked again. When he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, he suddenly felt that there was hope. As long as the Duan clan can keep their promise, so what if I return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors? In this way, one of my mother's wishes has been fulfilled. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he mumbled to himself. The Duan clan was undoubtedly a clan that placed benefits above everything else. Because he had value, they would give up everything for him. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, since it was like this, why not make good use of the Duan clan? Presently, no matter which aspect he was in, he was still in the initial stage. If he really had the assistance of the Duan clan, then many problems would be easily solved. Moreover, this way, he could curry favor with his mother. Why wouldn't he do it? As for the void advancement pill that the Duan clan wanted, that was a matter for the future. There was no need to think about it now. Duan Ruhong had a delighted expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. Then when do you and your mother intend to arrive at the Duan clan? I can ask the patriarch to prepare a large courtyard for you. It will definitely be more comfortable than living outside. There's no need. We're living very well outside. Even if I really return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors and admit that I'm a member of the Duan clan, I still won't return to the Duan clan estate. I'll tell you this first. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and as he finished speaking, his expression became slightly serious. Duan Ruhong lightly smiled. This is naturally not a problem. Not all the direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan lived in the Duan clan estate, and many of them had their own residences outside. Just like him, he had a residence outside as well. As for when my mother and I will return to the Duan clan, the day after tomorrow, it just so happens that I don't have to go to class for the next 2 days. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before giving Duan Ruhong an answer. All right, I'll send someone to pick you up at that time. Duan Ruhong's face revealed a smile. There's no need, we'll go over ourselves. At that time, don't let anyone refuse us outside the door. Duan Lingtian refused Duan Ruhong's good intentions, then stood up and directly got out of the carriage. This impetuous character is no different from third brother all those years ago. Looks like that matter from over 2 years ago has always caused him to take it to heart, and he's still so hostile towards me even now. However, since he agreed to return to acknowledge his ancestors, I can be considered to have smoothly completed my mission this time. Duan Ruhong muttered to himself as he shook his head and smiled. After Duan Lingtian returned home, he told his mother, Li Ro, about returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors. Tian, why did you suddenly change your mind? Although Li Ro was slightly surprised and pleasantly surprised, she still had doubts in her heart. She knew her son's character very well, and once he decided on something, he wouldn't easily change his mind. I've thought about it recently and figured it out. The blood of the Duan clan's direct descendant flows in my body after all, and it's impossible for me to not return to the Duan clan for my entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian spoke nonsense, so he naturally wouldn't speak of the truth of the matter. Otherwise, his mother would surely think too much again. Mother knows that the matter is surely not so simple. However, since you're willing to return to acknowledge your ancestors, it can be considered to have resolved one of Mother's worries. If you're unwilling to speak of other matters, then Mother won't force you. Li Ro glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as if she could see through his heart. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, and only now did he remember that his mother wasn't so easy to fool. The next day, Duan Lingtian, who didn't have to go to Paladin Academy, obediently stayed at home and accompanied the 2 little girls at home for an entire day. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, Duan Lingtian asked Xiongquan to prepare a carriage, and he headed towards the Duan clan estate with his mother, Li Ro. Duan Lingtian didn't bring along the 2 little girls at home. To him, going to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors today was only a formality, and he would return very quickly. The Duan clan estate occupied a vast area, as if it was a city within a city. On the way, Mother, you seem to be slightly nervous. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro and smiled. You child, you actually dare to make fun of Mother. Mother is only slightly moved. You're already so old now. In other words, I've already left the Duan clan for many years." Li Ro's gaze was misty, as if she'd returned to the happy days before her husband went missing. In next to no time, the carriage under Xiong Quan's control stopped before the entrance of the Duan clan estate. It's quite a show of extravagance. Duan Lingtian could vaguely see through the carriage window that a red carpet was laid out before the entrance of the Duan clan estate, and both sides of the red carpet were filled with servants and maids. Li Ro was slightly dumbstruck when she saw the scene. She suddenly realized that her son's decision to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors was probably not so simple. "Young master, madam, we've arrived." Xiong Quan's respectful voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian was the first to get off the carriage. Then he respectfully helped his mother down before supporting his mother to walk up the red carpet outside the Duan clan estate. "Greetings, young master Lingtian. Greetings, madam." Meanwhile, the servants and maids on both sides of the red carpet respectfully bowed to the mother and son pair. Duan Lingtian raised his head and was able to see that the group of people that were originally standing at the entrance of the Duan clan had come over to greet them. These people were led by a dignified middle-aged man and a dignified old man, and his fourth uncle, Duan Ruhong, followed behind them. Duan Lingtian supported his mother to greet them. "Patriarch, big brother." Li Ro looked at the dignified old man in the lead and bowed respectfully. Then she looked at the dignified middle-aged man and lightly smiled as she greeted. "Ru Feng's wife. I'm no longer the Duan clan's patriarch. Ru Hua is the patriarch. As for me, I'm now the Duan clan's grand elder." The dignified old man lightly smiled, and his tone was extremely courteous to Li Ro as well. "He's the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Zhen?" Duan Lingtian looked at the dignified old man and thought in his heart as he guessed the old man's identity. Li Ro shook her head and smiled. "I've left for almost 20 years. I never imagined that the patriarch had already retired to the second line, and Big Brother has already become the patriarch. Tian, why aren't you greeting them?" Li Ro's beautiful brows frowned as she spoke to Duan Lingtian, who was by her side. "Greetings, patriarch, grand elder." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Duan Ruhua and Duan Zhen. As expected of Ru Feng's son, he looks extremely similar to Ru Feng from all those years ago. "Good, very good." Duan Zhen looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a treasure, and his eyes emitted light. "Yeah, in the blink of an eye, the baby from all those years ago has already grown so big." Duan Ruhua nodded as well and lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, the group of Duan clan elders came up to greet Duan Lingtian and his mother. These Duan clan elders now faced Duan Lingtian and his mother with smiling faces, and they didn't dare slight them in the slightest. Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart when he saw this scene. Truly snobbish. That year his mother, a woman, took him, who was in his infancy, and left the Duan clan. No one stopped them, and they allowed the widow and her to wander outside. Now that they knew that he might be able to obtain a void advancement pill for the Duan clan, all of them were like flies that stuck to him. Duan Lingtian only felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Before long, under the direction of Patriarch Duan Ruhua, Duan Lingtian completed the acknowledgement of his ancestors within the Duan clan's ancestral hall and returned to the Duan clan once again. "Little Tian, feel free to tell Uncle if you need anything in the future." After everything was completed, Duan Ruhua said to Duan Lingtian, "Thank you, Patriarch." Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. "Also, you don't have to worry about the matter of the Su clan. The clan will help you deal with it." Duan Ruhua then said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered. This patriarch was a smart person. He knew that his mother was present, so he didn't mention the conflict between him and the Su clan in detail. However, even so, Li Ro was still suspicious. "Tian, what happened between you and the Su clan?" On the carriage, Leroy curiously asked. Mom, it's nothing. A Sioux clan direct descendant provoked me in the academy and was injured by me. Duan Lingtian casually said. Leroy nodded, as this wasn't a big deal. Chapter 193. Hey, brother, have you heard? That Duan Lingtian that gave rise to much discussion a while ago has already broken through to the origin core stage. I've heard of this news a few days ago. I have a distant cousin, and he's in Paladin Academy. Sorry for my disrespect. Brother, you're actually the cousin of a Paladin Academy student. You're welcome. Then, brother, do you know that Duan Lingtian has already returned to the Duan clan early this morning? There's such a thing. Hee. I have a distant cousin who's a servant girl in the Duan clan. Supposedly it's a grand occasion. Didn't that Duan Lingtian refuse to return to the Duan clan in the past? That's old history. Let's not mention it. In a restaurant in the inner city of the Imperial City, two young men chatted and became familiar with each other. And now, similar conversations were playing out in the inner city of the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian stepped into the origin core stage at the age of 18 and was the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in Paladin Academy. Now he had the title of a direct descendant of the Duan clan. In the eyes of the people in the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian was enough to be called a favored child of heaven, and his limelight even surpassed that of Duan Rafung from all those years ago. Sioux clan estate. In the spacious courtyard, the old man raised his hand, and the stone table in the courtyard shattered with a bang and fell to the ground. Grandfather, what happened? A young man with a slightly sickly pale face walked out of the room and looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Tom, why did you come out? Your injuries haven't healed, so you need to rest more. A trace of guilt flashed within the old man's eyes when he saw the young man. Grandpa, did something happen? Su Tong's face sank. Flowing light spun within the old man's eyes as he forced a smile. Nothing happened, don't think too much. Grand Elder. Right at this moment, the Sioux clan's patriarch, Su Boya, paid a visit. He walked into the courtyard and looked at the old man, the Sioux clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Patriarch. Su Nan and Su Tong hurriedly bowed to Su Boya. Grand Elder, I presume you've heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, right? Su Boya looked at Su Nan and said slowly. Su Nan's face sank as he nodded. What? Su Tong's face went pale. That Duan Lingtian actually returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors? At this moment, he felt as if the sun and moon had lost their light, and all he could see was darkness. 2 days ago, he'd heard the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the origin core stage, and at the same time that he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's peerless natural talent in the martial Tao, his heart was filled with resentment. He wished he could cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. However, in his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian's martial arts talent was strong, he did not have a strong background. If his grandfather wanted to avenge him, it would not be difficult. But now, the news of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue, striking Su Tong to the point he was unable to catch his breath. An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was nothing. If he couldn't grow up, then everything was useless. But once this 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was branded with the Duan clan's brand, it would undoubtedly be an additional layer of life-saving talisman. The Duan clan would absolutely not allow anything to happen to a genius martial artist like Duan Lingtian. Grand Elder, the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, has already personally discussed the matter of Su Tong with me. He's willing to give up a restaurant under the Duan clan's control in the outer city to our Sioux clan. That restaurant will be handed over to you in the future. How about it? Su Boya looked at Su Nan as he slowly spoke. Patriarch, what does Duan Ruhua mean? Does he want us to put down the enmity between us and Duan Lingtian? Su Nan's face sank as he roared. Grand Elder. Su Boya frowned, and his voice became slightly colder. He was the patriarch of a clan at any rate, and this Grand Elder actually dared to make a fuss in front of him. Where would he put his face? Patriarch. Su Nan reacted and said apologetically, I was only angry earlier. I hope Patriarch can forgive me. Humph. Su Boya's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Su Nan. Grand Elder, besides informing your family to take over that restaurant, I also want to remind you of something. At the very least, don't look for trouble with that Duan Lingtian in the future. Otherwise, even if something were to happen to your family because of this, the clan wouldn't stand up for you. What? Su Nan's face went pale, and Su Tong, who was beside Su Nan, had a face full of resentment. The last sentence the patriarch said was undoubtedly expressing the Su clan's stand. What he meant was that if their family dared to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, then they would be isolated from the Su clan. Patriarch, our family is a direct line of descent at any rate. You want to isolate our family for a Duan Lingtian? I wonder if this is the patriarch's idea or the clan's idea. Su Nan's face was gloomy, and as he finished speaking, his tone faintly contained traces of questioning. Presumptuous. Su Boya's face went pale. Grand Elder, you actually dare go against your superiors. Right at this moment, another group of people surged in from outside the courtyard, and it was precisely the group of Su clan elders. All of you. A bad premonition arose within Su Nan's heart when he saw so many people appear at this moment. Grand Elder, you must not misunderstand the patriarch. What the patriarch said earlier was something that we unanimously approved of. The corners of the Su clan's second elder's mouth curled into a cold smile. Su Nan's face sank, and his gaze flashed past the faces of the Su clan elders one by one. Then he said in a low voice, What the Duan clan paid for my grandson shouldn't be as simple as a restaurant, right? Exactly. The restaurant in the outer city is only the compensation that the Duan clan gave to your bloodline. What the Duan clan gave to our Su clan as compensation is a recommendation quota to Paladin Academy every year. In other words, the Duan clan will give one of their 5 recommendation quotas to our Su clan. In this way, our Su clan will be the same as the Duan clan and have 4 recommendation quotas every year. The second elder didn't deny it and spoke directly. The Duan clan is really generous. Su Nan's face sank and went pale, and he finally understood what was going on. Patriarch elders, if there's nothing else, then Su Nan won't be entertaining you. Su Nan took a deep breath, and his tone contained an intention to keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles. He understood that what was done couldn't be undone, and this matter was already not something that he could change. Su Boya's brows raised as he shook his head. Then he left with the group of Su clan elders. No, I can't accept this. Grandfather, I can't accept this. Su Tong's face was pale, and his hands held onto his head, clutching his hair until it was a mess. He ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Pooh! Meanwhile, Su Nan's face flushed red, and he forcefully spat out a mouthful of congested blood. This was from being angered by the Su clan higher-ups. Tong, don't worry. Even if I have to give up our bloodline, Grandfather will take revenge for you. You're the only descendant of our bloodline. And now that you've been destroyed, our bloodline no longer has any future to speak of. Su Nan's eyes flickered with cold lights, and his face was filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. Within the audience hall of the 5th Prince's estate, after hearing the report of the white-browed old man, the 5th Prince's face gradually became gloomy. Didn't that Duan Lingtian have a backbone? To a clan that abandoned him so many years ago, he's going back so easily? The 5th Prince's eyes focused, as the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was slightly out of his expectations. Your Highness, I'm guessing that the Duan clan saw that Duan Lingtian broke through to the origin core stage at the age of 18 and thought highly of Duan Lingtian's future. So they made such a heavy promise to move Duan Lingtian's heart. The white-browed old man slowly spoke. Humph. To think that I thought he was a tough nut to crack at the beginning. The fifth prince's voice was filled with disdain. Cousin. Right at this moment, a red figure flashed into the audience hall. The icy coldness on the fifth prince's face instantly melted, and he lightly smiled. Girl, you're in such a hurry. Is something the matter? The person that entered was precisely Tong Li. Tong Li's face sank. Cousin, I heard that Duan Lingtian has returned to the Duan clan. Is this true? Yes, I only found out about it from Old Bai. The fifth prince nodded. Then, does this mean that I can't take revenge? Tong Li's eyes emitted traces of unwillingness, and she had a face full of unwillingness. Li, don't worry. Even if that Duan Lingtian has the support of the Duan clan, I won't let him off. But I need to consider this matter at length. The fifth prince continued. Didn't you say that there was a female student bullying you at Paladin Academy the day before yesterday? I'll ask Old Bai to send a few people to you to deal with her. Tong Li's eyes lit up. Thank you, cousin. In the spacious backyard of the house, Duan Lingtian was comfortably lying on a recliner with his eyes closed as he basked in the sun. Li Fei, who had an angelic face and a devilish figure, was sitting at the side and helping him massage his legs. Little Fei, a little higher. Right there. Oh, comfortable. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Young master, open your mouth. Kerr, who was gentle like water, sat on the other side of Duan Lingtian as she sent peeled grapes into Duan Lingtian's mouth. Duan Lingtian ate the grapes as he enjoyed the massage, and his entire body felt comfortable. His days were simply more comfortable than those of a celestial being. Young master, was it fun when you went to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors this morning? Kerr asked with a tone that had a trace of curiosity mixed within. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes when he heard this, and when he noticed that Li Fei had looked over as well, he lightly smiled. What's so fun about it? It's only a formality. I think Aunt Ro is rather happy. Li Fei smiled. Of course, Mother has been looking forward to this day for who knows how long. This time, it can be considered to have fulfilled Mother's wishes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Besides paving the way for himself, there was another reason for this matter this time, and that was for his mother. Otherwise, even if the Duan clan's patriarch personally came to ask, Duan Lingtian might not be willing to return to the Duan clan. Chapter 194. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian walked out of his house and headed towards Paladin Academy. 2 days of vacation have passed so quickly. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he slowly walked into Paladin Academy. At this time, he could still sense many gazes focused on him, but he was already used to it and directly ignored it. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed that the gazes of the crowd of students in the classroom had uniformly descended onto him. Duan Lingtian, congratulations! Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations for what? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was unable to react. What else could it be? Naturally, it's congratulations on returning to the Duan clan and once again becoming a member of the Duan clan's direct line of descent. Xiao Yu added. He was happy for Duan Lingtian as well. After all, the situation that Duan Lingtian faced before this caused even their hearts to tremble. The fifth prince and the Su clan weren't easy to deal with. And now, Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan. With Duan Lingtian's monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao, he would surely receive double the attention of the Duan clan. As far as he was concerned, even the fifth prince and the Sioux clan wouldn't dare act rashly now. So it's about this. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't feel that this could be considered a happy occasion. However, he was able to see through Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's thoughts, and a trace of warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. These are the friends of I, Duan Lingtian. The time of the morning quickly passed. At noon, after class, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 headed to the cafeteria as usual. Just as they arrived outside the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stopped in their tracks. It wasn't because of anything else, but because there was a person blocking their path. It was a female student. Her appearance was ordinary and her figure was round. But at this moment, what caused Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to be stunned was that this female student's face had an expression of resentment. It was as if someone had wronged her. "Student, what are you doing?" Xiao Sun's face was full of doubt as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu with a strange gaze. His heart moved. It can't be that these 2 fellows secretly owed a romantic debt, right? No, their taste shouldn't be so unique. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu's expressions were the same as Xiao Sun's, and even their thoughts were the same. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the female student spoke, and her tone carried a trace of grief and indignation. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu dubiously swept a glance at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, "You really do have a heavy taste." "I don't know her." Duan Lingtian glared at the 2 of them. He naturally knew what these 2 filthy guys were thinking. "That's right. You don't know me." The female student took a deep breath and said with a look of grief and indignation, "Then you should know Tangua, right?" "Tangua?" Duan Lingtian frowned. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. "Hee." The female student had a mocking expression. "It's only been 2 days, and you've already forgotten her? To think that she endured the pressure and persevered to complete the task you entrusted to her. I really feel bad for Tangua. Just to help you, she actually threw away her life." Duan Lingtian recalled something when the female student was halfway through her sentence. Tangua was the female student with a delicate face from last time. At that time, Tangua was being bullied by Tongli, and he helped Tangua. Later, he even gave Tongli a show of strength, making the female student beside Tongli kneel on the ground and shout, "Tongli is a slut." In the end, he felt bored and left first. Before leaving, he asked Tangua to help monitor the female student until she shouted it 100 times. Now, after hearing the female student's grief and indignation, Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. "What did you say? Tangua died?" Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and a terrifying killing intent extended from his body. The female student was so scared that her face was deathly pale. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "Yes." "What the hell happened?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. His expression was as heavy as water. "It's like this. Yesterday was the holidays, so Tangua and I went out for a stroll. But halfway, Tongli brought people to capture us and brought us into a remote alley. Tangua's hands were first chopped off by Tongli, then her legs were chopped off. After that, Tongli splashed water on Tangua, who had fainted, to wake her up. She tortured Tangua for half an hour and tortured Tangua to death." The female student's face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with fear. She was scared silly yesterday. Even after returning to Paladin Academy, she was still in a daze and didn't sleep for an entire night. Duan Lingtian's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect that one of his decisions would actually ruin Tangua's life. A trace of regret arose in his heart. He shouldn't have asked Tangua to help him. Otherwise, Tongli wouldn't have transferred her rage onto her. "Tongli?" Duan Lingtian's eyes were crimson red, and the killing intent on his body swept out without holding back. Instantly, with Duan Lingtian as the center, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but retreat, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with a terrified expression. As for the female student, she'd long since been scared to the point of retreating into the distance. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had worried expressions. Although they didn't know who that Tangua was, they guessed that Duan Lingtian and that Tangua ought to have some sort of relationship. And now, that Tangua was killed by Tong Li. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a crimson-red color, and his entire body stood there as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura. At this moment, many students surrounded them. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? He seems to be very furious. Isn't that female student Tangua's friend? Looks like Duan Lingtian is angry because of Tangua. Who's Tangua? The crowd of students that surrounded them discussed animatedly, and there was no lack of people that knew the ins and outs of the matter. So in that case, Tangua left yesterday and never returned? There's a 90% chance she was killed by Tong Li's revenge. Some of the students secretly guessed, and traces of coldness arose in their hearts. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun finally understood the ins and outs of the matter from the discussions of these people. So that's how it was. They finally understood why Duan Lingtian was so angry. Who knows where Tong Li is right now? Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes swept over the crowd of students present, and his voice was cold and indifferent, mixed with a breathtaking coldness. At this instant, the students present felt a chill run down their backs, and their hearts went cold. Duan Lingtian, what happened? Right at this moment, Tian, who arrived as well, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. Very quickly, Tian, who also found out the ins and outs of the matter from Xiao Sun, and he flew into a rage. That Tong Li is simply a crazy woman. No, she's simply worse than a beast. How painful that Tangua must have been before she died. At this moment, the expressions of the surrounding crowd of students changed one after another. When Xiao Sun narrated the ins and outs of the matter to Tian, who he didn't intentionally suppress his voice, so practically everyone present heard it, Tangua was actually tortured to death by 1,000 cuts by that Tong Li. Many of the surrounding female students had pale faces. Some of the female students that had just finished eating and walked out of the cafeteria even vomited out all the food they had just eaten. If I see that crazy woman, Tong Li, I don't care if she's the cousin of the 5th prince. I'll slap her a few times first. Tian, whose expression was unsightly as he was filled with righteous indignation. Although Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu didn't speak, their eyes also revealed traces of coldness. That Tong Li was too vicious. Who said he's going to slap me? Right at this moment, an indifferent woman's voice sounded out from behind the surrounding crowd of spectators. The crowd moved aside to form a path. Tong Li, who was dressed in red, could be vaguely seen walking over shoulder to shoulder with a young man around the age of 25. The young man was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. On his waist hung a sheathed, curved saber, and his body faintly emitted a murderous aura. Obviously, he had received special training. Isn't this Xuelang? Many students couldn't help but exclaim in low voices when they saw this young man. Xuelang! Tian, whose face went grim, as he never imagined that Tong Li would walk together with this Xuelang. Xuelang, Paladin Academy's 6th-year student, 2nd-level origin course stage martial artist. In terms of natural talent, this Xuelang was only slightly inferior to Su Tong, whose Dantian was crippled by Duan Lingtian. Tian, who calmed down in his heart when he thought of Su Tong. Duan Lingtian wasn't even afraid of Su Tong and directly crippled him. Would he be afraid of this Xuelang? Tong Li. Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes descended onto Tong Li, and a terrifying killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body to envelop Tong Li. The face of Tong Li, who was still holding her head high a moment ago, instantly went ghastly pale, and her body even shivered. Humph. Whereas Xuelang, who stood by Tong Li's side, instead snorted coldly and stood before Tongli, blocking the killing intent that covered the sky for Tongli. Replacing Tongli and being enveloped by the killing intent caused Xuelang's pupils to constrict. What terrifying killing intent! Your Duan Lingtian. Xuelang's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. F***K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted cold lights when he saw Xuelang stand out, and he shouted coldly, "You asked me to F***K off." When Xuelang heard Duan Lingtian's words, it was as if he'd heard an enormous joke. Duan Lingtian, I know that your natural talent in the martial Dao is formidable, and now that you've returned to the Duan clan, you're valued highly by the Duan clan. But even so, there are some people in the imperial city that you can't afford to offend. As he finished speaking, Xuelang's face was filled with arrogance and complacency. Is that so? Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Xuelang. I don't know about others, but Duan Lingtian, don't take you seriously. Being provoked by Duan Lingtian in public caused Xuelang's face to go pale. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Tongli, who stood behind Xuelang, spoke out with a voice that contained a trace of icy coldness. Big Brother Xuelang is the only son of the Imperial City's City Guard Army Commander, Lord Xuelu. Not to mention you. Even your Duan clan's patriarch has to treat Big Brother Xuelang's father with respect. Is that so? Chapter 195. Although Duan Lingtian was laughing now, the people present were able to feel the boundless rage contained within Duan Lingtian's laughter. Exactly. Big Brother Xuelang is my backer. How about it? Scared? Tongli replied coldly. At this moment, she wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Xuelang was introduced to her by her cousin, the fifth prince, yesterday. His purpose was to allow her to have a backer in Paladin Academy and be able to be fearless of this Duan Lingtian. And Xuelang indeed didn't disappoint her. Every time she mentioned Duan Lingtian, Xuelang had a face full of disdain and didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. This caused her to feel that her backer was very strong and was absolutely not someone that Duan Lingtian could shake. Looks like, Miss Tong, you're going to learn your lesson this time. Duan Lingtian's crimson, red eyes abruptly went cold. Duan Lingtian, I know you've broken through to the origin core stage now, but so what if you've broken through to the origin core stage? Big Brother Xuelang is a second-level origin core stage expert. Tongli grunted, and her words were filled with extreme disdain towards Duan Lingtian. When Xuelang heard what Tongli said, his originally arrogant expression became even more arrogant, and his eyes looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Littlely that you've beaten her before? Exactly. Duan Lingtian's eyes went slightly cold, and the gaze he looked at Xuelang didn't carry any emotion. When Xuelang heard Duan Lingtian's casual reply, he couldn't maintain his composure and berated. Kneel down now and kowtow to Littlely in apology. Perhaps I'll give face to the Duan clan and not pursue the matter. Otherwise, even if you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan, I'll still properly teach you how to conduct yourself today. Kowtow and apologize? Are you sure? Duan Lingtian's voice sank, and instantly the air seemed to be affected by him and became slightly colder. Kneel down. Xuelang glared at him and shouted coldly. At the same time, origin energy slowly effused out from Xuelang's right hand, coiling and flashing. It was as if he could attack Duan Lingtian at any time. So what if I don't? Duan Lingtian revealed a mocking expression as he glanced at Xuelang with disdain, making people kneel at every turn. Does this Xuelang really think that he's the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Not to mention a mere Xuelang. Even if the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom personally came, it would still be impossible for him to make Duan Lingtian kneel. Not kneeling? Then I can only help the Duan clan teach you how to conduct yourself properly. Xue Lang sneered and took a step forward. I'll give you one more chance. Get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, even if you're the son of the city guard commander, I won't show you any mercy. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with a cold light as he stared at Xue Lang. If this Xue Lang doesn't know how to retreat in the face of difficulties, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Tang Guo's death caused the flames of rage in Duan Lingtian's heart to burn and accumulate to the limit. Now, it was already showing signs of being unable to be suppressed. He was ready to erupt at any moment. If this Xue Lang really wanted to bump into the muzzle of a gun, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Let me see how you'll show no mercy. The sneer on Xue Lang's face grew even deeper, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with disdain. Big brother Xue Lang, I want him dead. Tong Li's voice sounded out in a timely manner, as if transforming into a fuse. Instantly, Xue Lang's spirits rose, and his gaze went cold. His figure flashed out as if transforming into a rock as he swooped down, flashing directly towards Duan Lingtian. He had the intention to show off in front of Tong Li, so he used his full strength the moment he attacked. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and along with his figure, they dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. Idiot! When faced with the menacing Xue Lang, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his hand moved past his waist as the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out. Blood Crescent inscription. Instantly, a bloody light flashed out from the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword. The bloody light condensed into form, and in the end, transformed into a blood moon that moved to greet Xue Lang. OM! The speed of the blood moon was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived before Xue Lang. No. Xue Lang's face that was originally covered in a sneer instantly turned ghastly pale, and his pupils constricted as he shouted out in shock. At this moment, he'd noticed that the energy contained within this blood moon was absolutely not something he could go against. This was the energy of an inscription, and it caused his heart to palpitate and feel terrified. It's an offensive inscription. Some students with sharp gazes couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Pooh! A blood moon rose into the sky and flashed out, and like cutting through tofu, it pierced into Xue Lang's dantian and directly twisted into it. AH! Accompanied by a shrill and miserable cry that caused one's heart to palpitate, Xue Lang's body that was charging forward trembled in the sky before falling straight down. Bang! Dust suffused the air. Xue Lang, who was still overbearing a moment ago, instantly seemed to have become a dead dog, lying there as he gasped for breath. He struggled to withdraw a gold injury pill and consumed it, and his expression eased up slightly. However, when he tried to sense the origin energy within his dantian, he instead noticed that his dantian was completely empty. My dantian is destroyed. Xue Lang's pupils constricted, and he had an agitated expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted out coldly, Duan Lingtian, you actually crippled my dantian. You actually crippled my dantian. You're dead, you're dead. Then I'll wait and see. When faced with Xue Lang's threat, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm, as if what happened earlier wasn't worth mentioning in the slightest. At this moment, the surrounding crowd of students were deathly silent. After a short moment, they started to clamor. Oh my God! Duan Lingtian actually directly crippled Xue Lang's dantian. With his dantian crippled, Xue Lang's life can be considered to be completely ruined. Forcefully standing up for a woman like this and ruining his life, was it worth it? I never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually possessed such a terrifying inscription. Before that inscription, an origin core martial artist would be like paper. All the students were dumbstruck. Xue Lang, a year 6 student and existence at the second level of the Origin core stage, was crippled by Duan Lingtian, a Year 1 student, just like that. As expected. Compared to the shock of these students, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who seemed to have long since guessed this scene, they remembered that the third-level Origin core stage martial artist Su Tong, who was once the #1 person in the Su clan's younger generation, had his Dantian crippled by Duan Lingtian like this. At that time, Duan Lingtian used the same type of inscription. The scene before them was extremely similar to the scene from that day. They believed that if Su Tong's incident wasn't suppressed by Paladin Academy, and instead spread throughout Paladin Academy, today, Xueling absolutely wouldn't dare be so arrogant before Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, Xueling's actions were simply courting death. No. Impossible. How could this be possible? Tong Li looked at Xueling, who was ceaselessly rolling on the ground in pain, and was dumbstruck for a moment, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Xueling was a second-level Origin core stage martial artist. It was her cousin who found a backer for her. She didn't care about Xueling's life or death. What she cared about was that after Xueling fell, there would be no one to stand in front of her and block Duan Lingtian for her. Tong Li's face was ghastly pale as she started to retreat. Now, she only hoped to be able to leave this place of trouble before Duan Lingtian reacted. What, Miss Tong? This Xueling fell to such an end because he stood up for you, and you intend to run away by yourself. Tong Li's small actions were naturally noticed by Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he spoke with a mocking tone. As expected, what Duan Lingtian said caused a stir amongst the crowd of spectating students. Xueling is too pitiful. His Dantian was crippled because of Tong Li, yet not only does Tong Li not care, she even wants to abandon Xueling and flee. Actually, it's not strange. This Tong Li being able to be so ruthless towards Tanghua is sufficient to show that her heart is venomous. How could she possibly care about the life or death of another? Even I feel it wasn't worth it for Xueling. A woman like this should be taught a lesson by Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tong Li's body froze, and she knew that she couldn't avoid it today. Now, the surrounding discussions caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Ha! Xueling heard the surrounding discussions and struggled to raise his head to glance at Tong Li. When he noticed that Tong Li really intended to flee, he suddenly started laughing loudly as if he'd gone mad, and he spat out blood as he laughed. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he fainted. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Duan Lingtian, if you dare touch me, my cousin brother will surely tear you into pieces. If you're sensible, then let me leave. Perhaps I'll plead with my cousin to leave your corpse intact. Tong Li looked at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that her eyes revealed terror, she didn't forget to threaten Duan Lingtian. Is that so? Duan Lingtian walked out in large strides towards Tong Li, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. You, don't come over. Tong Li took 2 steps back and was slightly panicked. At the same time, a middle-aged man and an old man stood in the pavilion of the cafeteria, and they were looking at the scene outside the cafeteria from afar. Dean, if we still don't stop her, then this Tong Li will probably not have a good end. The person that spoke now was precisely the gray-clothed old man, and also the vice dean of Paladin Academy, Zhan Xiong. Zhan Xiong was extremely respectful and reverent to the middle-aged man beside him. In Paladin Academy, only the elusive dean of Paladin Academy was able to make Zhan Xiong treat him so respectfully and even address him as the dean. Do you think it's useful for us to stop her? With the hatred Duan Lingtian displayed now, even if we were able to stop her in the previous moment, he'd probably make a move in the next moment. Could it be that we can still follow by Tong Li's side and protect her at all times? The middle-aged man shook his head with a carefree expression. Moreover, you've heard of Tong Li's actions earlier as well. No matter what, that Tangguo was a student of my Paladin Academy. Yet she actually cruelly killed her. It's simply infuriating. Chapter 196. Slap, 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 slap. Duan Lingtian walked up to Tong Li with a cold and indifferent expression, and just like the last 2 times, he raised his hand and slapped Tong Li into a pig's head. Tong Li's eyes were emotionless as they flickered with gloominess and coldness as she stared at Duan Lingtian. She already hated Duan Lingtian to the bone. Tong Li originally thought that Duan Lingtian would be done after slapping her over 10 times. But she quickly realized that all of this wasn't over. Young Miss Tong, I really didn't expect that your heart would be so vicious to actually use such a cruel method to kill Tangguo. I'm very curious. Exactly what deep enmity do you have with her? Did she hit you? Did she scold you? Duan Lingtian stared at Tong Li as he spoke word by word with a calm tone. Tong Li glared hatefully at Duan Lingtian, and her swollen mouth moved slightly as she spoke incoherently. Who asked that bitch to be so insensible and put me on the spot? That bitch deserved to die. There wasn't the slightest trace of regret in her words. Just because of this, you tortured her to death? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he asked in a low voice. Tong Li seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian was suppressing his anger, and she hurriedly shut her mouth. She was extremely perturbed in her heart, and she was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill her at the slightest disagreement. During these past few days, she had witnessed Duan Lingtian's methods many times, and she knew that he was a madman who wasn't afraid of anything. Duan Lingtian didn't even seem to be afraid of her cousin, the 5th prince. I was thinking that with your cultivation, you would probably only harm more people if you stayed. Why not? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Tong Li's dantian as he muttered to himself. No, no. When she heard Duan Lingtian's muttering, Tong Li seemed to have realized something, and her face went pale as she hurriedly retreated. But how could she possibly escape before Duan Lingtian's eyes? Boom! Duan Lingtian struck out with his palm, landing on Tong Li's dantian. Activating his origin energy, he blasted it into Tong Li's dantian, twisting it into pieces. Ah! Tong Li let out a miserable shriek. Her originally swollen face revealed a ferocious expression, while her body trembled in pain. She didn't forget to stare at Duan Lingtian with hatred. Boom! Finally, under the intense pain, Tong Li could no longer stand steadily and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Her eyes were red and filled with bloodthirsty hatred. In this world where the strong were respected, crippling a person's dantian was more painful than killing them. Humph! Duan Lingtian's cold gaze swept past Tong Li before he turned around and walked into the dining hall. Wherever he passed, the group of students who were watching the commotion made way for him, their eyes filled with awe. Even the senior students felt their hair stand on end when they looked at Duan Lingtian Shualeng, who was at the 2nd level of the Origin Core stage, was crippled by Duan Lingtian just like that. This Duan Lingtian was too terrifying. The meal was incomparably silent. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's current feelings, and they didn't interrupt. Only when they almost finished eating did Xiao Yu sigh and persuade. Duan Lingtian, don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. You helped Tang go out of goodwill. Moreover, even if you didn't interfere at that time with Tong Li's vicious character, Tangguo wouldn't have a good end. Don't worry, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even though it was like this, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate in the afternoon, but instead lay on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds and stared blankly. At the same time, the matter of Duan Lingtian crippling the dantians of Shualeng and Tong Li swept through the entire Paladin Academy like a gale of course. After everyone knew the ins and outs of the matter, They didn't have the slightest bit of pity toward Shui Lang and Tongli, and all felt that they deserved it. Imperial City, City Guard Army campsite. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out from the campsite at the center of the campsite, and it was a robust, middle-aged man in light armor who smashed the table before him into pieces under his rage. Whoosh! In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of the person that reported the news, the robust, middle-aged man transformed into an afterimage and instantly flashed out of the campsite, then spurred his horse and left the campsite. In next to no time, he entered a spacious courtyard house. Lang. He hadn't arrived when the robust, middle-aged man's voice was like a thunderclap that resounded out within the courtyard house. Master, you have to uphold justice for Lang. Lang's life has been completely destroyed by that little bastard, Duan Lingtian. The robust, middle-aged man had just walked into a spacious room when the middle-aged woman within the room spoke with a voice that contained sorrow and rage mixed within. Father. Shui Lang, who laid on the bed, had a ferocious and savage expression when he saw the robust, middle-aged man. I want that Duan Lingtian dead. I want him dead. Lang, don't worry. Father guarantees you that so long as Father still has a breath left, that Duan Lingtian won't be able to live past tomorrow. The robust middle-aged man, the city guard army commander Shui Lu, had an extremely gloomy expression. Lang, rest well. Father will go take revenge for you right now. Shui Lu came swiftly and left swiftly as well, as if transforming into a gust of wind. At practically the exact same moment, the Duan clan had found out about the news sent back by Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian, who just returned to the clan, crippled the only son of the city guard army commander Shui Lu. He crippled the cousin of the 5th prince. The Duan clan higher-ups felt their scalps go numb when they heard this news. The audience hall was deathly silent. Grand Elder, this matter. Patriarch Duan Ruhua had a bitter smile on his face. That nephew of his was really a troublemaker, and was a completely different extreme from his father all those years ago. Although Duan Rafeng was naturally unrestrained and unrestrained, he wasn't so unbridled. This Duan Lingtian was simply a lawless lord. For the sake of the clan's future, we have to protect him no matter what. Grand Elder Duan Zhen's muddy eyes flashed with a bright light as he spoke directly. Exactly. That Shui Lu is only a city guard army commander at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? A Duan clan elder agreed. Duan Lingtian has an extraordinary significance to our Duan clan. We must protect him. The other elders came to a consensus as well. That Shui Lu is a small problem, but the person behind him is slightly difficult to deal with. Duan Ruhua frowned and was slightly worried. No matter how difficult it is to deal with, he's only a half-step void stage martial artist. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? Duan Zhen's eyes emitted a fierce light, and his voice was filled with coldness. 5th Prince's estate. In a spacious room, the 5th Prince's face sank as he gazed at the girl on the bed who had already fallen asleep and whose tear stains still hadn't dried. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. Your Highness, that Duan Lingtian is too audacious. He actually crippled young Miss Li's Dantian. This is destroying young Miss Li's entire life. The white-browed old man's eyes squinted, and killing intent vaguely flickered within. Looks like this Duan Lingtian really doesn't take me seriously. A trace of frightening coldness flashed within the 5th Prince's eyes. As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, the 5th Prince had his own pride. Normally, even if it was the patriarchs of the 3 great clans of the Imperial City, they would still have to be respectful to him. Now that he was bullied by a youth, his rage had almost reached the limit. Your Highness, do you need me to deal with him? The white-browed old man asked respectfully. It's useless even if you go now. If I'm not wrong, That Shui Lu ought to have already gone. The members of the Duan clan have surely gone as well. With the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian revealed today, the Duan clan wouldn't easily allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. A trace of a sheen of wisdom flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. The white-browed old man came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. If the members of the Duan clan were present, it would indeed be impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Humph. Let's see if that Duan Lingtian is able to escape today. If he escapes, then I don't believe that old Bai can't kill him when you personally make a move in a few days. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of the fifth prince's mouth. Subsequently he sighed. Get someone to go to the Fair Sun County's county city and notify my uncle of this matter. Yes, the white-browed old man replied and left. The originally calm inner city of the imperial city was completely stirred when a majestic troop of soldiers walked out in an orderly manner. The orderly troop was majestic and had a total of over 1,000 people. And in front of these people was a robust middle-aged general who spurred his horse forward. And the space between his brows was filled with killing intent. It's the City Guard Army. What's happened? The City Guard Army's commander, Lord Shui Lu, has actually personally made a move. I don't know. Let's follow them and take a look. Behind the group of City Guard Army soldiers, many people followed them out of curiosity. In the end, they noticed that this troop had actually stopped at the entrance of Paladin Academy, completely blocking off the entire entrance of Paladin Academy, leaving only a single passage that was heavily guarded. I heard that Commander Shui Lu's only son is a student of Paladin Academy as well. Could it be that something has happened to him? To be able to make Commander Shui Lu bring over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers. Looks like this matter is not small. Some of the spectators couldn't help but guess. Paladin Academy, on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. He glanced at the direction of the entrance of Paladin Academy and vaguely felt that it seemed to have become clamorous. Shaking his head, he paid no attention to it and continued to close his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian. A voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. Only now did he notice Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun standing under the tree with gloomy expressions. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked in bewilderment. Duan Lingtian, that City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu has brought over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers to guard the entrance of Paladin Academy. They're probably waiting for you to leave. Otherwise, don't go back today. Xiao Sun's expression was incomparably unsightly. Shui Lu. Duan Lingtian's brows twitched. After lunch, he found out about Shui Lang's background from Tianhu. He knew that Shui Lang was the only son of the City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu. Moreover, Shui Lu was a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. However, he didn't mind. If Shui Lu really infuriated him, he'd directly throw a bone corrosion inscription over and make the City Guard Army change commander. He really thinks highly of me, bringing so many people. Chapter 197. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were helpless. No matter how they persuaded him, Duan Lingtian stubbornly insisted on leaving. At dusk, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun accompanied Duan Lingtian as they walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Duan Lingtian had only just walked out when he noticed a fierce gaze descending onto him and locking onto him. You're Duan Lingtian. In the distance, the City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would disappear from his line of sight. Even if it was a grade 1 student, the students of Paladin Academy were generally around the age of 20, and an 18-year-old youth was extremely rare. Most importantly, this youth wore violet clothes. exactly the same as the rumored Duan Lingtian. So, Xue Lu easily recognized Duan Lingtian. You two go back first. Duan Lingtian smiled to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun didn't leave. As friends, how could they leave at this time? They would endure hardships together. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't continue persuading the two of them. In any case, as far as he was concerned, everything before his eyes was only a farce and was nothing to worry about. Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian walked towards Xue Lu in large strides with a carefree expression, as if the person before him wasn't a ferocious tiger, but a docile kitten. Xue Lu squinted his eyes, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. You actually dared to use inscriptions to cripple my son's Dantian and destroy his future, his entire life. Did you think of the consequences before you did this? Duan Lingtian shrugged, his gaze calm, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile from beginning to end. He turned the spatial ring on his right hand as he said, Commander Xue, before today I didn't know your son. Why didn't you ask me why I crippled his Dantian? Humph. Xue Lu's face sank as he coldly shouted, I don't want to know why you crippled my son's Dantian, nor do I have any interest in knowing. All I know is that today you, Duan Lingtian, will die without a doubt. Are you so sure? Duan Lingtian spun the spatial ring at a slightly faster speed, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. You will soon know why I am so sure. Xue Lu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he took a step forward with an imposing aura. Xue Lu. Right at this moment, a figure that was like a ghost instantly flashed out from within Paladin Academy and descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him as he confronted Xue Lu. When he saw Xue Lu intending to make a move against him, Duan Lingtian was already prepared to activate the bone corrosion inscription to annihilate Xue Lu. The figure in front of him appeared out of nowhere, and Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. Vice Principal. When he saw the old man, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, but he still greeted the old man. Duan Lingtian, you really know how to cause trouble. The gray-clothed old man, the vice principal of Paladin Academy, Zhan Xiong, shook his head and laughed. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. Zhan Xiong. Xue Lu's movements slowed down as well, and his face sank as he looked at Zhan Xiong. I respect Paladin Academy, so I didn't forcefully barge in to kill this Duan Lingtian. Now, outside Paladin Academy, do you still want to obstruct me? Zhan Xiong lightly smiled. Commander Xue is exaggerating. I naturally won't pay attention to matters outside Paladin Academy. Then why aren't you moving aside? Xue Lu's eyes went cold as he interrupted Zhan Xiong with a deep voice. Right at this moment, a large, luxurious carriage came from afar, and it attracted the attention of everyone. Even Xue Lu couldn't help but frown. The carriage directly charged towards the entrance of Paladin Academy, but it was stopped by the soldiers of the City Guard Army. F***K off. The face of the old man acting as the coachman sank as he pushed out with his palm. Vast amounts of origin energy condensed into a palm print that whistled out and blasted all the City Guard Army soldiers that were blocking the carriage flying. Giddy up! The old man swung the horsewhip in his hand, and the carriage, pulled by 3 large horses, directly charged in. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the old man. If he didn't remember wrongly, this old man was precisely the Duan clan's 3rd elder. To be able to make the Duan clan's 3rd elder drive the carriage, then the person within the carriage surely had an extremely distinguished status. Duan Lingtian was curious. Who would it be? Xue Lu, you're really awe-inspiring. An aged voice, filled with rage, sounded out from within the carriage. Subsequently, Duan Qiu stood at the side and welcomed the old man from within the carriage. Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted when he saw the old man who came out, and he was slightly surprised. The Duan clan's grand elder was completely different from the Su clan and Shao clan's grand elders. The Duan clan's grand elder, Duan Zhen, was the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, and his status was extraordinary. His status in the Duan clan surpassed the patriarch and was equal to the other supreme elders. Xue Lu's face sank when he saw the old man appear. Although he'd heard that this Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, he never imagined that this old man would personally come for Duan Lingtian. Senior Duan Zhen. Xue Lu took a deep breath, then looked at Duan Zhen and slightly bowed. Xue Lu, you made such a big show just for the sake of dealing with an 18-year-old youth of my Duan clan? Duan Zhen's calm gaze descended onto Xue Lu. Instantly, Xue Lu felt a wave of pressure, and he took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, Senior Duan Zhen, Xue Lu came here this time for the sake of taking revenge for my son. I know that this Duan Lingtian is a genius disciple of your Duan clan, but he crippled my son's Dantian and destroyed my son's life. I swore before my son that so long as I, Xue Lu, still have a breath left, this Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow. So, Senior Duan Zhen, I'll ask for your forgiveness after I've taken revenge for my son. Xue Lu's words weren't courteous in the slightest. Humph. Xue Yin really has a good son. Good, good. Duan Zhen's eyes constricted, and a trace of a fierce light flashed within. Then let me see how you make our Duan clan's Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow with me. Duan Zhen here today. Senior Duan Zhen, I respect you as a senior, but don't go too far. Xue Lu's face sank, and he completely turned hostile. Too far? Ha! Duan Zhen started laughing, and within his wanton laughter was traces of a terrifying aura. Duan Lingtian noticed the difference in this aura at the first possible moment, and his eyes constricted as he was shocked in his heart. This Grand Elder is actually in existence at the half-step void stage. Right? He's an expert of the Duan clan's older generation after all. Half-step void stage. Xue Lu's pupils constricted, and he had an astonished expression as he looked at Duan Zhen. You're actually at the half-step void stage. Humph. I'm from the same generation as your father, Xue Yin. Even that old fellow Xue Yin has broken through. Could it be that I'm inferior to him? Duan Zhen couldn't help but sneer when he saw Xue Lu's expression. Meanwhile, the gazes of the surrounding Paladin Academy students lit up. Of course, they didn't know what a half-step void stage was. They only thought that Duan Zhen was a void stage expert. This Duan clan's Grand Elder is actually a void stage expert. As expected of the previous generation's Duan clan patriarch, his strength is truly shocking. Duan Lingtian ought to be fine today. Even a void stage expert has appeared. Even though this Xue Lu is the commander of the city guard army, he's probably helpless. Amidst the discussions of the Paladin Academy students, Xue Lu's expression became more and more unsightly. He never imagined that the Duan clan would actually dispatch a half-step void stage expert for Duan Lingtian. With this half-step void stage expert present, not to mention him, even if he led the 1,000 city guard army soldiers behind him, they still wouldn't be able to stop the half-step void stage expert. It would be extremely easy for the half-step void stage expert to take away Duan Lingtian. Let's go. As he thought up to here, Xue Lu chose to retreat in order to advance. His icy cold eyes that concealed killing intent flashed past Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he didn't take Xue Lu's threat to heart. As far as he was concerned, if Xue Lu dared come look for him, then Xue Lu was purely courting death. However, the appearance of the Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, today had allowed him to save a bone corrosion inscription. The city guard army arrived menacingly, and now that all of them had retreated, it caused some of the people that came to watch the show to be unable to refrain from sighing. I originally thought that this Commander Xue Lu was going to go all out, but I never imagined that he would only be all bark and no bite. Exactly, truly boring, a waste of my time. It can't be considered to be a waste of time. At least we know the ins and outs of the matter. This Duan Lingtian is too awesome. He actually crippled Commander Shui, Lu's only son. Yeah, this isn't something that anyone dares to do. After the group of city guard army retreated, the crowd of people that came to watch the show dispersed as well. Thank you, Grand Elder, for helping me out of this predicament. Duan Lingtian smiled to Duanjin. Even if Duanjin didn't come, he still had the confidence to escape. But since Duanjin had come, he'd saved a bone corrosion inscription for him, so he still had to thank Duanjin. You little fellow, you're really a troublemaker. Duanjin shook his head, and then his gaze descended onto the nearby gray, clothed old man. Zhang Xiong, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. No matter what, it's been over 10 years. Zhang Xiong nodded, and he obviously knew Duanjin. I'll be taking my leave first. Duanjin nodded to Zhang Xiong, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Little fellow, I'll send you back? Grand Elder, there's no need. I can return by myself. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duanjin nodded and didn't say anything before boarding the carriage once more and leaving directly. Duan Lingtian, aren't you worried that Shui Lu will come back and kill you? Zhang Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked with a smile. I do hope that he comes back again. Under Zhang Xiong's dumbstruck expression, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before leaving as well. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heaved a sigh of relief. I never imagined that the Duan clan's Grand Elder would personally come. Could it be that Duan Lingtian knew beforehand? No wonder he was so calm. Xiao Yu's brows slightly twitched as he guessed. To think that we were worried about him. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Meanwhile, the group of students at the entrance of Paladin Academy had dispersed as well. However, their hearts were still filled with shock. The Duan clan actually thinks so highly of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 198. After leaving Paladin Academy, Duan Lingtian walked into a remote alley. Without any warning, he abruptly turned around and looked towards the end of the alley. Then his gaze focused as he spoke with a calm tone. Come out. Instantly, 2 old men slowly walked out. Their faces were filled with shock, as it was difficult for them to imagine that Duan Lingtian was actually able to notice their tracks. 6th Elder, 8th Elder. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to the 2 old men. These 2 old men were precisely the Duan clan's 6th Elder and 8th Elder. Obviously, they were sent by the Duan clan to protect him. Elders, both of you can return. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to the 2 old men. Then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a nimble spirit serpent as he concealed himself at the corner of the alley ahead. The 2 old men followed, but noticed that Duan Lingtian had vanished without a trace. They searched for a long time, but were unable to find Duan Lingtian. For a time, their faces were filled with shock. This Duan Lingtian is truly extraordinary. Not only was he able to notice us following him, he was even able to easily shake us off. Even the Duan Rafeng from all those years ago was far from being so abnormal. Never mind, since he's able to notice us and shake us off, he's naturally able to notice others and shake them off as well. It's meaningless for us to follow him. Let's return. The 2 old men glanced at each other and were able to see the bitter smiles on each other's faces. Then they shook their heads and directly left to return to the Duan clan estate to report to the patriarch, Duan Ruhua. And now, Duan Lingtian was walking on the way home when 2 sounds of wind swept over and descended beside him. Young master. It was precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Where did you 2 fellows run off to earlier? Could it be that you weren't afraid that Xuel Lu would kill me? Duan Lingtian said angrily, Young master, we were with the Marquis earlier. We wanted to make a move, but were stopped by the Marquis. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and an innocent expression. Uncle Nia? Even he knows? Duan Lingtian suddenly understood, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. Looks like even if the bone corrosion inscription didn't exist today, the Vice Dean, Zhan Xiong, and the Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, he would still be fine. Although an entire afternoon had passed, Duan Lingtian's mood had not completely calmed down. Even the two girls at home noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian smiled in the face of the two girls' concern. He went back to his room, lay on the soft bed, and looked at the ceiling. His eyes shone with a cold light. If I had crippled Tong Li's cultivation the first time I met her, then perhaps the incident with Tang Guo wouldn't have happened. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He would never see that female student who worshipped him so much in the future. Although Tang Guo was just a passerby in his life, she was now deeply engraved in his heart. During this night, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. In the end, his mentality was also undergoing a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian's current change in mentality would cause those who went against him in the future to not have a good ending. The next day, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Divine Might Marquis Nia Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Duan Lingtian. Kid, what did you come here for this time? Nia Yuan didn't mention a single word about the matter of the city guard army commander, Xuel Lu. Or perhaps in his eyes Xuel Lu was nothing. Uncle Nia, I came here this time to ask for 2 quotas from you. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Quotas? Nia Yuan was stunned and was unable to react for a moment. Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department's quota for the reinforcements that will depart in 20+ days. I have 2 friends who want to go with me, and I've already promised them. Duan Lingtian explained. So it's this no problem. When your big brother Nia returns, I'll tell him and ask him to add 2 more quotas. What are the names of those 2 people? Nia Yuan had a casual expression. As to him, this was only a small matter. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. So they're members of the Xiao clan. However, this Xiao Sun seems to be the younger brother of the Xiao clan's genius alchemist, Xiao He, right? As Nia Yuan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought? The genius in the martial Dao Duan Lingtian, whose name had spread like wildfire within the imperial city, was precisely the young genius alchemist who had once defeated Xiao He in the alchemist guild's main guild. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Nia Yuan meant, and he lightly smiled. Even if Xiao He saw me now, he might not be able to recognize me. Moreover, even if he recognized me, it wouldn't affect my relationship with Xiao Sun. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in. He still remembered that when he met Xiao Sun for the first time, Xiao Sun's words were filled with admiration towards the genius alchemist who defeated Xiao He without the slightest bit of resentment. That's true. That day, your ability to disguise your appearance is truly unfathomable. Nia Yuan shook his head and smiled, then glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Sometimes I really want to break open your head and see what other secrets are hidden within. Since the appearance of this nephew of his, he had brought him wave after wave of shock. Fortunately, his heart was strong enough. Otherwise, he might really have a heart attack from this nephew of his. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. Right? Didn't you say that you could refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for your grandpa, Nia, once you stepped into the origin core stage? Suddenly, Nia Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze shone. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He was currently still a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, let alone the origin core stage. Of course, he understood that this Uncle Nya was surely the same as the others, and thought that he had broken through to the origin core stage. He didn't explain, and casually found an excuse. Uncle Nya, you have to give me some time to transform my grade 9 pill fire into a grade 8 pill fire, right? Nya Yuan laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. Only now did he remember that even if one's cultivation had reached a certain level, it wasn't so easy to increase the grade of an alchemist. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were many people with a cultivation at the nascent soul stage, but were only grade 9 alchemists. Purely based on the pill fire of an alchemist, the origin energy within a nascent soul stage martial artist body was sufficient to condense a grade 6 pill fire. However, the improvement of pill fire required relying on the alchemist's natural talent. Not to mention the nascent soul stage, a person with insufficient natural talent would only be a grade 9 alchemist, even if he broke through to the void prime stage, and was even unable to become a grade 9 alchemist. It's Uncle Nya who's too impatient. Nya Yuan shook his head and smiled, then said, "Go take a look at your Grandpa Nya. During this period of time, he often talked about you to me. Yesterday, he heard that the City Guard Army's commander Xue Lu had brought troops to block you at the entrance of Paladin Academy, and even said that he wanted to kill Xue Lu." Duan Lingtian was stunned. He never imagined that the old man's temper would be so fiery. However, a trace of warmth still arose in his heart. Grandpa Nya. When Duan Lingtian saw the old man was watering the flowers and plants in the rear courtyard, and he was extremely content. When the old man saw Duan Lingtian, his muddy eyes lit up with a dazzling sheen. "Little Tian, you've come." Duan Lingtian helped the old man sit down and lightly smiled. "Grandpa, your body has been much better recently, right?" The old man nodded. "The medicinal strength of the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill has already completely expelled the poison within my internal organs, and the remaining poison has been suppressed by the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill within my body and dantian, so it's not a big problem." "That's good. Once I become a grade 8 alchemist, I'll refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Grandpa Nya and completely remove the remaining poison." Duan Lingtian nodded, as this outcome was within his expectations. "I heard that you're going to go to war with Fen?" the old man asked. "Yeah, I want to go experience it." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Experiencing it is good as well. The battlefield is a place to temper one." As the old man spoke, his gaze became slightly misty, as if he had returned to the days when he spent half his life in the military, and an aura of slaughter seemed to rise up from his body. This aura of slaughter was extremely terrifying, even surpassing the divine might Marquis Nya Yuan. The following period of time was calm and tranquil. The commander of the City Guard Army, Xue Lu, and the fifth prince seemed to have completely vanished without a trace. Of course, Duan Lingtian wouldn't feel that they were merciful and gave up on taking revenge for Xuelang and Tongli. All of this was probably just the calm before the storm. Paladin Academy, Star Mastermind Department's Grade 1 classroom. The name list of the Star Mastermind Department students that will be accompanying the reinforcements to the northwest border has been released. On the platform, Sima Changfeng slowly spoke. "Teacher Sima, why are you saying this? Could it be that someone from our class obtained a spot?" Instantly, many students were stunned. In next to no time, they tacitly looked at the violet-clothed youth that sat in the distance. "It should be Duan Lingtian." "Nonsense. Who else could it be besides Duan Lingtian?" Some students whispered in discussion. In next to no time, besides Duan Lingtian, all the other students looked at Sima Changfeng, waiting for him to announce. Especially Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, who stared at Sima Changfeng without blinking. Although Duan Lingtian said it wasn't a problem, they were still slightly perturbed. "Duan Lingtian." Sima Changfeng announced the first name, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun. Sima Changfeng continued. Actually, when he first received the name list, he was slightly surprised as well. Duan Lingtian was recommended by him, so it was normal for Duan Lingtian to be on the name list. But he didn't recommend the other two. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heard what Sima Changfeng said, their eyes lit up. They looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun also have a spot. Instantly, the remaining students all looked at Sima Changfeng, hoping that Sima Changfeng would call out their names. But unfortunately, Sima Changfeng's following words completely dispelled their thoughts. Chapter 199. Finally unable to restrain yourself. At dusk, Duan Lingtian walked out of Paladin Academy and directly walked into the secluded alley, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he flew out. Instantly, his figure vanished around the corner at the other end of the alley after Duan Lingtian left. A figure that was like a ghost followed after him. In next to no time, another 2 figures appeared. Not good. That person's target is the young master. The last 2 people to appear were precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and their expressions couldn't help but go pale. But no matter how they searched, they were unable to find a trace of Duan Lingtian. Why did the young master avoid even us? Zhao Gang was slightly worried. Perhaps the young master noticed that person's strength wasn't simple, so he chose to avoid. With the speed that person revealed earlier, he's at least in existence at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Qian had a serious expression. We can't do anything now, and can only return and wait for news from the young master. Zhao Gang deeply agreed. If Duan Lingtian wanted to hide, it would be utterly impossible for them to find Duan Lingtian. At the same time, outside an empty courtyard house nearby, a violet-colored figure stopped moving. There was practically no one in the surroundings, and it was a secluded area of the inner city. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring strong wind swept over, and an aged figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This was an old man with a pair of eyes that flickered with cold lights as he stared at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Duan Lingtian frowned. He originally thought that the old man was sent by the city guard army commander Xuelu, or the 5th prince, but now it would seem that it wasn't so. If the old man was only following orders, he ought to not be so hostile towards him. She could clearly feel the old man's hatred towards him, and it was hatred that reached the bone. Who are you? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked with a low voice. Who am I? The old man couldn't help but sneer when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian, looks like you've offended too many people, so you utterly don't know who came to take revenge on you. However, I truly never imagined that the Duan clan would send a half-step void stage expert to personally make a move for you and obstruct that city guard army commander Xuelu. However, you will still die here today. As the old man spoke, his eyes glowed with killing intent. At the same time, the origin energy on the old man's body flashed irregularly, and 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Although he wasn't at the half-step void stage, being at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage was enough to shock others. This old man was absolutely the strongest expert below the half-step void stage that he'd seen. You're the Su clan's Grand Elder Sunan? An existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage that hated him to the bone. Before long, Duan Lingtian guessed the old man's identity. However, didn't the Duan clan help him solve the problem of the Su clan? He believed that the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, wouldn't lie to him. It looked like this Su Nan was very likely to be obstinate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally made a move. You're very smart, actually being able to guess that it was me. Sunan's eyes emitted a vicious sheen, and his voice was icy cold and piercing to the bone. Duan Lingtian, only Tong, or was left in my line of succession. You've destroyed him, destroyed his hope, and destroyed the expectations I had for him. As he finished speaking, Su Nan was slightly deranged. Humph. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he ridiculed. Su Nan, why don't you think about it? If he didn't take the initiative to provoke me and even threaten to cripple my cultivation, how could I give him a taste of his own medicine? As far as I'm concerned, everything he did was his own doing. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not properly teaching him how to conduct himself. Arrogant, conceited, and condescending. Even if I didn't cripple him, there would come a day when he would die at the hands of another. Duan Lingtian's words struck at Su Nan's heart. Su Nan's expression became more and more unsightly, and the killing intent in his eyes was difficult to restrain. It's useless no matter what you say. Today you're dead for sure. Then let's see if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian sneered as he used his hand to turn the spatial ring on his hand, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Su Nan. So long as it wasn't in existence at the half-step void stage, he wasn't afraid. You're about to die, yet you can still laugh. After I kill you, I'll cut off your head and bring it back to the Su clan for my grandson to admire. As soon as Su Nan finished speaking, his body trembled and he moved. 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with Su Nan. Everywhere Su Nan passed, sand and dust shot up into the sky, and his entire body pulled out numerous shocking after-images. In the blink of an eye, Su Nan had approached Duan Lingtian. So fast! At the instant Su Nan's figure moved, Duan Lingtian's legs that were filled with origin energy since long ago abruptly shook, and he dodged to the side. At the instant Su Nan reacted and intended to pounce towards him, Duan Lingtian activated the inscription on his spatial ring. Bone corrosion inscription. A strand of gray flowing light flew out from the spatial ring and locked onto Su Nan. Its speed was so swift that it even surpassed Su Nan's current speed. At the instant Su Nan pounced towards Duan Lingtian, he saw the strand of gray flowing light that flashed over, and his heart instantly started trembling. He could clearly sense it. This was an extremely terrifying inscription. It brought him extreme pressure. Just as this thought of panic arose within his mind, the strand of gray flowing light blasted onto his body. Instantly, Su Nan felt a wave of extreme pain come from every bone in his body, causing him to be unable to refrain from emitting a shrill cry, and his voice was almost hoarse. At the moment when his consciousness was on the verge of death, he felt his body collapse with a bang. Even if it wasn't the first time Duan Lingtian had seen the unsightly corpse before him, he still felt a wave of disgust as he looked at it. Hiss! Duan Lingtian ignited a strand of pill fire and burned Su Nan's corpse. Then he took Su Nan's spatial ring. The Su clan's grand elder. From today onwards, there's going to be a change of people. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past the dust that had transformed into ashes in the blink of an eye. Then he turned around and left. On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of Su Nan's spatial ring. Not bad, although it's far inferior to the wealth that Duan Rulei left behind for me. This wealth can still be considered to be a profitable transaction. Duan Lingtian glanced at the contents of the spatial ring, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. There was roughly around 30 million silver. Adding on the wealth he obtained in the past, including Duan Rulei's, Duan Lingtian already had close to 300 million silver in his possession. The silver that circulated in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was the unified silver that circulated in the Dark Han dynasty. As long as the Dark Han dynasty still existed, these silver would never lose their effectiveness and could be exchanged for gold, silver, and other valuables at any time. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was only a vassal kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, whereas the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the 100-plus imperial kingdoms that were under the rule of the Dark Han dynasty. I don't lack money for a short period of time, but when it comes to money, the more the better. In the future, along with the advancement of my cultivation, the grade of the medicinal pills and spirit weapons I need to refine would be higher, and the materials I require would become more and more precious. As for inscriptions, they're even more of a money-burning thing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, wishing for nothing more than a few more people like Su Nan would throw themselves at him and give him money. When he returned to the vicinity of his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang standing at the entrance of his courtyard house, gazing at him. Obviously, they were waiting for him. Young master. When they saw Duan Lingtian return, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang went up to greet him. Have the two of you been slacking off recently? You were actually shaken off by me again. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he pretended to be serious. Young master, how would we dare slack off? But your anti-tracking technique is something that we're still unable to catch up to, and it's difficult for us to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and helplessness on his face. Although Zhao Gang didn't speak, he still nodded in all seriousness. All right, stop flattering me. Let's go home. Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked into the courtyard house. Young master, where's the person that chased after you? Zhang Qian asked curiously. I've already shaken off all of you. Could it be that I still can't shake him off? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Qian with disdain, but didn't explain the truth of the matter. Su Nan was the grand elder of the Fong clan after all, and if it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to cause more trouble. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang came to a sudden understanding. They would leave in another half a month. During this period of time, besides cultivating and inscribing the bone corrosion inscription, Duan Lingtian tried his best to find time to accompany the two little girls at home. The passage of time always flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day of the reinforcement troops' departure approached. In the past half a month, Duan Lingtian had inscribed the bone corrosion inscription on the pile of spatial rings that he had obtained. At the same time, he asked Xiongquan to gather a large amount of materials for inscribing the bone corrosion inscription and pile them up within his spatial ring, in case of an emergency. Besides preparing these things sufficiently, his cultivation had smoothly broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage 10 days ago, and he'd consumed the dragon blood pill and completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 7th level of the core formation stage. Because of this, his strength had increased by the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, the current him was still capable of drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and developing 19 ancient mammoth silhouettes when he fully exerted his strength. He was only 1 ancient mammoth away from the 1st level of the origin core stage. The day after tomorrow is the day of the reinforcement troops' departure. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to cultivate for a while before preparing to sleep. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. Kerr. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force sensed who was outside the door at the first possible moment. Only after opening the door did he notice that Kerr was standing outside the door in her pajamas. Kerr, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Duan Lingtian smiled. Young master, you're going to the battlefield the day after tomorrow. I want to accompany you, Kerr said in a light voice, her delicate body lightly trembling, and her cheeks flushed red. Duan Lingtian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his eyes, the shy Kerr was no different than a celestial maiden that had fallen to the mortal world. In the end, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up, and he couldn't endure it any longer. He carried Kerr by the waist and threw her onto the bed. He kicked the door shut and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Chapter 200. The next day, noon. Paladin Academy's cafeteria. Tian Hu. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Tian Hu, then glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun beside him. You two speak. What's so mysterious? Tian Hu had an astonished expression as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian, then looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Let me speak. Xiao Sun looked at Tian Hu and lightly smiled. Tian Hu, starting tomorrow you'll probably have to eat lunch alone in this cafeteria. What do you mean? Tian Hu frowned. You three fellows, why are you being so mysterious today? Are you guys planning on taking a leave of absence and going on a long trip? Xiao Sun shook his head. It can be considered going on a long trip, but it's not taking a leave of absence. Tomorrow, we'll join the reinforcements heading to the northwest border and become one of them, heading to the northwest border battlefield. Tian, who was stunned, and extended his hand to touch Xiao Sun's forehead. Xiao Sun, you don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Tian, who naturally didn't believe Xiao Sun's words. If a student of Paladin Academy wanted to enter the battlefield, even if it was the Star General Department, the minimum requirement was to be a second-year student. The Star Mastermind Department was even harsher. Usually, only a few 5th and 6th year students could participate. Tian Hu, Xiao Sun isn't talking nonsense. We're really leaving tomorrow. Xiao Yu noticed that Tian Hu didn't believe him and said. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Tian Hu was somewhat doubtful and looked at Duan Ling Tian, wanting to make a final confirmation. Duan Ling Tian nodded. F***K. Tian Hu glared. How did you guys get a spot? You guys aren't brothers enough. You guys can slip away and leave me alone. Tian Hu, didn't you say it yourself? As a student of the Star General Department, you'll have the chance to enter the battlefield sooner or later. As for us, it's very likely that this will be the only time. Xiao Sun patted Tian Hu's shoulder and smiled. Hearing this, Tian Hu's face instantly fell, and he bitterly smiled helplessly. In the afternoon, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice field and cultivated. Unknowingly, a wave of noise sounded out by his ear. Duan Ling Tian. A pleasant voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and looked not far away. Only then did he discover a beautiful figure standing there, like a fairy. The woman had a beauty that could overshadow the moon and shame the flowers, a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts. Princess Bai Yao. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not expect Princess Bai Yao to appear here. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the group of Star Mastermind Department students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, were all looking at him, and most of them had faces full of envy and jealousy. On the other hand, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had ambiguous expressions. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly and jumped down from the tree. Very quickly, Duan Ling Tian saw that Princess Bai Yao seemed to say something to the old woman behind her. The old woman nodded, and shortly after, Princess Bai Yao walked towards him alone. Princess. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled to Princess Bai Yao, which could be considered as a greeting. Princess Bai Yao's pretty cheeks were slightly red, and she had a lovely and moving appearance. Duan Ling Tian, I heard that you're leaving the Imperial City with the reinforcements tomorrow and heading towards the northwest border. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Princess, why are you at Paladin Academy? Princess Bai Yao lightly smiled. I came to look for my 7th brother, and then I thought of coming to see you while I was at it. As she finished speaking, Princess Bai Yao's face became even redder. 7th brother? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. The 7th prince was at Paladin Academy as well. It's rare for the princess to still remember me. I'm truly overwhelmed by your favor. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he lightly smiled. Duan Ling Tian, there's only you and me here. There's no need to be so restrained. Princess, Bai Yao shook her head as she spoke. Yes. Although Duan Lingtian agreed, there was still no change in his attitude, causing Princess Bai Yao to gradually feel somewhat helpless. She glanced at Duan Lingtian with hidden bitterness. After chatting for a while longer, Princess Bai Yao finally left. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. The princess actually personally came to look for you. Xiao Sun walked over with a face full of envy and jealousy. As expected of the #1 beauty in the imperial city, her reputation is well-deserved. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time he deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian. How could this guy be so popular with beauties? First it was Li Fei, then it was his sister, and now it was Princess Bai Yao. These 3 women were undoubtedly beauties with looks capable of causing the downfall of nations, but all of them had fallen head over heels for Duan Lingtian. I hope that with the passage of time, Lan Er will be able to forget him. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart, although he didn't mind Duan Lingtian becoming his brother-in-law. But when he thought about how Duan Lingtian already had a woman by his side, he wasn't willing to let his sister jump into the fire pit and share a husband with another woman. Meanwhile, the surroundings were in an uproar. Did you see that? Even Princess Bai Yao came to look for Duan Lingtian. Yeah, I never imagined that Duan Lingtian's charm would be so great. In terms of age, Duan Lingtian is about the same as Princess Bai Yao, and they look like a perfect match. Not only a perfect match, they're simply a match made in heaven. The #1 beauty in the imperial city, the #1 genius in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. Could it be that this is a marriage predestined by the heavens? Similar discussions spread out from the side of the martial arts practice grounds, and quickly spread throughout the entire martial arts practice grounds. Moreover, the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. Some people even said that His Majesty the Emperor intended to bestow a marriage between Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yao. On the other side of the martial arts practice grounds, a few 25-year-old senior students were surrounding a blue-clothed young man with a graceful bearing and extraordinarily handsome appearance as they listened to him speak of something. The blue-clothed young man revealed strong confidence between his brows, and a bright smile hung on his face as he spoke vividly. When the surrounding students looked at him, they all revealed a trace of respect. Big Brother Gu Xian. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded out and interrupted the blue-clothed young man. What's the matter? The blue-clothed young man looked at the young man that ran up to him, and he frowned and was slightly displeased. Big Brother Gu Xian, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But this matter is related to Princess Bai Yao. The young man that rushed over hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the blue-clothed young man. What did you say? Bai Yao? Bai Yao has come? The blue-clothed young man's eyes revealed traces of fanaticism, and his tone became anxious as well. That elegant and graceful temperament just now was instantly shattered by his own hand. Yes. She seems to have come to find the 7th prince. The young man hurriedly nodded. Is she still at the 7th prince's place? The blue-clothed young man hurriedly asked, and he had the intention of directly rushing over to see Princess Bai Yao. No, Princess Bai Yao has already left. The young man shook his head. Then why are you so surprised? The blue-clothed young man frowned, and a trace of disappointment flashed past his eyes. Big Brother Gu Xian, besides the 7th prince, Princess Bai Yao also went to see another person. The young man carefully glanced at the blue-clothed young man, and he was slightly hesitant. When the blue-clothed young man heard this, it was as if a fuse had been ignited, and his expression slightly changed. Who else did Bai Yao go to see? Duan Lingtian. The young man directly said. Duan Lingtian? The blue-clothed young man frowned, and he was slightly puzzled. How did Bai Yao know that first-year student? That person seemed to have only arrived at the imperial city a few months ago, right? At this moment. You didn't see it earlier, But not only did Princess Bai Yao take the initiative to look for Duan Lingtian, she even let the people beside her stay where they were, while she went over to whisper with Duan Lingtian. It can't be. Could it be that there's something between them? I also don't know, but I saw that she was chatting happily with Duan Lingtian, and when Princess Bai Yao left, I saw that her face was flushed red. Looks like Princess Bai Yao is interested in Duan Lingtian. The voices of two students who walked side by side entered the blue-clothed young man's ears, causing his expression to darken. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongues. The blue-clothed young man's gaze was grave and stern as he looked at the two students who passed by and coldly shouted. The two students' expressions changed, and they wanted to refute, but when they saw the blue-clothed young man, they were like mice that saw a cat and hurriedly fled. Big Brother Guxian, what's the matter? Didn't you say that the Prime Minister and His Majesty had already privately reached an agreement that in 2 years Princess Bai Yao would be betrothed to you? The person at the side had a puzzled expression. Humph. Gu Xian's face sank, and a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian. The others also realized Gu Xian's anger, and they all shut their mouths. However, they quickly noticed that rumors of the ambiguous relationship between Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yao were ceaselessly spreading throughout the martial arts practice grounds. On a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian yawned and looked at the sky. It was already close to dusk, and it was time to leave. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun! Duan Lingtian called out to Xiao Yu, and the two of them walked out of Paladin Academy together. We're leaving tomorrow. Are you all prepared? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Actually, there wasn't much to prepare, just some clothes to change into. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. When he thought of leaving with the reinforcements tomorrow and heading to the northwest border battlefield, he couldn't help but feel slightly excited. Xiao Yu was obviously the same. Paladin Academy's entrance was right before their eyes. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian's group of three. Duan Lingtian's group of three stopped and turned around. Duan Lingtian looked into the distance. Presently, there was a handsome blue-clothed young man with a graceful bearing walking towards him with a few young men in tow. Gu Xian. Xiao Sun frowned when he saw the blue-clothed young man. Xiao Sun, you know him? Xiao Yu noticed the enmity between the blue-clothed young man's brows, and this enmity was precisely aimed at Duan Lingtian. This Gu Xian is the only son of Prime Minister Gu, and is also a grade 6 student of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department. His cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. Most importantly, he inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom, and has his own views on the Tao of Prime Minister. He has the demeanor of forming his own school of thought. Xiao Sun slowly said, Prime Minister Gu. Chapter 201. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Nieyuan, was undoubtedly the representative of the generals, whereas in the aspect of ministers, the Prime Minister, Gu Yuting, was the most respected. Gu Yuting's status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was extraordinary, and to a certain extent he could be considered to be the spokesperson of the Emperor. Normally, all the large and small affairs of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had to go through his hands. Moreover, he himself was a half-step void stage expert. He's the son of Prime Minister Gu Yuting. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Gu Xian, who was walking towards him with a menacing aura, and he was slightly bewildered. He was sure that today was absolutely the first time he'd seen this Gu Xian. However, this Gu Xian seemed to have extremely great enmity towards him, and this caused him to be rather puzzled. Presently, it had already been 4 months since Duan Lingtian had first arrived at the imperial city, so he was rather knowledgeable about some of the matters in the imperial city. He'd also heard of the prime minister, Guyuting. Although Guyuting wasn't from a large clan, but because of the trust of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, his prime minister estate was extremely famous in the imperial city. Even the members of the 3 great clans of the imperial city didn't dare rashly offend the prime minister estate, because everyone knew that behind Prime Minister Gu stood the supreme emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Gu Xian arrive before him. "Is there something you need?" Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched as he looked at Gu Xian and asked indifferently, "Duan Lingtian, I'm warning you, stay away from Bai Yao." Gu Xian's expression was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a gloomy sheen as he stared straight at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson snake. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard Gu Xian. Now he finally knew the reason why Gu Xian was so hostile towards him, so it was because of Princess Bai Yao. All along the way, he'd heard many discussions about him and Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian didn't take those ridiculous guesses seriously and directly disregarded them. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to explain anything. "Biao? You should be talking about Princess Biao, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Xian calmly and asked. "Not bad." Gu Xian's eyes flashed, and his tone was somewhat condescending. "Did you hear what I said to you just now?" Duan Lingtian's face darkened, not to mention that there was nothing going on between him and Princess Bai Yao. Even if there was something going on, it wouldn't have anything to do with this Gu Xian, right? Duan Lingtian scoffed at Gu Xian's haughty attitude, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. So what if I heard it? So what if I didn't? Duan Lingtian's tone was very calm. "Duan Lingtian, I know that your natural talent in the martial Dao is strong, and you're even a direct descendant of the Duan clan that is extremely sheltered. But in my eyes, you're nothing, understand?" Gu Xian's voice instantly became incomparably gloomy. In Gu Xian's eyes in the imperial city and even the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, only the members of the imperial family and the divine Might Marquis estate were worthy of his attention. As for those 3 great clans, they weren't worth mentioning in his eyes. His father was the prime minister, the spokesperson of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. He was only below the emperor, and above all... Oh! Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. "I'm really sorry, but you're also nothing in my eyes." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't care about Gu Xian, who had a gloomy expression. He called out to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before walking out of Paladin Academy. "This son of Prime Minister Gu is too arrogant." Xiao Yu frowned. Obviously, he couldn't stand Gu Xian's attitude towards Duan Lingtian. It's not strange. After all, he has a powerful father. Moreover, this Gu Xian's natural talent isn't bad, and he might even inherit the position of prime minister in the future. Xiao Sun shook his head as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. As far as he was concerned, Gu Xian was only a profligate son of rich parents. He was no different than Su Tong and Xuelang, who he crippled. So long as Gu Xian didn't go too far and didn't offend him. If Gu Xian went too far, he didn't mind teaching Gu Xian a lesson. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate, nor did he inscribe inscriptions. He'd finally realized the dream he'd always had, to sleep with the 2 little girls in his room and enjoy the pleasures of intimacy. The 2 girls seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian would be leaving tomorrow and would be gone for at least a few months, so they allowed Duan Lingtian to do whatever he wanted. During the entire night, Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he'd asked for it, and only when he was extremely tired did he fall into a deep sleep with the 2 little girls in his arms. The next day, after the 2 little girls got off the bed, their walking posture became slightly strange. A wisp of apology appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. "Last night was too crazy. During breakfast, when facing their mother Li Ro's burning and ambiguous gaze. Besides Duan Lingtian, who was thick-skinned and didn't pay attention to it, the two little girls lowered their heads and had embarrassed expressions. Little Black, Little White, stay at home and protect Kerr, Little Fei, and my mother. Understand? Duan Lingtian grabbed the two little pythons from his sleeve and tapped their little heads as he spoke in all seriousness. Hiss, hiss! The two little pythons were more or less able to roughly understand Duan Lingtian's words, and they flicked their tongues as they nodded. Duan Lingtian saw a trace of reluctance in the intelligent eyes of the two little pythons. The two little pythons had obviously already begun to possess human nature. Mother, I'm leaving. At the entrance of the house, Duan Lingtian looked at his mother, who was tidying up his clothes and had a smile on his face. Be careful, Li Ro said softly, with a bit of worry mixed in between her eyebrows. As the saying goes, a mother worries when a son travels 1,000 miles. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the two little girls beside Li Ro. Help me take good care of my mother when I'm not here. I'll be back soon. Kerr and Li Fei both nodded, two pairs of autumn eyes, glistening and teary. Xiong Quan, Jingru, when I'm not here, the family will depend on you too. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan and Jingru, who were standing at the side. Young master, don't worry. The two of them hurriedly nodded. In Jingru's eyes, there was also a trace of reluctance mixed in. In these few months, she had always been grateful to this young master, who had unconditionally trusted her. It was because of this young master's care that her family could live a well-fed life. All right, you can go back. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and turned to leave. He was really worried that if he took another glance, he wouldn't be willing to leave. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang. After Duan Lingtian left the house, he suddenly spoke out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instantly appeared by Duan Lingtian's side. Are the two of you following me, or returning to the divine might Marquis estate? Duan Lingtian asked. Young master, we'll go with you. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang spoke out in unison. Then continue to conceal yourselves. When we arrive at the battlefield, I'll further teach you techniques like tracking, concealment, and assassination. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly said, As long as I don't instruct you to, you're not allowed to reveal yourselves. Understand? Yes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly replied, and their eyes emitted burning gazes. They were filled with boundless yearning towards the various techniques Duan Lingtian planned to teach them. Before long, Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy. Many people had already gathered in the martial arts practice grounds. Of course, most of them were from the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian had only taken 2 steps when he saw Shao Sun waving his hand at him from afar, and he lightly smiled as he walked over. You two didn't bring a change of clothes? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression when he saw Xiao Yu and Shao Sun both empty-handed. He'd also noticed that the other group of students were practically carrying bags of various sizes. Xiao Yu and Shao Sun instead seemed to stand out like cranes in a flock of chickens. Look, Shao Sun raised his hand and displayed the simple and unadorned ring on his hand. I asked for a spatial ring from my grandfather yesterday. My things are all in Shao Sun's spatial ring. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian, the one on your hand is a spatial ring as well, right? Shao Sun glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, looks like the Duan clan really thinks highly of you, to even give you such a precious thing as a spatial ring. Xiao Yu naturally thought that Duan Lingtian's spatial ring was given to him by the Duan clan, and he had a face full of envy. Even he, the grandson of the Aurora cities, Shao clan supreme elder, didn't have a spatial ring. Even to the extent that in the entire Aurora city Shao clan, only the patriarch and the supreme elder had spatial rings. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and didn't explain. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from afar. A slightly robust young man around the age of 25 slowly walked towards Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. You are. Duan Lingtian looked at the person with a puzzled expression, and he could feel that the person didn't have any hostility. I'm Duan Zhu, a branch family disciple of the Duan clan, and a grade 6 student of the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian, the patriarch, asked me to pass this to you. The robust young man with a luggage bag on his arm extended his hand to pass a simple and unadorned ring to Duan Lingtian. It was a spatial ring. Under the surprised gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Duan Lingtian extended his hand to receive it. Then he nodded and smiled to Duan Zhu. Thank you. You're welcome. After passing the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, Duan Zhu laughed slyly before turning around and leaving. Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, and he noticed that besides a few million silver, there was nothing else within the spatial ring. It ought to have been given to him by the patriarch, Duan Rafeng, to store his luggage. This spatial ring only had a space of 1 cubic meter, and it belonged to the lowest grade of spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, could it be that the spatial ring in your hand wasn't given to you by the Duan clan? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with an astonished expression. That was given to me by the Grand Elder, but I never imagined that the patriarch would send another one over. I'll take the money inside, and you can use this spatial ring. Chapter 202. However, Xiao Yu didn't accept the spatial ring that Duan Lingtian passed over, and he shook his head. Duan Lingtian, this is too precious, I can't accept it. You should keep it yourself, or leave it for Li Fei to use. Just take it, since I'm giving it to you. When did you become so wishy-washy? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he stretched out his hand and directly stuffed the spatial ring into Xiao Yu's hand as he spoke angrily. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as a trace of gratitude flashed within, but he didn't refuse again. If he were to refuse again at this time, then it would seem slightly pretentious. Thank you. Xiao Yu smiled at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. Only a grade 7 weapons craftsman was able to refine a spatial ring. Although it wasn't a spirit weapon, it was still a rare item, and the value of just one was no less than a few million. Moreover, it was a priceless item. The Vice Dean has arrived. Suddenly, someone spoke, and instantly the entire martial arts practice grounds became silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto the gray figure that slowly walked over from afar. It was a gray, clothed old man who revealed a trace of dignity between his brows as he walked over with large strides, with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. He was precisely the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, Zhan Xiong. After Zhan Xiong arrived, he spoke loudly. Students of the Star General Department, stand to the right. Students of the Star Mastermind Department, stand to the left. As soon as Zhan Xiong finished speaking, the stream of people in the martial arts practice grounds split into two. There were exactly 300 people of the Star General Department gathered together, forming a dense mass. On the other hand, there were 12 people standing sparsely in the Star Mastermind Department. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun, these 3 Year 1 students, occupied a quarter of the people there. Duan Lingtian noticed that the Prime Minister's son, Gu Xian, was also within the group of people of the Star Mastermind Department, and beside him were 2 other people. Duan Lingtian had some impression of these 2 people, as they were by Gu Xian's side yesterday. Meanwhile, Gu Xian noticed Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and his face sank as he frowned. Vice Principal, Gu Xian suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was loud and suppressed most of the sparse voices in the martial arts practice field. Zhan Xiong looked at Gu Xian when he heard this. He naturally knew Gu Xian, the son of the Prime Minister. Gu Xian, do you have anything to say? Vice Dean, according to what I know, according to the rules of our Paladin Academy, when it comes to the battlefield, the lowest requirement for Star General students is the second year, and the lowest requirement for Star Mastermind students is the fourth year. These three people are only first year Star Mastermind students. I suspect that they want to fish in troubled waters and blend in with us to head to the battlefield at the northwest border. Gu Xian pointed at the Duan Lingtian trio. His voice was loud, and his eyes were filled with disdain. For a moment, the gazes of all the students present fell upon Duan Lingtian and the other two. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? Also, the two people beside him seemed to be first-year students of the Star Mastermind Department. Could it be that they really want to fish in troubled waters and mix in with us to head to the northwest battlefield? Humph. As long as it isn't someone on the list, wanting to fish in troubled waters is practically impossible. Many students pointed and discussed animatedly. Gu Xian had a complacent expression as he glanced at the Duan Lingtian trio, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, as if he'd already seen the scene of the Vice Dean Zhan Xiong driving the three of them away. This Gu Xian is really as disgusting as a fly. Xiao Sun's face sank, and a trace of fierceness flashed within his eyes. Humph! Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward and looked at Gu Xian. Before Zhan Xiong could speak, Duan Lingtian spoke first with a loud voice that shot into the sky. Gu Xian, you keep talking about rules. But why have I never heard of the rule that first-year students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department can't enter the battlefield? Humph. Gu Xian met Duan Lingtian's gaze when he heard this, and he said with a mocking expression, although there isn't a written rule, but according to the past practice of Paladin Academy, it has always been like this. I can be sure that the three of you surely want to fish in troubled waters and slip through. Practice? Traces of coldness appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he sneered. You said it was a practice. Could it be that a practice can't be broken? You keep saying that we're fishing in troubled waters. Then I'm curious. On what basis did you make this decision? Just because we're first-year students, you think we're inferior to you? You think we don't have the qualifications to appear here? Of course. How much do first-year students, especially students of the Star Mastermind Department, know about the Tao of Mastermind? Even if people like the three of you enter the battlefield, you'll only be a burden. Gu Xian sneered, and his words were filled with disdain towards Duan Lingtian's group of three. Enough! Right at this moment, Zhan Xiong interrupted. Gu Xian, Duan Lingtian's group of three are indeed people on the list. You don't have to doubt this. Duan Lingtian was strongly recommended by Teacher Sima. As for Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, they're the junior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis Estate, and they were personally added to the list by the commander of the reinforcements this time, General Niefen. Humph. So it's three fellows that got in through the back door. Hearing Zhan Xiong's explanation, Gu Xian looked at Duan Lingtian's group of three with a face full of ridicule and disdain. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces sank as they glared angrily at Gu Xian. Idiot! Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of coldness as he slowly spat out two words. What did you say? Gu Xian's face went grim. This Duan Lingtian actually dared to call him an idiot? As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's prime minister, it was the first time in his life that he'd been humiliated like this. Instantly, his chest was completely filled with flames of rage. Duan Lingtian turned his head and no longer paid any attention to the exasperated Gu Xian, allowing him to rage there. Duan Lingtian. Gu Xian's face sank, and his eyes flickered with traces of a vicious sheen as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and he swore in his heart, "Just you wait, there will be a day when I'll kill you." Although he wished for nothing more than to explode out and kill Duan Lingtian right now, he still had some misgivings. Firstly, the vice dean was present now, and if he were to take the initiative to make a move, he would surely be in a passive position. Secondly, if Duan Lingtian used that strange inscription to attack him, he would be unable to guard against it. After all, even the son of the city guard army's commander, Xuelu Xuelang, an existence at the second level of the origin core stage, had his entire cultivation destroyed by Duan Lingtian's inscription. He'd always felt fear towards the inscription in Duan Lingtian's hand. So, if he didn't have 100% confidence, he wouldn't easily make a move. As the son of the prime minister, he naturally wasn't a simple-minded, well-developed idiot. Although he hated Duan Lingtian to the extreme in his heart, he wouldn't rashly make a move. This Gu Xian is pretty good at enduring. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and he was slightly surprised when he saw Gu Xian not make a move for a long time. As far as he was concerned, this Gu Xian was much more dangerous than Su Tong and Xuelang. This was a person that knew how to endure silently. This sort of person was generally adept at hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and was extremely terrifying. All right, all of you go to the entrance now. General Nia Fen has already ordered people to prepare horses for all of you and is waiting there. Before long, 312 Paladin Academy students walked out of Paladin Academy in a formidable array under the lead of the Vice Dean, Zhan Xiong. Outside Paladin Academy's entrance, more than 300 armored soldiers were each sitting on a horse. In each of their hands, there was another horse that they were leading. These extra horses were obviously prepared for the group of Paladin Academy students. Vice Dean Zhan, a curly-bearded man that wore armor and had a stocky build, spurred his horse forward and arrived before Zhan Xiong before nodding to Zhan Xiong. Duan Lingtian looked at the curly-bearded man, and his brows slightly twitched. He was able to discern that this curly-bearded man was in existence at the nascent soul stage and possessed extraordinary strength. Vice General Jiao, these are the students on the name list this time. Zhan Xiong slowly spoke in response. I'll be troubling Vice Dean Zhan. The curly-bearded man nodded, then instantly opened his mouth and roared. Students of Paladin Academy, get on your horses. Instantly, all 312 Paladin Academy students, including Duan Lingtian, got on their horses. There were exactly 312 horses. Vice Dean Zhan, farewell. The curly-bearded man cupped his hands towards Zhan Xiong, then spurred his horse to gallop out. Let's go. For a time, Duan Lingtian and the others mixed in with the armored soldiers and followed behind the curly-bearded man as they walked out of the imperial city in a formidable array. All along the way, they caused a great sensation. The people on the streets moved aside and saluted with their gazes towards this group of people. These are the reinforcements that Paladin Academy sent to the northwest border battlefield. As expected of the students of Paladin Academy, all of them are in high spirits and have extraordinary bearings. There's actually a youth wearing violet clothes. Could it be that he's that genius martial artist, Duan Lingtian, that's been giving rise to much discussion recently? He should be. Besides him, Paladin Academy probably doesn't have such a young student. Before long, the gazes of many people descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they all exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtian became the center of attention all along the way. Gu Xian's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw Duan Lingtian being so popular, and his gaze became even more gloomy and cold. Fifth Prince's Estate. Within the pergola, a young man with an extraordinary bearing was sitting across from a middle-aged general in light armor. At this time, that Duan Lingtian should have already set out. The young man's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. This time, we'll make sure he doesn't return. The middle-aged general's eyes focused as they flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. Commander Shui, don't speak so early. Don't forget, Duan Lingtian has an offensive inscription that can deal with origin core martial artists. According to my knowledge, Even the Sioux clan's grand elder's grandson, Su Tong, had his dantian crippled by Duan Lingtian using an offensive inscription. Slight fear appeared on the young man's face. Don't worry, Fifth Prince, with a nascent soul martial artist making a move this time, will surely succeed. The middle-aged general was precisely the City Guard Army's commander, Xue Lu. Chapter 203. Outside the Imperial City. On the spacious open ground, a group of armored soldiers gathered together like a black cloud pressing down on the city, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. These are the reinforcements. Looks like there's only around 10,000 people. It seems to be a bit too little, right? Xiao Yu frowned as he gazed at the group of soldiers that stood in neat rows in the distance. Soldiers are valued for their quality, not their quantity. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse to walk beside Xiao Yu and lightly smiled. He was able to discern that these soldiers were different from ordinary soldiers. Every single one of them emitted a valiant aura, and their cultivations were obviously not low. Xiao Yu, don't underestimate this 10,000-man army. Even if they were besieged by an ordinary army of a few 100,000, they would still be able to easily charge out of the encirclement. Xiao Sun's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Could it be that this is the Crimson WYRM army under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, Grand General Nia Yuan? Xiao Yu glanced at the group of soldiers that led them out of the city, and only now did he notice that the armor of these soldiers was inscribed with the pattern of a Crimson WYRM. This type of armor was precisely the symbol of the Crimson WYRM army. You only notice now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, as he'd noticed this long ago. The Crimson WYRM army was one of the 3 elite armies under the command of the Divine Might Marquis and Grand General Swift Cavalry. These 3 elite armies only had 10,000 soldiers each. These 10,000 soldiers were generally martial artists at the 7th level of the core formation stage or above. Some of the Decurions and Centurions were even existences at the origin core stage. As for the Kiliarchs, they were all existences at the nascent soul stage. Before long, the group of Paladin Academy students, including Duan Lingtian, gathered together with the other soldiers of the Crimson WYRM army. Right at this moment, a tall young man in silver light armor spurred his horse forward. His gaze was cold as it swept past the group of Paladin Academy students, and his tone was calm. Hello! I'm the commander of the reinforcements heading to the northwest border battlefield this time. I'm called Niafun. Niafun, the son of the Divine Might Marquis Nia Yuan, an existence like a proud son of heaven. The eyes of most of the Paladin Academy students shone when they heard Niafun's self-introduction. He's Niafun, as expected of the son of the Divine Might Marquis. His bearing is extraordinary. Supposedly, this Niafun only graduated from our Paladin Academy a few months ago, and he was already a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist when he graduated. 26 years old, 5th level of the origin core stage. With such natural talent, I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian and Su Qing are able to surpass him in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time Duan Lingtian and Su Qing have also joined the reinforcements. The 3 great geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation have gathered together. The group of Paladin Academy students whispered amongst themselves. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Su Qing was here too? Looking around, he also found Su Qing in the crowd. The current Su Qing had lost his former sharpness and had become more steady. He seemed to have changed a lot. I'll say the ugly things first. Although all of you are students of Paladin Academy, from this moment onwards, you can be considered to have joined our Crimson WYRM army. You must obey military orders, and if you violate military orders, you will be punished according to military discipline. Now, someone will distribute the armor of the Crimson WYRM army to all of you. Change into it as soon as possible." Niafun's loud voice continued to sound out. After he finished speaking, he spurred his horse and left. Beside Niafun, an old man in casual clothes sat astride his horse as well, and his eyes narrowed as he followed Niafun like a shadow. It was as if he was Niafun's shadow. Not many people noticed that at the instant Niafun turned around and left, Niafun's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through the layers of obstructions and descend onto the violet-colored figure within the group of Paladin Academy students. Noticing Niafun's gaze, Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Sun had changed into the armor of the Crimson WYRM army. The armor seemed to be cumbersome, but it was actually light and convenient. When worn, it didn't affect one's movements in the slightest. Moreover, it was able to play a protective role to a certain extent. "The two of you do look quite decent when wearing this armor." Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun and lightly smiled. When the two of them wore the armor of the Crimson WYRM army, they really did look quite decent. "Aren't you the same?" Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Presently, Duan Lingtian's sword-like eyebrows were tall and straight, and his handsome face revealed a trace of coldness. After wearing the fitting armor, his entire person seemed to be awe-inspiring and had an extraordinary bearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused, and a heartfelt smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Even though he'd lived 2 lifetimes and had seen many grand scenes in his previous life, he still couldn't help but be slightly excited in his heart. A strong wind rises and clouds soar. A warrior leaves and never returns. Depart. Right at this moment, Niafun, who was the commander of the Crimson WYRM army, suddenly gave the order. His loud and clear voice was like a thunderclap that entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, the army that was formed from over 10,000 people spurred the steeds beneath them to gallop out with a momentum like thunder. Everywhere they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. They set out early in the morning and stopped at noon to rest for a while before continuing on their journey. Only when the sun set in the west did the Crimson WYRM army stop their footsteps under the command of Commander Niafun and set up camp in the wilderness for the night. Under the illumination of the bonfire, tents rose up one by one, forming a dense mass. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun were currently working together to build a small tent. This would be the residence of the 3 of them tonight. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, as his acute spiritual force told him that a gaze had just descended onto him. With a glance, what entered his eyes was a group of Crimson WYRM army soldiers, and he was utterly unable to discern who was looking at him. This gaze seemed to have descended onto me this morning at the moment I changed into the Crimson WYRM army armor. Who exactly is it? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled in his heart. He was sure that the owner of this gaze wasn't Niafun, nor was it a student of Paladin Academy. Meanwhile, the tent had been built. Duan Lingtian didn't think any further and sat around the bonfire in front of the tent with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Presently, the group of Crimson WYRM army soldiers and some Paladin Academy students had all taken out their rations and were gnawing on them. Xiao Sun took out his rations as well and gave some to Xiao Yu and some to Duan Lingtian. Eating this thing isn't nutritious. Duan Lingtian didn't receive it and had a face full of disgust. Then he raised his hand and withdrew a large square block of ice from his spatial ring, under the puzzled gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian placed the block of ice beside the bonfire. The ice quickly melted, and the suckling pig within it revealed its true appearance. F***K. Duan Lingtian, how big is the space in your spatial ring? You actually brought this thing with you. Xiao Sun couldn't help but curse and was dumbstruck. Xiao Yu was stupefied as well. As far as they were concerned, an ordinary spatial ring only had a space of 1 cubic meter, and it simply couldn't contain more than a few of these chilled, suckling pigs. Hurry up and help break it down. You're talking so much. Do you not want to eat any more? Duan Lingtian threw the suckling pig in his hand to Xiao Sun as he glared at him. Xiao Sun received the heavy suckling pig and grinned. Of course I want to eat. If there's meat to eat, who would eat that crappy rations? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took out a few long iron skewers and a pile of seasonings and salt. Duan Lingtian's hand swiped past his waist, and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. With the help of Xiao Sun, he quickly broke down the processed suckling pig. Duan Lingtian, you don't look like you're going to war, but instead like you're going on vacation. Xiao Yu used an iron skewer to pierce through a large piece of suckling pig and placed it on the bonfire to roast. He sprinkled salt and seasonings on it as he shook his head and laughed. It wasn't easy to come out, so I can't wrong myself. Where would I get the strength to eat those rations? Duan Lingtian rotated the iron skewer in his hand as he roasted the meat and laughed. Soon, the fragrance of the roasted suckling pig in the hands of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 pervaded the air. F***K. Where's the fragrance coming from? Isn't this fragrance from roasted suckling pig? Who's eating roasted suckling pig? It's Duan Lingtian's group. They really know how to enjoy themselves. They actually brought out suckling pig to roast. As expected of the genius disciples that the Duan clan values highly. It's so convenient to have a spatial ring. The group of Paladin Academy students all looked enviously at Duan Lingtian's group as their saliva dripped all over the ground. Compared to the group of Paladin Academy students, the group of Crimson WYRM Army soldiers were much calmer. They minded their own business as they roasted the bonfire and ate their rations. After they finished eating, they entered their tents to rest. Satisfying. Xiao Sun gnawed on the roasted suckling pig, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Duan Lingtian and Xiao, you were also eating meat with large mouthfuls with expressions of satisfaction. It would be great if we could have some wine at this time. Xiao Sun's eyes shone. Some of the nearby Paladin Academy students were completely speechless when they heard Xiao Sun's words. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. We don't even have roasted suckling pig to eat, yet you're still not satisfied and still want to drink wine. Don't be so infuriating. However, in the next moment, these Paladin Academy students were stunned once again. They saw Duan Lingtian stretch out his hand, and 3 jugs of wine appeared out of thin air. Wine naturally can't be lacking when eating meat. Come, drink, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, you really brought wine. Xiao Yu fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and had a pleasantly surprised expression. Shortly after, he and Xiao Sun took the jugs of wine and started drinking in large mouthfuls under the attentive gazes of a pack of hungry wolves. The 3 of them ate meat and drank wine at the same time. They wolfed down the food and only stopped after a long time. So full. Soon enough, the roasted suckling pig was finished by the 3 of them, and the 3 empty jugs of wine were also thrown to the side. I'm going to relieve myself, Xiao Sun said before running into the distant forest to relieve himself. After Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu successively went to relieve themselves and returned, Duan Lingtian walked out as well. However, just as Duan Lingtian stepped into the bamboo forest, his spiritual force became vigilant. He could feel a wave of danger gradually approaching, as if it would descend at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's figure moved and directly flashed forward. Spirit serpent movement technique. And right at this moment, a wave of scattered sounds came from behind. A robust figure flew over and surpassed Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Chapter 204. Third level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he gazed at the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the middle-aged soldier, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled into an arc. The middle-aged soldier's gaze was icy cold, and the gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian didn't contain the slightest emotion. The person that has been spying on me since early this morning is you? Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something that was completely unrelated to him. As expected of the #1 genius of Paladin Academy, you're actually able to notice me spying on you from the shadows. I feel that I've already been extremely careful. The middle-aged soldier was slightly surprised, as he didn't expect that Duan Lingtian had already noticed him. You're probably not a member of the Crimson WIRM army, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the person before him. The person before him was a third-level nascent soul stage martial artist, but he only wore the armor of an ordinary soldier, and wasn't even a Decurion. He didn't believe that a person with such a cultivation would be willing to be an ordinary soldier in the Crimson WIRM army. You're very smart. The middle-aged soldier nodded. Exactly, I'm not a member of the Crimson WIRM army. Being able to silently sneak into the Crimson WIRM army without anyone noticing. Looks like the person behind you isn't simple. I'm extremely curious. Who exactly sent you here? Duan Lingtian's gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything stared fixedly at the middle-aged soldier. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. The middle-aged soldier didn't pay attention to Duan Lingtian, and he strode out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Above him, the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had just vanished not long ago once again condensed into form. You're so sure that I'll die? Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. The middle-aged soldier frowned slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian being so composed. He observed the surroundings for a moment, and after not noticing anything amiss, he sneered. Do you think you can escape by being deliberately mystifying? Don't waste your time. Once you do something, you have to bear the consequences. Today, no one can save you. The middle-aged soldier took another step out, and origin energy suffused him, intending to attack Duan Lingtian. Really? Duan Lingtian was still standing in the same place, unmoving like a mountain. His face was calm like an ancient well without any ripples. I don't think anyone can save you. At this moment, a low voice mixed with anger came from behind the middle-aged soldier. Immediately after, 2 figures appeared behind the middle-aged soldier in an instant. One of them struck out with his palm and directly pinned the middle-aged soldier to the ground. Then he stepped out with his foot and stomped on the middle-aged soldier, making him unable to move. The middle-aged soldier's body crashed to the ground. He subconsciously turned his head, but when he saw the scene behind him, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Oh my God! What did he see? 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The person that attacked him now was actually a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. How is that possible? Didn't you say that the Duan clan didn't send anyone to protect him? The middle-aged soldier felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes flashed with endless despair. Young master, of the 2 people who had appeared, the one who had stepped on the middle-aged soldier was Zhang Qian. The other person was Zhao Gang. The middle-aged soldier's face went grim when he heard this familiar voice, and he struggled to turn his head around. Through the night, he finally saw the appearances of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang clearly. General Zhang, General Zhao. The middle-aged soldier's pupils constricted, as he obviously recognized Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were capable generals under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, the Cavalry Grand General Neyuan, and they had extremely high prestige in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army. So, many officers and soldiers in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army recognized them. You recognize us? Zhang Qian frowned, and he stepped on the middle-aged soldier's foot even harder. The middle-aged soldier's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted astonishment. Who could tell him what the F***K was going on? Why are these two maleficent stars here? Moreover, they seem to be secretly protecting this Duan Lingtian. Isn't Duan Lingtian a direct descendant of the Duan clan? How could these two maleficent stars possibly lower themselves to protect him? The middle-aged soldier suddenly realized that this mission was simply a mission that would send him to his death. Speak! Who sent you to kill the young master? Zhao Gang's face sank, and his eyes flickered with dense killing intent. General Zhang, General Zhao. Isn't he a member of the Duan clan? Why would the two of you? The middle-aged soldier took a deep breath. He wanted to figure out exactly what was going on right now. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time when they heard this, seeming to be asking if Duan Lingtian could reveal anything. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was able to discern that this middle-aged soldier was a tough nut to crack. If he couldn't completely break down the line of defense in his heart, then the middle-aged soldier would probably rather die than speak of the person behind the scenes. Right, the young master is a member of the Duan clan, but the young master is also the nephew of the Marquis. As for us, we were sent by the Marquis to protect the young master. Zhang Qian's tone was calm as he slowly spoke. However, when these words entered the middle-aged soldier's ears, it was like needles piercing into his heart. Marquis? He naturally knew who the Marquis that Zhang Qian spoke of was. It was surely that person with an aloof status and honorable identity within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This Duan Lingtian was the nephew of that person? Young master, spare me. This lowly one didn't know your identity. Spare me! The middle-aged soldier's face was ghastly pale, without a trace of blood, and he struggled to beg Duan Lingtian for mercy. He suddenly realized that his actions were simply bringing about his own destruction. Speak, who sent you here? Duan Lingtian asked once more. Young master, if this lowly one speaks, are you willing to spare this lowly one's life? The middle-aged soldier's eyes flickered with a sheen of survival. You don't have the qualifications to discuss conditions with me. Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly colder. Since you know Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang and have a cultivation at the nascent soul stage, your position in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army ought to not be low. Could it be that you think that my Uncle Nie's ability is unable to investigate your background? The corners of the middle-aged soldier's mouth curled into a bitter smile. If the divine Might Marquis wanted to investigate him, it would naturally be extremely easy. Young master, I'm a Chiliarch of the Imperial City's city guard. The middle-aged soldier lowered his head and spoke of his identity. He believed that there was no need for him to say the rest, as the young master before him would be able to guess it. City guard? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly squinted. It really is him. Xuelu. What is Xuelu? Actually daring to allow a member of the city guard to sneak into the Crimson WYRM army. Doesn't he know that this is a great taboo in the army? Zhang Qian's face slightly went grim, and flames of rage jumped about within his eyes. Zhao Gang's expression was extremely unsightly as well. General, spare my life! The middle-aged soldier's face was ghastly pale. He only hoped to be able to survive now, and he had no other thoughts. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian. Clean it up. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of emotion within his voice. After that, he turned around, undid his belt, and started to relieve himself. After he finished, he directly returned to his tent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the middle-aged soldier didn't even have the chance to react before being killed by Zhang Qian. When Duan Lingtian left, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had cleaned up the middle-aged soldier's corpse and concealed it once more. Duan Lingtian, why were you gone for so long? After Duan Lingtian returned to his tent, Xiao Sun asked, "Can't I go to the big one?" Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Xiao Sun as he spoke angrily. Lying in his tent, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a trace of rage arose within his heart. Although he knew that the city guard commander, Xue Lu, wouldn't let the matter go, he never imagined that Xue Lu would be so insane as to actually want to kill him on the way to the northwest border battlefield. Xue Lu. Killing intent arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the east. "Everyone, pack up your tents. We depart in 10 minutes. Commander Nia Fun's sonorous voice broke the tranquility of the early morning, causing all the Paladin Academy students who were still dreaming within their tents to wake up with a start. They left their tents one after another and started packing up. After Duan Lingtian walked out of his tent, he noticed that the 10,000 officers and officers of the Crimson WIRM army were already fully equipped and waiting to depart. Now, only the tents of the group of Paladin Academy students remained scattered all over the place. This Crimson WIRM army is worthy of being the elite army of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian secretly praised in his heart. Before long, the group of Paladin Academy students had finished packing up their tents and were fully equipped and waiting to depart. Along with Commander Nia Fun's command, over 10,000 tall horses carried over 10,000 officers and officers as they galloped out. Everywhere they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. On the way, they encountered some merchant groups and carriages, but all of them moved aside, not daring to directly clash with the Crimson WIRM army's edge. After spending an entire 2 months of time, Duan Lingtian and the others finally arrived at their destination after following behind the Crimson WIRM army. The northwest border's Relentless Thriving City. Relentless Thriving City was a city that was located in a remote and embarrassing location. 15 kilometers away from Relentless Thriving City was the border city of the Southern Champion Kingdom, Southern Barbaric City. It was precisely because of its special location that conflicts between the two kingdoms frequently occurred here. Whenever one of the kingdoms finished recuperating and building up strength, it would take the initiative to send out troops with the intention of capturing the other's border city and plundering it. It had always been like this for thousands of years. Since half a year ago, the Southern Champion Kingdom's army had repeatedly provoked the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Relentless Thriving City, causing the pressure on the Relentless Thriving City's army to increase greatly. Only then did they request for reinforcements from the Imperial City. This Relentless Thriving City can't be considered to be large. It's about the same size as Aurora City. Duan Lingtian looked at the distant, relentless, thriving city from afar, and his brows raised. It's not a county city after all. Besides the imperial city and county cities, the other cities are all about the same. Xiaoyu nodded. Before long, the 10,000-plus officers of the Crimson WIRM army spurred their horses into Relentless Thriving City, and at the same time they slowed down their speed. Although Relentless Thriving City's area was no different than cities like Aurora City and Iron Blood City, only the southern half of the city was filled with stores and crowds of people. The northern half of the city was the campsite of the border army, and the northern city wall was even specially reinforced as an iron bastion against war. It's the Crimson WIRM army. The Crimson WIRM army has arrived. They'll surely make the Southern Champion Kingdom's army suffer a crushing defeat this time. Long live the divine Might Marquis. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.